Welcome to Boris FX Live, Virtual IBC 2020. Brought to you by AMD Ryzen Threadripper processors. Break free from the render bar. Realize your creative vision with the world's most powerful desktop processors. And brought to you by ProShop System Integrators, ensuring world-class products and service with lightning-fast delivery across Europe.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of our Boris FX Virtual IBC 2020. My name is Ben Brownlee for Boris FX, and we're going to be taking you through 6 hours worth of presentations today, including looking at Sapphire lens flare. We're going to be taking a deep dive into some keying stuff with Primat Studio. Should be a little bit more specific there. We're also going to be looking at some new techniques with Mocha Pro. We've got some more stuff coming in with Continuum as well, and how to build up title sequences. And we're going to finish off today with a roundtable, a live Q&A with the Boris FX engineering team. Well, some of the Boris FX engineering team anyway. So we're in for a jam-packed day. We can find full details up on the Boris FX website. If we have a little look at Boris FX events and into IBC 2020. Here we go. And we've also got a lot of prizes to be giving away as well. We're not just about the presentations, we're also about the prizes. And we have over $40,000 worth of prizes to be giving away over the course of our virtual IBC. And to go and win these prizes, all you have to do is head over to borisfxlive.com, and you'll see a little entry box down there, and you can get full terms and conditions about our competition. So do it now. You can do it once a day, and every session will be giving away some prizes, including the prize we've got to offer over our virtual IBC include this loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop, which is absolutely gorgeous. We also have some other prizes given by our other sponsors, including NVIDIA, SGO, Foundry, Vegas Pro, Future Media Concepts, School of Motion, Intel, ActionVFX, Accusonus, Adobe, of course, AMD, Avid, and many, many more. We're also going to be giving away a Boris FX Suite, a subscription to the Boris FX Suite, which is all of our products. If you're not lucky enough to win a prize, don't worry, then Virtual IBC also has something to offer you as well, which is 25% off of everything. So this sale ends Friday, the 11th of September, and this includes everything, including individual product licenses, upgrades, bundles, the whole shebang. So for full details on that and to find out what the promo code is, head on over to borisfx.com. Well, I am going to be starting off the presentations with a little look at Sapphire lens flare and how we get natural looking life into your shots using lens flare. But obviously I can't do all of this alone. We have a whole team behind us, and we're going to be starting to be working with Mr. Ross Shane, who is our Chief Product Officer at Boris FX. Hello, Ross.
Hey, Ben. Great to see you again. It's going to be a good day. Lots of great content coming.
I think it's going to be an excellent day today. I think we had a good day yesterday. We've got an even better one coming up today, I think. And as well as Ross, we also have Alan Lawrence, who is the product manager for Continuum and particle illusion. Sorry, Sapphire and particle illusion. So hello, Alan. How are you today?
Good morning. Hi. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Yeah, we're going to. You've got a long and storied history with lens flares as well. So over the course of this session, I think we're going to be bouncing some ideas off of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I always love looking at lens flares.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? I think we're also going to be doing Q&A throughout these sessions. We are live, so this is your chance to ask questions of the Boris FX team and me as well. So if you've got any questions of what you're seeing, or if you have any questions in general about lens flares, then drop them in right now. So go to the borisfxlive.com, go to the chat there, or of course you can just join us in our YouTube chat. So without any further ado, let's have a little look at our first presentation. So here's where I do the awkward transition, moving over from camera over to screen share. And this is where I go like this. And where I ask the classic question, can everyone see me? And the answer is always, yes, we can see you now. So let's take a look at a lens flare, and specifically adding natural life to your shots. So let's start with this here. So over the last few decades, lens flares have gone from being something that cinematographers would actively avoid by putting up flags in front of the camera just to try and stop lens flares hitting or lens flares hitting off the lens. Then they went to being embraced, then being ridiculed as people went a little bit too far with them, and then they're going back to playing an important role in the visual grammar of film. And certain types of flares were seen so consistently that they're now codified into the film language. So we can see in this example here, we have the same shot, but each of these is giving a very, very different mood, depending on whether we've got a lens flare that looks like that, which is very, very sci-fi, to something that looks a little bit more sort of natural, a little bit softer, and a little bit more just warm. Now, obviously there are certain directors who are, very renowned and have worn their love of lens flares on their sleeve. Some people consider films like, Star Trek can be quite sort of overwhelmed with the use of lens flares in those particular movies. But actually, flares can give us a sort of bigger narrative or stylistic purpose. So, for example, in a film like The World's End, the tonal shift between just being a sort of contemporary comedy into a sci-fi love letter actually came about with Edgar Wright's use of a single lens flare shift. And he used lens flares to even sort of subtly foreshadow character plot points, which I think is a very, very clever use of the effect. Now, the fact that this is possible is just simply because of the way that the lens flare has been, saturated into the sort of, cultural language to be read and understood the way that the filmmakers intended. But, I'm not going to give a whole lecture about the semiotics of lens flare. It's just really to try and reinforce how important lens flares have become and how they're being used now in a much more sort of sophisticated way. So this session is going to be broken up into 2 different sections. The first is showing how we can use Sapphire lens flare to create natural looking flares. And the second is going to be about the process of creating those presets. And I want to show a bit more of the process of how I break down and create some of these flare presets that are in the product right now. And, the features you should be using to create your own as well, and how we can sort of modify those together. So it's going to be quite a jam-packed session. So when I'm looking at, let's come out here actually now. Let's go here. There we go. So when I'm looking at flares that are giving sort of natural life to your shots, I'm sort of going to break it down into different elements, sort of 4 different elements. We're going to be looking at the movement of the flare, how it reacts to its relationship to the camera, so its position on screen, how it reacts to the footage that we've got, and also just like the qualities that a flare has to have to make it look like it was produced by a real lens, a real physical object. So in our first shot, we're just going to sort of take a look at this, and I'm going to try and match these shots together a little bit. Not so much, 100% matching. If we look at the first shot here, it's actually not caused by a flare. This one, this is caused by light reflecting off of something else, but it's not a lens flare. But I do want to try to match that mood, that energy that it's giving me. So when we're looking at sort of finding the style of flare we want and analyzing the shot, we have to think about a few different things. Are there technical things we need to take into account? Things like matching lenses. Is it a spherical lens? Is it a anamorphic lens? What does that tell us about the style that we're going for? Are we matching flares from other shots? In this case, we're not, but we do want to try and get the energy from this shot and move it onto this one here. And sort of what feelings are we trying to evoke? This is not a gritty, crime story here. This is not a big sci-fi story. This is something a bit sort of warmer, a bit more kind of earthy in some ways. So we're going to find a preset that's going for that. So let's come in. I'm in Premiere at the moment. We're going to shift about between Premiere and After Effects a little bit today, but what I'm going to be showing you is valid for whatever host you have lens flare in. I'm not really worried too much about what buttons to press I'm more worried about the ideas that we're trying to do. So I'm going to start off with a preset. Presets are always the most interesting place to start, I think. And there's a couple of different places we can go to. The first one is actually loading the preset up in the Sapphire preset browser. So this is gives us a nice little overview of all of the presets. 126, that's not bad. Or we can obviously filter these by the new ones. So the ones that are in 2020.5, or featured ones, which are some of our favorites from the last few releases. So those are always quite nice. Or we can search for it as well. So we can either search by sort of tags. So we can search by year. So if I look for 2020, we've got all of the ones that were released in the 2020 releases. Same with 2019, something like that. There we go. Beautiful. I can also, just do a tag here, which is something like measured. And if I type in measured or measure, it will show me all of the flares that are based off of real lenses. So we can have a little look through here, see if we can find one that we like. Now, oh, that's a bit big. Now the disadvantage of bringing it into the preset browser here is that we do only have like a still frame. We can't move the flare around in here. The advantage of having it in the preset browser, though, if I come down, let's find something that I like. I want something a bit warmer. Maybe, yeah, this one here, the Mamiya Seikor C, 645 35mm. The advantage of seeing it in the preset browser is that we get to read the full description. And the full description of these flares are usually written with, quite a lot of detail about not only what the flare is doing, but how you can start to use the flare as well. So, this one is wide angle spherical lens, soft and warm, organic movement, beautiful, reacts to 2D and 3D hotspot movement, also very important, well suited, full video and motion graphics. Well, this sounds just perfect. What sort of genius would have created this one? And you can also see the author up here. Oh, wow. It's me. What a surprise. So I'm going to hit load on that. And this is just going to bring our flare into our shot. And I can click on this one here, and we get the on-screen display to be able to sort of pull the flare around. Now, the sort of reaction you'll get, the sort of movement you'll get on this screen is very much dependent on the host. So if I go into After Effects now, I've got exactly the same lens flare. As I pull this around, I'm easily able to get sort of a real-time look at what this flare is doing. But if I come back into Premiere, if I drag this around the viewer, Premiere doesn't seem to be as good or as responsive as After Effects is, and that's sort of fair enough. It's it's an editor. It's we're not really expecting it to do all of the things that After Effects can do. So pulling back a little bit now, we've got our flare, and I kind of like the flare at the moment. We'll look at it and adjust it in a little bit, but I like the default values of this flare. It's nice and soft. It's giving me what I want. So now we need to get this into a flare that starts to feel natural, that feels like it's in there, in the scene. And the biggest point, the one that I always look at the very top, is movement. So what is the flare doing? How does the flare move? And we can see that the background is going to animate along on this, or we are going to have to animate that flare to match the camera movement. As I said, we're in Premiere. We can animate directly in Premiere, but keyframing in Premiere is, it works, but it could be better. I mean, we can put keyframes down easily enough, but if we want to kind of change our mind and offset those at a later date, it gets a little bit, we have to sort of manually do those all. When it comes to lens flare, though, I would always say that if you can, you don't want to be doing that animation manually. You want to be doing it with an automated motion track. It just gives you a much richer and a much more kind of subtle looking movement, because you're getting all of those little bounces that are in the shot, stuff that is quite difficult sometimes to hand animate. So we have Mocha built into lens flare, and this can do what's called parameter tracking. So we can track the hotspot, or we can track a point for the pivot point. And it's actually dead easy to do. All I have to do is drag my little red box or red circle here around the area I want to track. I'm just going to tell it to track the translation, and I'm just going to track it forwards. And then Mocha's going to go away and just track that through. Now, I hope that most of you are familiar with Mocha in some sort of ways. It's built into all of the Boris FX products to greater or lesser ways, but it's a planar tracker, so it's not just looking at an individual point, it's looking at the texture that's going on underneath this. So what this means is that it's a lot more resilient to things like noise or motion blur, or in this case raindrops going through our image. And once this is tracked through, I can now move my hotspot. I can just go to any frame and move my hotspot over here, and that works. Or I can move it over here, and that works. So we can just offset that hotspot wherever we want it to go. And I'm just going to move it off screen just a little bit, because I want to keep that kind of natural looking flare, and I just want the hint of it to match over on this side, which is where we had it in the previous shot. Okay, so I've got that in Mocha. Hit save, exit back out. Nothing happens, and that's because I have to go hotspot uses Mocha. I turn that on. All of a sudden, I'll just render that through very quickly. It'll have a little think. It'll come along, and then now our hotspot is going to match what was going in Mocha. So now we're picking up all those sort of subtle little hops and bounces that we have going in the shot. While this is having a think, it looks like it's frozen. It actually hasn't frozen. It's still chunking along. Premiere is not updating its render bar for some reason. But there it is. Hang on. Come back in here. There we go. So let's see how that looks. And that's looking kind of nice. We've got that sort of subtle movement right at the very end. That movement there. Why did you unrender? There we go. We've got that subtle movement just there. Just have a look on the right-hand side here. Just that flare goes over. That's the sort of thing that I'm after. Something that's not completely, in your face, over dramatic, but it's doing the job that it needs to do. It's that soft, natural look. If there are any questions, ask them. We're going to have a little break coming in just a moment. But while we do that, I'm just going to turn off my show scale widths, show hotspot, and show pivot point, just so we can see what's going on with this flare a little bit more without the on-screen display. So here I'm actually quite happy with where we are here. I might want to make the hotspot just a little bit bigger. And usually, you've got like controls for scale widths, so you can make everything bigger. You've got controls for brightness down here to make everything brighter. But like I said, I'm really happy with what's going over on the right-hand side. It's only this hotspot over on the left-hand side that I might want to get a little bit bigger, a little bit brighter. So instead of having to go back into the edit lens, or I say go back, we haven't even looked at edit lens. Instead of going into edit lens, what I can do is I can just come down, and we've got hotspot brightness, raise brightness, and other brightness all broken out as individual different controls. So I can just come in here. I'm going to take my hotspot brightness really high, take it to about 4. And you can see that's now given us a bigger, much bigger, brighter hotspot without affecting any of the other elements that are going on over on the right-hand side. Like same with the color. If I want the color to just be, maybe let's take a little warmer color there. Maybe that's a little bit too. Actually, no, I kind of like that. That's much more in keeping with what I'm after. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So we can just, you know, find our color, and it's only affecting the color on the hotspot. I think that's really important. So we've got it reacting to the movement, and we can easily go in and customize our presets. So we get that rendering, bling, bling, bling. You are rendering. I know you're rendering because I can see down at the bottom here that the render bar is actually doing stuff, even though it's pretending it's not. I know you, Premiere. You can't fool me. There we go. And that's looking nice. That's doing what I need it to do. Cool. Are there any questions so far from the chat, Ross and Alan?
No.
Let's see here, Ben. I don't think so. No, people are definitely excited to see what you're doing. I don't know if you want to, maybe Alan might want to talk a little bit just about performance between hosts. I know someone was curious. They really love the Sapphire's performance on Avid, for example, but or Premiere, but they thought the software didn't run as fast in Resolve. And I don't know if you wanted to talk about OFX resources or anything like that.
Yeah, I can just briefly mention that one of the kind of problems with being a plugin developer for multiple hosts is that some hosts have better APIs or interfaces for us to work with, and the OFX interface is very broad. So that's why a lot of hosts use that. Nuke does, Resolve uses that. Several other hosts do as well. And it's a question then of how the host application implements that OFX feature set, let's say. And so a lot of times you will see the performance of a plugin on OFX on one host, for instance, Nuke, be dramatically different than it is on another host, for instance, Resolve. And that's partially because of the way that the host is implementing those OFX interface. So I'm not trying to pass the buck or anything, but it's certainly there's host limitations for performance. And I think Resolve is currently in that situation where there are some things that they are doing a little more less responsively to what we're asking them to do when the plugin's talking back and forth to the host. And so it seems to be a little bit slower. And then we're always working with the host to improve that. And so it's something that we're always working with, so we're aware of those kind of issues. But again, it's the Resolve team and our teams working together to fix those.
Yeah, I agree. From my perspective, yeah, we're always working. All the product teams are working closely with all the hosts. So we work with the engineering team from Resolve and Fusion, and it's not necessarily we're typically aware of the issues. If you're seeing different performance in various hosts, it's definitely something we're aware of. And I would just encourage users, if you are seeing this kind of thing, to always check in on our forums, but also it helps on the host forums as well. To if you can let each host know, it makes the case to put the engineering effort into it a little bit stronger. Sorry to go on a tangent there, Ben, but I thought that we should
I think that's great.
that.
I think it's a very important topic, and it's it came up because we saw it here a second ago. So
one more brief point, if I could jump in.
Yeah.
Ross mentioned the forums. It's always a good idea to check on our forums. So, for instance, if you're seeing it working slowly in Resolve, jump on the forums and kind of let other users know, and that way we can find out if it's maybe something about your setup. Maybe there's some preferences or something that need to be changed, or resources need to be reallocated on your machine. But if other users sort of back up what you're saying, that it is slower, then we know that it's, it's not something specific about your setup. So that's always the first thing, is make sure it's not you only.
Yeah, and to echo that, on our site, we also do have a page under the support section, which is the supported graphics cards. And it's always good if you ever see some anomaly in the performance or a particular one of Boris FX products, it is always good to make sure that, you check the versions of your OS and, of course, the supported hardware and things like that.
Cool. Excellent. I think we move on to the next shot now then, and this is coming in and talking about the next two actually elements that I'm always interested in when creating natural looking flares, and one of them is how the flare reacts to its position on screen, and the other one is how the flare reacts to what's actually going on within the shot. So I've tried to short circuit this process a little bit. I've tracked the shot in a similar way to how we had it before, so we can see the flare is moving around a little bit. Again, this is just a preset. I haven't done anything with it yet, and we can see this sort of moving around a little bit. But the problem is that this is flaring over the top of this seat, and as the seat sort of goes by and reveals what's happening behind that flare, the flare's just sat there. It's just just like a lump there. So what I want to do is I want to have a way of animating that in, and of course we can do keyframing. We can always go in and animate this stuff up, but I think one of the things that gives me a nicer result is trying to do as little keyframing, a little bit of, as little manual keyframing as possible. So what we have within the lens flare is the ability to use occlusion, and how the occlusion works is slightly different between hosts. In After Effects, I can do occlusion from a layer and from a path. In Premiere, we have a look at the shot we had before, we've got occlusion, and we just take that from a video layer, a video track. So that's how that works. But once we choose where we're taking that occlusion from, once we've chosen what that source is, which is this one here, everything else works in the same sort of way. So I've set up my occlusion layer, and what this does is it makes lens flare look at that layer and look at values on that layer to decide, whether it's going to be at full brightness or zero brightness or anywhere in between. And this is controlled with the occlusion. So under the occlusion, I can take my occlusion from alpha, which is amazingly useful when we're doing text, text-based lens flares or graphics-based lens flares, stuff that actually has a nice alpha channel. But we can also use a luma channel as well. So it's just going to take the black and white luminance values from our image. We can also use the color that it's finding within the image. I'm going to, because we've tracked this in, I don't need to have a look at the pivot point or all the other stuff. So we can take the color from this image. Again, this is really good when we're working with some graphics. That can work quite nicely. But I'm going to turn use color off. So now, if I just scrub this through, as the seat goes back, it's actually going away. So if I've got it over here, it's being occluded and we're seeing the lens flare, and over here where it's meant to shine, we're not seeing the lens flare. That's because I need to invert my occlusion. And as soon as I do that, we get something that looks a little bit like this. I'm just gonna round preview this through. I might drop the render quality down in a second, but I think we're looking all right here. Let's preview that. So that's looking all right. So you can see when the seat moves away, all of a sudden our flare gets a little bit brighter. So it's reacting to the footage, and we haven't had to set any keyframes. So this is quite nice. Obviously, it's not perfect yet. Now, if I go to the front, it's actually quite easy to see where it's not perfect, because we've still got some of our flare shining through, even when it's meant to be completely occluded. And the reason for that is, if I look at, just a black and white version here, you can see that my footage itself isn't absolutely black at any point in this. So obviously it's thinking, oh, well, they want it to be kind of semi bright at this point. So what I've done with this one is I've actually got another copy of our clip, and I've just put a levels command on this, just to get the blacks, at the proper level, and get the whites at the proper white level there. So just changing input black, input white on levels. Let's get rid of that. So if I come over here and I change my occlusion from layer down to this one where I've got the levels on it, and tell After Effects to look at it after it's had the levels applied, we can come in and I'll just RAM preview that out. I was going to say I'll drop this down to half quality, and I forgot to do it. So I'll drop it down to half quality. It gets me a little bit faster RAM preview. And you can see that's starting to react in a much more natural way to the image that we've got. There we go. Nice. Now, this is, generally as far as most people get with the occlusion. But I'm going to show you a cool little trick here. There's something nice that happens in the real world when you've got a lens or flare that's just poking out, or just about to poke out, and it doesn't always react in that sort of linear kind of way in the real world. What can sometimes happen is you get this gorgeous kind of pop of brightness, and this sort of pop where it gets a bit bigger just before it sort of moves down again, or sort of shrinks down again. And we can change all this stuff up using where are you? Occlusion triggers. Here we go. So we can have separate triggers for the brightness and the widths. So currently they're set to 1, so it's not really doing all that much. So I'm going to bring my widths up. I'm going to set this actually quite high, so you can really see how that's going to work. I'm going to take my brightness down just a little bit so you can see how that's going to work. There we go. And well, let's just RAM preview that out. It's much easier to see it rather than say it. And what you're going to see now, if we preview that through, is when that starts to pop in, we're going to get a little flash, and then it's going to go back down again. And that's really short. And I think at the moment it's a bit distractingly short, but you can see it working there. We do have a way of making that bigger, and that's bringing up the occlusion softness. I'm going to take that really high. I'm going to take that to 50. And I'm going to RAM preview that now. And I'm just going to show you what that one change does for us. So we have a little look at that. Let's bring that through. And we just now get a much kind of slower, softer. This one, maybe it's a little bit too slow and a little bit too soft and a little bit too big, but it's here to give you the idea that actually something is happening, or showing you that something can happen here. And this occlusion, these occlusion triggers are some of the what I think are some of the most underused elements of the occlusion. Being able to bring that around the edges of text, and just kind of, you get a whole new kind of life. And I like to say that the flares dance when you do these sort of small things. It's kind of what makes it move away from like a CG flare that you'd normally see, into something a lot more natural that you'd see in the real world. So that's me looking at occlusion. I think that's, there's more we can do, but I'm obviously very aware of time, and I want to show you some of the new stuff, because most of this we could actually do with Sapphire 2020, but with the latest version, 2020.5, we've actually been given some new tools to make this, to actually build a more realistic flare. But before I go into that, are there any questions from the audience, from the chat?
Don't think there's let me see, Ben. I don't think there's any specific questions. Well, actually, one user was asking about how to make more abstract lens flares, and then maybe another cool thing to touch on is actually someone asked, can you stack up multiple lens flares and make your own specialized lens flare with more than one flare?
We are going to look at we can definitely
How's that
look
for
at those.
leading?
Yeah, goodness me, we can definitely look at that sort of stuff.
Great.
I like this. Okay, so we've got our other shot here, our last shot here, and I'm going to sort of analyze this as I would do with all the other shots. Does it have to match? Does it have a what sort of flare are we going for with this? And again, let's come in and bring in lens flare, lighting, Sapphire lens flare. And I'm going to show you a different way of loading in presets and looking at the presets. And I'm going to come into Edit Lens. And Lens Flare brings us, Edit Lens brings us into the Flare Designer. So we still have all of the presets that we had previously. We can go to all here. There we go. We've got all of the presets, all 120 something of them. But what this gives us, let's go to the new. What this gives us is also a way of just interactively seeing what these flares are going to look like as we move them around on the image. And this is really, really important. And you can see the responsiveness that I've got. And because we're in the Flare Designer, this is completely host independent. So you'll get similar sort of responsiveness no matter which host you're in. So I often say that if you're here to try and sort of design or figure out what a flare is actually doing, it's much easier to come into the Flare Designer and just whiz things around in here, and you get a bit more of an idea about what things are doing. I'm going to turn off the background, and I'm actually going to turn on one of our more abstract flares. This is something I think Alan created this one for the latest version, and this is a bit more abstract. This is the Anime Technics lens, and I think it's just a really, really creative way of showing what you can do with the lens flare. And it's using, all of the same kind of elements that I'm going to show you in a second to make kind of natural lens flares, but it's doing it in this much more kind of stylistic sort of way. So I think let's take a step back here and actually just talk 2 seconds about the presets and the way that I like to design these presets. I design these like some of these presets are mine, or I say are mine. I created them, and when I create a preset like this, what I'm trying to do is actually do 2 completely different jobs. The first one is to create a preset that people can use straight out. Like, it's a preset that is usable, it's interesting, it's doing something that people would like to see. The second thing that I'm trying to do with the presets is actually just to show people what you can start to do with some of these features, because there are so many features that we have. You know, it can be a little bit overwhelming to just sort of jump in and start designing a preset from scratch. So it's a lot easier to pick apart what another preset is doing, and kind of go, oh yeah, no, I really like the look of that. I wonder what that element is doing, and you can do that with the presets. So this actually kind of loops me back around to where I wanted to go with this, which is to talk about one of the new things that we have added in 2020.5 to create a more realistic flare, and that is using lens shading. So what's lens shading? Let's actually come into back into Premiere. I'm going to show you what this is. There's a lot of work that goes into designing the presets, and some of you may have seen that. You know, I'm here, and I spend a lot of time when developing my presets in very, very dark rooms, shining very bright lights at different lenses, and different types of bright lights at different lenses to see what the physical lenses are doing. And one of the things that we saw is that lenses do this kind of interesting kind of shading. So the elements shade themselves. So if I pause here for a second, take a look at this element here. You can see as that moves around, you're not seeing the entire element. You're seeing like a partial part of that element because it's being shaded by something else, you know, by the iris or something else that's physically in the camera. And you see a similar sort of thing here. So lens shading is something that is, you know, it's a physical property of lens flares. And it's something that we wanted to try to simulate. And we also had a different type of lens shading as well, which is, you know, this type of shade, which is something very different. This is when a lens actually has something like a lens hood, or the lens element, the front element, is actually sunk a little bit in. So, you know, if a light hits it at a certain angle, it sort of self shadows. That's also, you know, it's a very interesting thing, and something that is obviously important to be able to model. So we looked at that, and there's another one there. We looked at that, and let's go back into the Flare Designer for a second, and went, oh yeah, that would be a good idea to have. So if we have a look at, what's a good one? Insensate is a pretty good one. We can now do lens shading. So have a little look. I'll make this a bit bigger so we can see this a bit easier. Have a look at this blue element in the middle. As I move the hotspot around, it's starting to shade. And take a look at the one that's on top of it. As we move that around, it's changing color and shading all the way through. These are like really small, subtle elements, but it's this kind of stuff that actually creates the you know, a lifelike lens flare that looks real and gives life to your image. And this is one that Alan created, I believe, and it is, I'd say it's in my definitely my top 5, if not my top 3 lens flares of all time, because I just love the way that it starts to move, and it's doing stuff that's really, really interesting for me. So I'm going to create a brand new lens flare from scratch, because this is going to, you know, talk a little bit to the question that Ross was saying. If you want to make your own lens flares up, you don't have to start from scratch. We've actually got lens flare components, so we can add stuff to previous flares. So I can come in with my reference elements here. Look at that. a little reference element, so I can see where my hotspot is, where the opposite of the hotspot is, and where the center is. And I can come in and I can add in maybe like a large shaded spot there. So let's look very quickly at what the shading is doing. So underneath the animation, we've got the shadow, and we can tell this element to use the shadow, which it is doing right now. And then we can change stuff up, like, is it using the hotspot? Is it using the element? And, what is the relative scale to that shadow? So how far away is it that it's going to be shading? We can do things like offsetting. We can, create even more shading. We can do animation delay. We can even invert that shadow as well to create interesting things, which we're going to do in a second. So if I bring this here, we can also choose what that shadow looks like. And this shadow is our global shadow, so that we only have to set this once and it will affect multiple elements. And this is important. We can, change the fall off of the shadow here if we want to. We can, add colors to it, repeat the gradients, do all that sort of designy kind of thing. Actually, probably don't want to add colors to it at all. But we can change this to like a polygon. So instead of a circle, we can have this as an actual shape. So matching the actual lens elements. And that shines all the way through. And we've got, lots of other things that we can do with this shadow element. And this one then reflects, or is a global thing for all of the elements that we're working on. So how would I use this? I've seen what the time is, and I know I need to go a little bit quicker now. So how would we use this in an actual thing? I'm going to go to, let's discard that. I'm going to find another preset. I'm actually going to go with my Zeiss CP3 135. One of my favorite lenses to actually work with. I like this one. Actually, yeah, no, we'll go with this one. This is cool. Very nice little compact lens. And I'm going to add another element. There we go. And I'm just going to position this so it's over the hotspot. And I'm going to give it a color so we can see what it's doing. There we go. I'm going to solo that selection so we can only see what that lens, the flare is doing. Or sorry, what this element is doing. And I'm going to come down into shadow. I'll forget everything else. We don't have time to worry about anything else. I'm going to go to the shadow and I say use the shadow. Now, it doesn't really matter if I use the hotspot or the element, because we've got this position set to 1, so it's going to be the same. So we come in here, it's going to be the same. You can see a little bit of shading happening around about there. So I can change the relative shadow scale. Let's bring that over there somewhere and try and get it so you can actually see it. There we go. And I'm going to invert this shadow. So now we're just going to be getting like a little flare that happens when we get to the edge here. And I could do a lot more with this, but unfortunately, I've been yammering on a little bit too much. So I'm just going to come in here, change the size up a little bit. And we can just see how that's going to work. There we go. So I'm going to hit OK on that. And then something else that's really important to turn on is our edge triggers. I haven't really talked about the edge triggers, but this is really what happens when our flare goes to the edge of the screen. This is definitely not going to be a subtle flare. Luckily, I am known for my not subtle flares. And let's just animate that on a little bit. There we go. Just want to get that so the highlight just doesn't quite hit. The hotspot doesn't quite hit. There we go. Let's take that and fit this into 100%. There we go. So as that plays through, there we go. So we've got just a very subtle movement. It's maybe a little bit too subtle, Ben. Come on. Let's make it so people can actually see it, shall we? There we go. It's not going to be anything that makes any sense anymore. In fact, if we're going to have it so it doesn't make any... Actually, this would make a bit of sense. I'm going to add a bit of atmosphere as well. I'm going to add a bit of flicker. We can do all of this stuff here. We just obviously don't have time to see it all. But the atmosphere adds a kind of like smoky texture to it, which is a great way of kind of breaking the flare up a little bit so it doesn't look like it's just a complete sort of CG flare. And we've got something that looks a little bit like that. So the sort of the takeaway message of this is really, if you want to add, you know, natural life to your shots with Sapphire lens flare, you've got to look at movement, which we deal with the mocha tracking, like how it reacts to position on screen, which we deal with the triggers, how it reacts to the footage. So that's the occlusion and the occlusion triggers, and, you know, starting with flares that look like they were produced by a real lens. And this is, you know, this is what we create. So I'm going to just, you know, while we take some questions, I'm going to play through a few hours worth of work into how I created one of our flares just in the background. But let's head on over to questions while this is playing through.
Not so many specific questions, Ben. I think some people were just, again, talking about different hosts and, you know, does Sapphire lens flares work in Resolve and Fusion? And that's a big yes and yes.
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes, always good. We also want to give a shout out to Larissa, who leads the Sapphire team. Pretty amazing stuff that Larissa is doing. The engineering team, she collaborates with Alan and Brian quite a lot. So just want to say hello to Larissa. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely.
And,
Larissa is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Genius.
And yeah, I just think to reiterate, the cross-host aspect of Sapphire makes it, you know, very, very unique, because, you know, if you're an editor who wants to show a client a certain kind of look when you're editing in Avid, or like Ben was doing in Premiere, but then you're gonna, you know, finish that project with a flame artist or with a nuke artist or a Resolve artist, that the Sapphire effect is that, you know, it runs on all hosts, including Linux, and that's just a really big benefit, is the cross-host support that Sapphire offers.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I think we're all good as far as the forums.
Great.
I was going to say, for editors, also there is a lens flare transition that can use all these presets as well.
Yeah.
Not something that I think is really in heavy use right now as far as lens flare transitions, but there are some transitions that do use the lens flares.
I see a lot of reality TV. Yeah.
Yes. That's it. Cool. I think that went by really quickly. I'm sorry, I've got a lot more to say about lens flares, but obviously time is not on our side.
Right.
We have to give away some prizes. If you haven't joined the competition yet, you need to go to borisfxlive.com right now, and you can enter our competition once a day to win. You know, there's over $40,000 worth of prizes that we're giving away on our virtual IBC. So head on over there now. Full terms and conditions available on the website. So let's find out who our lucky winner is. I'm going to find out at exactly the same time as everyone else. And we have Felix Curani, who has won 12 months of Avid Media Composer. So well done. Congratulations, Felix. And thank you very much, Avid, for sponsoring that prize for us. I think, do we have another winner? We have Anna Rembecca, who has won 12 months of the Boris FX Suite. So well done. That's that. The Boris FX Suite, for those who don't know, is everything that we make. So this is Sapphire, which we just saw the lens flare from, also Continuum, and Silhouette, Mocha Pro, and Optic. So well done. Congratulations to our winners there. I'm going to now hand on over to a new one. We have got our next one is going to be, I can see the official title. It's about green screens, but the official title is Advanced Keying Workflows. Advanced Keying Workshop with Continuum. So we're going to be looking at Primat Studio there with Peter McCauley. So hello, Peter. Are you with us?
I am indeed, sir. How are you, Ben?
You are indeed. I'm very well, thank you very much. And you are in sunny Boston, I see.
I am in sunny Boston. I'm looking outside. Looks like sunny and about 80, I think.
Excellent.
How are things over there,
It's a
Ben?
little. It's the end of Danish summer, so we're raining, and it's freezing. So it's great. This is a truly global virtual IBC. This is obviously one of the things that is always nice about these shows is being able to get everyone together into one place. We can't physically do that at the moment, so this is this is the next best thing. So I can see you've got your waffles on your table, both of you. So that's nice. So we're definitely getting into the Dutch spirit there.
That's right.
Peter and I both have our basses in our background as well. Peter has his bass.
Gotta have that
guitar over on that side. There we go.
That's right.
So
Yep, gotta have it in handy reach in the living room.
Absolutely. So every time there's like a tiny render break, we get to play a little bit on the old guitar.
I was doing the render walk last night, Ben.
Oh, that's it. For those of you who didn't win a prize in the last session, we actually have something that's even better than a prize. It's a 1-week sale where you can save 25% off all of our VFX products. That is Sapphire, Mocha Pro, Continuum, Silhouette, Optics, new licenses, renewals, new subscriptions, bundles. You want it, you can save 25% on it right now. So this is available until Friday, the 11th of September. So use the code at checkout. I've just been told save 25. That's the promo code you want to be using. So you can also see full terms and conditions of that at boriseffects.com. I just want to say thank you very much.
What an amazing deal, Ben.
It absolutely is. Absolutely is. 25% off. And this is the perfect time for it as well.
Totally.
You might actually be able to win something as part of our competition as well. So we are giving away over $40,000 worth of prizes for our virtual IBC, including software and a lovely loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop to one lucky winner. I also want to thank all of our other sponsors we have, including Accusonus, iZotope, ActionVFX, NVIDIA, Adobe, School of Motion, AMD, Avid, SGO, Dell, Foundry, Future Media Concepts, HitFilm, and Vegas Pro. So yeah, absolutely join in the competitions right now. BorisFXLive.com to sign up there. You can also add your voice to the chat there as well, and on our YouTube chat. So as Peter's going to go through a presentation now when we're going to be looking at
Keying and compositing.
Keying and compositing.
Sorry about the funny face. But yeah, it's like we're going to take a look at well, sometimes it is. Now we're going to take a look at some keying and compositing techniques in After Effects today. It could be any host. I'm showing it in After Effects, but it could be any supported host, and that's After Effects Premiere. It could be, Avid Media Composer on the OFX side. Could be Resolve or Nuke or any of these hosts. We support them all. Mac, Windows, doesn't matter. It works just the same.
Absolutely. Yeah, so looking forward to having a little look at that. Get your questions in, everyone. Peter is the product manager of Continuum, so if anyone knows this product, it's going to be him. So this is I was going to say it's a unique opportunity. It's not unique. We do it twice a year. It's an almost unique opportunity to ask your questions to Peter here. So I think without any further ado, I think let's get on and have a little look at it, shall we?
Let's kick it off.
Let's go.
And this can be defined in multiple ways. As you can see here on the left, it's being shown in a 2D diagram. On the right-hand side, though, we see two little images that are 3D in their appearance, right? One's a cone, the other is a cylinder. And these are showing what color would look like if it were in a predefined 3D space. This is really useful because now we can see visual descriptors of what is hue. So that's the area that's going around the top of this cone. And then what is value, that's going from dark to light, bottom to top on the cone. And really importantly for us, going out from the center of the cone to the edge is chroma. So chroma is also referred to sometimes as saturation. They're not exactly the same thing, but they're very similar. So with that, let's go over into the next comp, and we're going to start working with what is called Primat Studio. And Primat Studio, for those that don't already know, is a 3D keyer. And what do I mean by that? Well, it's all going to become very evident in a second when we start working on this shot. So there are essentially two kinds of keyers in this world. There are 2D keyers, and they sample a single color, and that's it. Then you can adjust the density, balance, and lightness around that sampled color. But you can't sample additional colors. You sample one pixel value. And then there is Primat Studio. And Primat Studio can sample many pixel values. So this is why it's a 3D keyer. So let's have a look at what a single color keyer can do. I'm going to enable the BCC chroma key filter, and I'm going to click on the color sampler tool and select green from this shot. And we can see that the green color has indeed been sampled out, and it is now rendered with transparent pixels. So as I mentioned, you can adjust the density, balance, and lightness of this via these controls, and they do some things to help out the key, and really they work for some shots, but for others, no, not really. But the big thing that I'm getting to here is we could only sample that one pixel value of green. So let's turn that off, and here's another example of a single color keyer, which is Key Light, built by the Foundry and published by Adobe. It's included in every seat of After Effects, and you can, again, sample a single color. And then you can adjust the gain of that color, and you can adjust the screen balance. You can see it shifting toward blue or toward red. And then there are other ways to augment this result, such as a clipping tool here, which is essentially a levels control. So you're just leveling back that key. But that's about it. I can't sample any other colors. So let's have a look at Primat. There it is. Let's turn it on. And with Primat, we get this handy toolbar. So let's bring our handy toolbar over to the left of the screen. And there are a couple of things at the top. There's this auto analyze, but I don't want to auto analyze this. I want to manually sample it. So I'll go to manual sample, and I'm going to choose point, and I'm just going to click once like that. And now I've sampled that color with Primat, and this is the result that we get. But what's really cool about this is that I can now add colors to this key. So I'm going to click on clean background, and now with the same point tool selected, I'm going to drag over here. And now you can see I'm just building up this key and getting more colors into it. In fact, if I needed to sample red, I can click here and sample red as well as green. So now you can see why this is a 3D keyer. Yeah. Let's go back into this first chart, and you can see that we're just taking chunks of data out of the color chart here. And I was able to take discrete chunks, so I could take red and green in the last instance that I just showed you. So how cool is that? That's why Primat is so important when you are keying. So let's have a look at some real world examples of Primat and get to using them on some shots. In my next example here, this familiar shot, I started actually with just this raw shot, and I keyed it out. So when I keyed it out, I produced this fine result. Let's drag through. It's just a pre-rendered example that I'm showing you of the comp that I'm actually going to work on for you. And what's the difficult part of this shot? One is it's got a lot of noise. I mean, there's like noise all the way through her tunic there. Just going to confuse the keyer. She's got some very fine hair, like super fine hair strands. And also, she was shot in the studio and then composited against an outdoor shot. So we're going to have to balance the foreground to the background. And we can do all of that inside of a single instance of Primat. So let's go ahead and do that and just apply Primat to the shot. This time I am going to auto-analyze it and let Primat figure out what it thinks is a good starting point for the key. So it sampled a pixel color of green in this shot, the predominant value. And now we're going to have a look at the key. Well, I can see that I've got nice transparency in the background, and the foreground looks fairly opaque, and the color changed a little bit. If I just toggle this on and off, there's the green tunic. It's a little darker, but it looks like a good key, right? Totally wrong. Let's click on matte status, and I can see now that 3 things are jumping out at me. 1, I've got black pixels. 2, I've got gray pixels. 3, I've got white pixels. And what does this mean? Well, the white pixels are fully opaque, and they're going to hold things back. The black pixels there are going to be fully transparent. And then the gray, well, this is pretty much everything from a value of RGB1 to RGB254. And we want to try and reduce some of this, right, to get a cleaner shot, because this is going to cause, there's the print through of the background and the foreground. This is just not a good key at all. It's a good start, but it's not a good key. I'm going to switch from the point tool to the rectangle tool. I'm going to clean the background, and I'm just going to start swiping away swaths of pixels like this. Remember before, I'm just adding more colors to the sample that I picked on the first click. And I'm just swiping these away, getting a nice clean result. Now we'll do the same thing with the clean foreground tool. And let's go and clean up the foreground, get rid of these extraneous pixels that will cause print through of the background. And that looks pretty good to me. So we still have some gray here. This is important because we need transparency on the edges where this fine hair is flying off. Let's have a look at the final matte. Well, that looks pretty nice. And scrub through a little bit. Make sure it's looking good on multiple frames. And this looks super nice. Look at that. What's the composite look like though? I'll click on Final Composite, and there's our result. And this looks really pretty good. A couple of issues. One is that there's some remaining spill. We can see it happening in the background there. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit in this shot and pan down and show you a couple of problems. One is the spill on the side of her face. This is going to be an issue because there's a lot of noise in there. Another is the spill that's coming through on the semi-transparent areas of her hair. And then again at the top of her head. And of great importance is the color of her tunic here. It's green and we want it to stay that way. So let's see if we can get around that. First thing I'm going to do is switch back to the point tool. And if I choose this matte sponge tool right here, which is a real cool spill killer, I'm just going to drag through here, get rid of that spill, and oh, you can see what happened. The tunic was pushed back. I did not want this to happen. So even though I've killed the spill here, I've also killed the color in the front of her, her shirt. So I'm just going to Command Z and undo that. And now I'm going to try this tool here, this spill reducer. So this runs in very fine increments. The first one, this is like a sledgehammer. This one, it's like a fine jeweler's hammer. And I'm just going to go in and start clicking through the same spots in this shot at the top of her hair. Click and drag. So it's doing a snake line sample. Same thing down here. And it's looking much better than it was, but we still have some issues on the side of her face. Now I'm afraid that if I start dragging through that, I'm going to enter a tug of war where I'll be reducing spill, but then I'll be hurting the colors that I want to protect. So instead, I've got another tool in my arsenal, which exclusive to BCC Primat Studio is called Secondary Spill Remover. So all I need to do is enable this, and instantly I've eliminated all spill in the shot. Doesn't that look great? Okay, so now that we've got our key, I've taken care of any spill issues. The last issue that I want to take care of here is balancing the foreground to the background, right? Because we have a studio shot put into an outdoorsy scene, and that really doesn't work. So I'll just click on color correction. Let's open our color correction tool set, and let's add some saturation to this. Maybe boost this up, kind of like that. That looks maybe something like this is good. Nice. And let's just get a little brightness in there and add some contrast to counterbalance the brightness shift. And I think that looks pretty good now. So there's one little step remaining, which is what are we going to do to really make her look like she was kind of shot in the scene? One thing I'm going to do is use the light wrap function. So I'm going to enable light wrap on edge, and Continuum is going to say, hey, I need a background. So I'll go to the background and I'll tell After Effects to give me the background shot that we're compositing against. And let's turn on the light wrap on black view option here from the view section. And we'll zoom in just a little bit and you can see what's happening here. So I'm taking that background and I'm actually wrapping it around the edges of the foreground. I mean, it's a years old, it's an ancient compositing trick, but this ancient compositing trick usually required the creation of a multi-point node and really good compositing knowledge. Filters take the heavy work and the heavy lifting out of that problem for you. So with light wrap on black, let's switch over to Final Composite. And now I have my edge mat all wrapped in. Let's turn it off and back on. And one thing that bothers me about this is the amount of hair loss on the edges. I just want to retain a little bit more than that. So I'm going to into the light wrap edge group. And let's see, I'm going to mix this back with the original at a level of about, say, 50%. And this gives me some light wrap around the edges. It didn't kill off all that lovely hair that we want to see, that nice flyaway hair. And yet we still have a more believable composite as a result of using that feature within the filter. So there's our first instance of compositing, keying and compositing with Primat Studio. Let's now move on to the next shot, and we're going to get into some other options and features in here, including a brand new, yet to be released feature inside of Primat Studio. So I'm going to take this shot and make it look like this. Okay, there's the original. There's our finished composite. So let's take the source shot for the foreground and add Primat to it. And I'll just turn off all the other layers because we don't need to see those right now. Zero interest to us at the moment. Let's click on Primat. There's my toolbar. And again, first thing is auto-analyze the shot, right? And when I click this auto-analyze button, it's going to sample an average area of green from the background, from the predominant green color, and start the key off of that. But before we do that, let's have a look at some of the issues here. We've got tracking markers in the background. I've got an uneven backing key, so it's very light over here. It's darker over here, darker here. There's a lot of noise in this shot too, and that's going to be an issue that we're going to have to contend with. And loads of flyaway hair. You can see all that. We want to retain all of that stuff. There are other problems in the shot too. She's wearing reflective jewelry. This is going to be an issue. Of course, we can attend to that too inside of Primat. So let us begin. Here's our Primat toolbar. I'll just auto-analyze this shot. And again, the first thing I usually do after I analyze is go to matte status, because I know that I'm going to need to work this matte and start like pushing and pulling and deforming the quad color polyhedrons that we're dealing with. I'm just going to get this right just like that. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, when we're working with Primat, we're creating a series of polyhedrons, and each of these polyhedrons controls a different aspect of the key that we're developing. One of them is the transparency in the background. Another is, of course, the opacity of the foreground. Another one is spill, and the other one is non-spill areas. So it makes four little multifaceted models out of the shot that we're working with in 3D and then composites them together to produce this result. Now look at this. You can see there's the reflective jewelry. I can see her eyes are reflecting back. I can fix maybe a little bit of that. I'm going to go to the clean foreground and just pull a few pixels out of that area like that. Just get that nice and solid. The rest of it, I'm going to take care of with a very special tool called Mocha. So let's go and take care of this print through in the foreground. It's actually this reflection, right? So I'm going to use an inside mask shape. I'm going to click here and enable the Mocha mask. There it is. I'll twirl open the inside mask group and click on the Launch Mocha Mask button to enter the Mocha GUI. So here we are, and I'm going to use the Z and the X keys to zoom in and out of the image, and the X to pan across, right? I hold that key down and I can drag on it. Now really what I want to do, my objective here is to hold back that reflective jewelry. So I'll just click on this spline tool. I'm going to create a very rough spline right around here, include our eyes, and get this earring coming down the right hand side, and right click to close that. And let's scrub through to make sure that I'm not missing anything here, because she moves, right? And we can see I need to adjust right here. So I'm just going to marquee select these points and move them as a group. And just drag these across a little bit. And because this auto keyframe is enabled, it's going to animate the mask for me. So there we go. We have our animated mask for the inside section of the key. I'll just close this and choose save. Now we've cleaned up the foreground, fully opaque, looking good. And the background looks pretty clear too. I can see some stragglers in there, and I can take care of that with another Mocha mask very easily. But for the time being, they don't really bother me so much. There's like one or two little peeking out little things. So let's have a look at the final composite at this stage. There it is. Okay, it's looking pretty good. A little bit of spill inside of there. And again, I'll just choose the point tool. I'm going to choose the fine spill control. I'm just going to drag here in the hair a little bit where I can see some spill issues. And that's about what I want to do with that. I'm going to finish it off by adding the secondary spill remover. So I'll just click to enable it, toggle it back and forth. I can see it's doing some work right down here. It's like fixing up some spill which I had missed visually. So now we have a shot which is keyed off and spill corrected. And let's go and scrub through a little bit. Yep, right. We can see it right there. So basically, I'm going to zoom in and show you one of the problems that I'm seeing with the way this shot is right now. Because of the noise in this shot, we're getting some kind of what we call ratty edges, right? And as I scrub through, you can see that doesn't look too nice, and it's not going to composite well. So it's going to create some jumpiness in this shot. So I'm just going to zoom back out a little bit and enable this new feature inside of Primat Studio, which is called Edge Cleaner. I'm just going to turn it on. And we can see immediately that I've softened out the edge of the mat here. And it's a little too much. She's looking just a little too soft on the edge. So I'm just going to go into the tools and adjust this down a little bit. So just take the amount down to say 50. And that seems to be a little better. And there's one other thing that I'm going to do inside of these spill controls, which is switch from complement to a softened background, because I think this will also composite a lot better. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of the filter, and I'm going to tell After Effects to use the castle as the background. And now we're talking. I've got some nice edges here. I've kept some fine hair, and I'm not getting that buzzing around the edge of the hair, which I would have had I not used the edge cleaner feature inside of Primat. So that's all very nice. Now let's have a look at it on the background. And there it is. And so we've got this nice kind of Gothic inspired sepia colored background in the foreground. It's kind of like Gothic looking in the shot, right? But not the colors. So I just want to reduce these colors a little bit to make them fit in the scene. I'll just drop this down in the stack. So we're actually working with the clip that we've keyed off, and I'm going to turn on my adjustment layers, because on my adjustment layers, I've actually added a couple of different continuum filters. Well, a few. I've got a vignette, two-strip color, fast film process, and a fast film glow, and an instance of AE's curves to try to tone this down and get a better match. So there's the vignette. Here's the two-strip color. Just plumps the colors up a little bit. There's the fast film process. All right, so that really like kind of blends things together a lot better. And this fast film glow just to glow out the background. Now I'm going to switch over to the one I was working on earlier, which is this, because there were two other pieces that I added in here. One was the colorized glow, the other is the correct selected color. And I added in these to the shot just to give it a little bit of modeling, a little bit of shape. So the colorized glow, let's show you before and after. There's the before and there's the after. So just glowing the inside of this shot kind of helped give it some modeling. And this corrected selected color filter, I thought the red was just a little bit too bright down there in her tunic. So I sampled it using the color sampler here. And this creates a matte. And then I went in and I reduced the saturation just a little bit. But watch the effect. On, off. A little too bright, really noticeable. Toned down a little bit, but still red. So that's a nice little feature and correct selected color. Anyway, there's our lovely keyed off shot using Primat Studio. So let's move on and we'll have a look at some additional problems that can easily be solved by Primat Studio. Here's another instance where I was using, let me turn Primat on, I've already keyed this out. Another instance where I was using the new edge cleaner control to try and help with the edge of this person's hair. So I'm going to turn the secondary spill on. Just, get rid of any excessive spill there. Let's turn the edge cleaner off. You can see there's the proper key. This is a good key. And if I turn edge cleaner back on, you'll notice this is an even better key. Off, on. I've got all this fine hair, I've got good transparency, and very importantly, because this is a temporal-based filter, temporal smoothing enabled, no buzzing. So great new feature inside of Primat. Let's continue on and have a look at a couple of other shots. This one is of particular interest. This is a difficult blue screen shot, I called it. And why is this difficult? Well, number one, have a look up here. There's no even screen to key off of, but Primat, with Primat, I was able to sample off these colors just like I showed you before. So sampling multiple colors in this 3D keyer to produce this transparency I needed in this background. That's one. But in addition to that, I mentioned noise as an issue earlier. Check this out. This is some pretty rough noise. And what happens with this, I'm going to show you a nice technique. What happens with this is that it starts breaking up. And it looks really super ratty and not good at all. So there it is with the background. And there is the clip that we are going to work with. Let me just turn this off and I'll show you the composite that I created using Primat. Look at that, super sharp. Zoom back out to 100%. Looks beautiful. Let's zoom back in again. There you can see the nice clean key that I got. And I got this because I used a variety of different techniques to reduce noise while still retaining sharpness in the foreground. So, when you reduce noise or you blur something, typically you start losing details. Like I would lose details in this woman's face or this man's hair, or the wood grain and the table that's in front of them. All this stuff would become softened. That ruins the shot, of course, right? We want this to remain sharp. So how do we keep it sharp and still get a good key at the same time? Well, you can do that by doing what I did, which is render out a Luma matte. So I was able to render out this matte on the fly using Primat by setting it not to composite, but to show the final matte. And then I pulled this in using track matte here of the Luma matte from this shot onto the original source. So actually, let's have a look at this. I'm going to switch this off from final matte to final composite so that you can see for yourself what this looks like and what I'm talking about. Notice up here, I've got a three-way color grade filter and I've got a noise reduction as preprocessors to Primat. Let's turn them both off. Primat as well. So there's our original source. I had this three-way color key just to brighten things up, give Primat a better chance at producing a good matte with this dark shot. Noise reduction. So I use the BCC noise reduction filter on that. And what happens there? we start losing some of the very important bits of detail that we needed. I mean, it's not a killer, it doesn't destroy it, but me being who I am, I wanted this to look as best as it possibly could. So now let's add Primat. And I won't walk you through the keying this out. It's the same thing I did in the last shots. But instead of that, let's have a look at what Primat was able to do with this. So there's my Primat Studio result. And you can see, unfortunately, even though I've got a nice smooth edge here, right, I've lost detail in the talent's face. And that is not good. So again, I just switched from final composite in the filter to creating a final matte from the filter. And then let's just turn that off. There's the shot that is using this is the source that's using the shot that we just created as a track matte. And there's our final result. A really nice key developed using an interesting technique with an amazingly powerful 3D keyer. Let's keep moving down and we'll have a look at some other things where Primat is going to produce us a very nice result, which would be very difficult with other 2D keying solutions. So taking a look at this shot, our first thought is, well, gosh, that must be easy. It's a really bright screen. Well, there are multiple problems with this. One, it's uneven, right? Over here, it's kind of light. Over here, it's darker. Two, the lighting is such that it could be very difficult for Primat to distinguish, or any other keyer for that instance, to distinguish between her hair and this background, which is close to her hair. But Primat, did a really decent job on this. And for instance, let's just build it up. I'll drop an instance of Primat onto our foreground. I'll let it auto-analyze. And by the way, this is a 4K clip that we're working with. And after you auto-analyze with something that has such bright chromacity as the shot that I'm working with right now, this is typically what happens because there's so much spill on the shot. We don't see it because our eyes trick us. But there is so much spill on the shot that Primat overcorrects and it gives it this warm appearance. We can tune that, of course, using spill. And just to show you what I mean by that, I'll just grab the spill replace amount and I'll just drag this down to 0. And now you see there's the keyed shot with no spill correction at all. So we want some spill correction, but not everything. I typically push this up to 50 or 70 or something like that. And that produces a decent result, even though she's has a pink wash, but we'll take care of that. So again, first things first, matte status, and start cleaning this up. So rectangle, clean background, and start scrubbing through and bending and deforming this 3D model of color that we are working with. There's the background taken care of, and let's go and clean the foreground. And I'll just drag these pixels on our arm and include those. And this, I think, is supposed to be transparent. Let's little spot there. Let's move into the hair just a little bit. That looks pretty good. And let's zoom up and pan over and have a look at the final composite. And oh no, she has green hair. Well, we know how to fix that, right? So just go to the point tool and go to the spill control here. And I can start just gently clicking away on this and reducing spill on the shot. Patience is key. If you take your time to do this right, you won't have to do it twice. So there's a couple of clicks on that, and I think that should give me enough transparency in the spill area for me to go ahead and enable the secondary spill remover, which then took care of the rest of it for me. Isn't that great? I just love that tool. And let's see, on this shot, let me go back to where I was working on it. There we go. And on this shot, we are going to first switch this background to softened background. And now I'm going to go in and set the background to be this landscape shot. That took care of that problem, and does not look great. Truly amazing. So we've taken care of the spill. We've added the background, and And she's got like nice fine hair. Everything seems to be working out. A little bit of color correction there will bring her back in line with the rest of the shot. In fact, I'm just going to drag this underneath and show you some toning changes that I made to this. And it's just a little too much, of course. So we'll just go in and mix this back with the original, say about 30 or 40%, maybe a little bit more. There we go. And some fun stuff with some fast film process and curves controls to make this a little bit more of an interesting shot. Let's turn it off and then back on again. So I just added some contrast and color to that, just using a couple of cool filters. So we've looked at some really interesting ways to work on keys, but there's this one last little key that we might need to work on. So this shot, okay, there's the rendered result. This is scrubbed through. You can see it looks pretty decent. Yep. Nice fine hair in there. Everything looks good. And what did this look like? Well, if I turn the filter off, it looks like that. I kid you not. This is a gray screen. So I just, I thought I'd try this out and look at that. Isn't that fantastic? And you may think, oh, Dell, you probably tuned that up. Nope, let's do it live. So I'll just grab Primat. And on this one, we are not going to auto-analyze. And why not? Because there's no chroma. So I'll just choose point, and I'll choose, let's see, set manual sample. I click there, and that's a good start for the key. Even though if we look at matte status, we can see there isn't really much of a key to work with yet. So let's go and clean the background, and I'll start carving away pixels in here. Boom, boom. Look at that. I just want to push them away from the foreground. I'm not too worried about this stuff in the back. Drag this down. And let's have a look at the foreground. Let's clean the foreground just a little bit and have a look at the final composite. And yuck. Okay, so this needs advanced tools. I'm just going to twirl down to the advanced controls, and I'm going to enable the hybrid. And when I enable the hybrid option, of course, the foreground was destroyed. So let's go and clean the foreground, choose the rectangle, and let's go and just clean that up. I'll have a look at matte status while I'm doing that. That would be the wise thing to do, right? And let's see, maybe take care of that, this, and have a look at our final composite. And what do you know? Look at that. A thing of beauty. So we've got this wonderful matte from a gray screen. I just saved this shot practically from the cutting room floor. And you may be thinking, well, what about all the stuff on the outside? Well, that's why we included Mocha, right? So I would go in and choose an outside mask shape. For instance, let's just go and quickly show you outside mask, launch Mocha. And again, Z to zoom back out. And I'll just go and create, say, a rough shape with one of these tools. I like this one. X spline right around our foreground, come back down. And obviously, to finish this out, I would track this in using the award-winning tracker inside of Mocha. But I'll just save this for now and switch this from outside to an inverted outside. And look at that, a finished shot in very short order, which I would say many seasoned professionals would have struggled a lot with that. Anyway, that's what I wanted to show you today. So the beauty of Primat Studio and the fact that it is a 3D keyer, not a single color keyer, and that it has all these built-in tools like Mocha for foreground and background masking, edge cleaning, light wrap, spill correction, secondary spill correction, and the list goes on. You saw me using the advanced tool here with the hybrid. So that's about what I have to show you for today about Primat Studio. There are plenty of tutorials available on our website at borisfx.com, all free, and some really cool stuff in there. So that's about it for now. Thanks for watching, folks, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Wow, that was really, really amazing, Peter. That last shot. That's
a killer, isn't it?
Yeah. You should have seen the smile that came on my face when
Nice.
when you were able to pull that live. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
Great stuff.
yeah,
Thank you,
really,
guys.
really
Yeah,
good.
that's just tremendous. I've been working with Primat for years now, since we brought it into Continuum, and even still, with all the knowledge that I have on Primat, the keying knowledge I have with single color keyers, both our stuff and others, I'm still amazed every day when I start working with that, especially with the gray screen, right? I mean, could you imagine that?
Yeah, that was
Really gives you a lot of
completely unbelievable.
It really gives the artist a lot of latitude and confidence, knowing that you can pull a key on poorly lit keys, knowing that you can handle the transparencies and the smoke kind of shots that back in the old day, you know, for me anyways, when I was working as a compositor, you know, you could really spend a full day on one shot, depending on, you know, the quality of the key, right? So it's a really nice demonstration you showed.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, a tool that everybody should have Primat in there. I mean, you saw it, how we can just like use a 3D keyer to key multiple colors, not just a single pixel, and that onto itself is amazing. But then on top of that, the integrated garbage masking for both the inside and the outside is unprecedented. I mean, nobody else has this feature with built-in, like, an award-winning planar tracking application built into the keyer. I mean, amazing.
Yeah, it's cool, and especially systems that don't have the tracking built in, you know, like for an Avid editor or Premiere editor to be able to pull, you know, multiple masks on a key, you know, in one effect without having to stack. That's a real benefit. It might be worth also mentioning for those who are watching that Primat's actually available on its own. You know, if you're a Sapphire user and, you know, you don't have Continuum but you want to add Primat, you can purchase Primat on its own if you don't want to go for the whole suite. So yeah, all our products are now available in different options. And we also, just to mention, you know, when COVID hit, we did decide to offer monthly subscriptions for those who don't know. So that's just another great affordable way if you need these tools to bring these tools into your kit.
Yeah, totally, Ross. I mean, you can buy the premium filter. You could buy, you know, a group of keying filters if you wanted more than just Primat. You know, we have other filters in there like Make Alpha and other ways to augment a key using the multiple effects in the keying suite. And then there's the whole product, right? I mean, nowadays, I think a lot of people, given the inexpensive cost of subscription to this product, it should be a no-brainer. I mean, it's like, what, dollars a day?
Yeah, that's right. Subscription makes things very affordable, and certainly, you know, with the monthly subscription, I mean, it's super affordable. You just bring it in for a project. Of course, we want you to continue that subscription, but even if you had just, you know, one shot or one project that you really need this, or you need to scale up very quickly, you know, it's very flexible in that sense.
Right. Yep. Ben, that shot, I actually got one of those shots from Ben, the truth be told, that second to last shot with a super bright shot. And I saw that first when you gave that to me, and you thought, oh, hey, maybe you'd want to use this in your presentation. I'm looking at it like, oh, it looks great. You know, it's a pleasant looking shot. It seems well lit. So let's give it a go. And drop Primat on it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to work this.
Yep.
But it was good.
That
it worked out really well.
Yeah. When I did the same shot as well, and that's because it's one that's so deceptive, and that's something that I find quite a lot, is that you have these shots that look like they should key really, really nicely and really, really easily. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, that's, you know, pretty evenly lit. I think we can get away with that. And then you actually take it into the into your edit, and you start to work with it, and you realize that it's actually a lot tougher than you think it's going to be. And that one had something that I don't think you mentioned this point enough, actually, is that it was quite a heavily compressed shot. And we were still able to get, or you were still able to get that result off of you know, something that was really quite compressed.
Yep.
You know, because not everyone has like a you know, camera that's shooting raw all the time. It's compressed green screens are you know, a fact of everyday life.
Sure. And that's like why I really wanted to like use this shot to show one of the new features inside of Primat for 2021, and that's that edge cleaner option, which is brand new. I mean, it's still not released. You're getting a sneak peek into our future technologies and what will be released when this comes out in October. And and if anybody's watching, they're thinking, oh gosh, why would I buy now? Well, you buy now and you get this for free, right? That's the thing. So go for the deal today, and not only will you get the deal on what you would purchase on the retail store today, but you also get that brand new version with the edge cleaner option, which is tremendous. I mean, you saw how important it is and how I could like smooth out the edges of the hair, not just like on a single frame, but also temporarily. So across time, it reduces that noise, that jittery jag that we see that can be really annoying, and a dead giveaway, and like much more photorealistic composites with this new feature.
Yeah, because it's those sort of things that kind of really give the game away, where you've got like clumps of hair that just turn into these weird spider legs. That's the sort of thing you just go, no. And that used to be commonplace because there wouldn't be the tools that you could use that would be able to do that sort of job in a nice amount of time, especially for editorial, where you're really trying to push through a lot of stuff in a very, very short amount of time. And that's where I think edge cleaner and Primat Studio in general is giving you a huge amount of advantage there.
It really is, and some people say, well, gosh, how do you think up these things? How did you think up an edge cleaner? Or how did you think to like integrate this mocha masking into this great filter? Well, it comes down to feedback from users. It comes down to sitting with people. It comes down to experience and working with the project. I mean, all of us have been, compositing and in this field for decades, and with that, we come to the table with these ideas of problems that we encountered when we were doing this live. And at least, I can certainly speak for myself, and that is the case. And so that combined with like great beta testing, and I want to reiterate that because we get some great ideas from the folks that help us on our beta programs. And with that, I mentioned it already in the chat, but I'd like to mention it here again. We would love to invite anybody to come into our beta program. So if you're out there and you're thinking, gosh, I have some ideas about like keying and how I can improve that, or any of the other like 250 plus filters in Continuum, or ditto for Sapphire, or for Mocha Pro, or for Silhouette, or Optics, all the products that we have. We run beta programs constantly on these things. We're always looking for intelligent people that can come in and help us define and refine the products that everybody will benefit. And so if you are interested in that, you can contact any one of us here, and we can all like help bring you into the program. Just a matter of like a little sign up, and that's pretty much it. And you get to help us develop products for you.
Yeah, that's really important to note, is that it is a very much a sort of two-way street between users and Boris FX as developers. A lot of this stuff, it doesn't just get created in a vacuum. It comes from people specifying a need and then trying to work on solutions to sort of fulfill that need there.
And speaking of working on solutions, I'm sorry, Russ.
No, I was going to just agree with what you guys are saying, and I think it's important to all of us at Boris FX that as a company that's developing software, we're not making tools that tell you, the user, exactly how you have to use it. And it's very, very important that we work closely with our customers. You're asking us to help you solve problems, and we're looking for the most efficient way to solve those problems. And that's where products like Primat or Mocha, it's really about reducing the amount of manual work you have to put into a task. Brian right now is showing the forums online where you could sort of see this is the Continuum forum, and there's a forum for every product here on our site. So you just go under the support menu at borisfx.com and you'll find our forums.
And something else I'd like to, thanks for mentioning that. And something else I'd like to mention is that in addition to having this great knowledge for what we want in the product, we also have some amazing minds that are at work behind the scenes in our engineering group to produce these products for us. For instance, the guy that that really spent a lot of time working on Primat Studio, he's actually an astrophysicist. It's amazing. His name is Jason Clement, and maybe we'll see him a little later, but he's just a brilliant mind, the most down-to-earth guy you would ever meet in your life. And you meet the guy and you think, oh yeah, nice guy, have a chat, like easy conversation. And you figure out the depth of his knowledge and what he's able to do with his mind. That it's just absolutely astounding. I mean, an astrophysicist.
Yeah. No, it's amazing, really. I think if we look a little bit back, because I've got a few questions that we need to talk about as well, though. I had a huge list of questions as you were going through the presentation. I was just going, oh, you answered that one. You answered that one. Oh, you answered that one.
Sorry.
No, it's perfect. It makes my job a lot easier. One of the things that you were going through is that a lot of the shots that you were looking at were pretty challenging. But how does Primat Studio start to save time on shots that that aren't as challenging, but you need to push through anyway? Where does it fit in there?
Well, you mean like previs, or actually like knocking out like final mats?
Actually, knocking out final, like a number of different final shots
right.
in a day.
Right. Well, what I've seen is just there's 3 quick steps that you can do to produce a key in under a minute with pretty much most shots. I mean, you saw some very difficult shots, but I didn't want to show those just because, to show off the power of Primat and the tool set in there. But for like the easy shots, really, you click auto analyze, you switch to matte status, clean the background, clean the foreground, next.
Yep.
Quick and easy.
And
that's been my experience on many shots. As like Peter's saying, you just drop it on, a couple little clicks, and you're good to go. Not really much playing around or much hassle, and that interface is just so simple. Very nicely designed.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, the toolbar was designed top down to walk you through the generation of the key, and so it's And another thing we thought of, like when we were developing it, was, well, this big spill remover button and this little spill remover button, and they're totally different tools. I mean, the big spill button, I mean, you click it and you saw what happened. I mean, it's just like taking a sledgehammer to the key, and sometimes you need that, but most of the times you don't. And so that's why that smaller button was made smaller physically, so that you see it and go, oh, this must be a smaller level of spill, and it is. And it's just a way to fine tune. You saw I was able to click through and drag and drag and drag and like slowly work on the key. And I mean, I think that's one of the big things that we have to remember here is that patience is key in all of this stuff. I mean, obviously we want to knock stuff out as quickly as possible, but just spending that extra minute thinking about it and thinking, what can I do to improve this shot? It pans out in the end. It really makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with that in mind, where do you like denoising? How important is denoising a shot before you take it into Primat Studio?
That's a great question, Ben. It actually can be of the utmost importance. So there's a little denoiser in there. It's down at the bottom in the advanced controls, and from my perspective, I don't really use it that much. I think it's a bit rough. I'm not a huge fan of it. So instead, if I've got an ultra noisy shot, like 422, 421, something like that, where like there's a lot of compression, or some low light shot where we're getting some of that low light noise creeping in and that we have to deal with, well, I'll use the technique that I employed on, I think it was the third to last shot there, the fourth to last shot, where what I'm doing is I'm actually going to create a matte. I'm not going to create a composite with Primat. So instead, what I would do is I'd pre-treat it. So I'm going to pre-blur or apply some noise reduction tools to reduce or suppress as much noise as possible in that shot. And I'm not concerned about like the sharpness or the detail of the figures or people's faces or any other aspect of the shot. All I'm concerned about are the edges and the key and getting that down as smooth as possible. So to do something like that, I'll use noise reduction, or I'll blur it. I'll do whatever I need to do to get a smoother edge. Then I'll key it, and then I'll just set it to produce a final matte instead of a final composite, and then I'll use a track matte to key off the shot below it. So there are loads of techniques, but that's just, probably the one I would use the most.
Yeah, in fact, I was actually really, really happy when you showed that technique, because that always used to be a mainstay, because the keyers weren't as good as as they are now. Probably we didn't have Primat Studio 10, 15 years ago. We would
right.
have to kind of do all these other little fun little tricks just to try to get passable key. But seeing you do that, and then showing how the sort of the newer generational tool is doing that, and you can still use that technique, it warmed my cockles a little bit. It's probably also it made me just while I think about it, things like the edge cleaner and the secondary spill suppression are available as separate keyers. Separate filters for just that reason. That's again important to mention. Like all of this technology that's gone into the Continuum Primat Studio, it's not just found within that one plugin. It's actually its own separate thing. So you can use those in your sort of other keying workflow. The ones that you're more sort of traditionally happy with.
Yeah, or even like opening up a legacy project. So let's say you worked on something last year when you didn't have Primat, you had like a decent key out of it, and you got to reuse the shots, or you just want to revisit that. You look into it and you think, oh well, I used a single color keyer on this, and it looks okay but not great. Well, you can reach into your keying toolkit and drop any one of the other keying filters from that unit and augment the shot. So for instance, if and when we come out with the edge cleaner, you'll be able to augment shots with the edge cleaner, even though you may not have keyed them out with Primat. So it's very easy to be able to like mix and match filters in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was just one last question. I've seen what the time is. I think Ross had something else as well.
I think we had jumped.
Yeah, sure, Ben. There was just a chat, something coming in off the chat asking about the support in UNS, what we call the upgrade and support plan. And, some people have, over the years, have questions. Some people don't like subscriptions. They want to actually own the product and buy a license. And we have something we call the UNS plan, which you can buy any of our products, and then we have a yearly plan which we call the UNS plan, upgrade and support. And as long as you stay current, then you're always going to get the newest release. And we've actually switched in the last year to we're releasing multiple major releases a year. So in this last year, obviously we came out with the 2020 releases last fall. We came out with a 2020.5 releases for all products, and these are not just maintenance releases. These were big releases with very huge features, and we'll be coming out with 2021 for all the products. So if you do own a license of any of our products, I would encourage you guys to look at keeping that UNS plan current, and then you just don't really have to worry about it. You own the software. You can do whatever you want with it. We're not going to take it away from you as far as the subscription kind of difference, but it's a great way to work and make sure that you're always getting new features. And for those on the other side who purely just want to rent or have that subscription kind of plan, we now have subscriptions for annual and for monthly for all products.
Yep, and that's probably a great time to plug the sale that we have going on at the moment. 25% off of everything. That includes new licenses, upgrades, and subscriptions, whether that's just on a single product or on the bundles as well. You can get full terms and conditions about that on the Boris FX website. But this is a 1 week only sale. In fact, it ends on Friday. So Friday, the 11th of September. 25% off of everything, and I think during the stream you'll probably see a little pop-up which has the code on there for you, but again, all on the borisfx.com website. Thanks so much, Peter. I think we're going to have to go to my favorite bit of the show, which is actually giving out people prizes. So everyone likes winning stuff, so let's see who has won our next prize, which is going to be a copy of Vegas Pro, full license of Vegas Pro 18. Very, very nice. That is Gautam Mati. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you. You have won a permanent license for Vegas Pro 18. And congratulations to Darina Dawley. You have won a 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite. So that is everything that Boris FX makes, including Continuum with the Primat that we saw today, Sapphire, Mocha Pro, Silhouette, and Optics. So well done, Darina. Congratulations on that prize there. And I just want to say thanks one more time to Peter. That was an absolutely fantastic presentation. I had tons more questions, but unfortunately, the sands of time have run out.
Yes, indeed. Well, it was my pleasure. I'm very grateful to be able to present for you guys today. It was like it's fun. I love doing this.
It's lovely. It's great seeing the new stuff that's coming along as well. It's this is the best thing that I like about these shows, is actually being able to show people the things that we've been working on, behind the scenes. It's like the first public demonstration of a lot of these new features, and it's always great to hear what people are thinking about them. And the feedback in the chat has been very, very positive. So thank you very much for now. And thank you very much for everyone in the chat as well. So if you do want to join in the conversation, then head over to borisfxlive.com, where you can have a look at the chat there. You can also join us on the YouTube chat as well if you fancy doing that, if you're on YouTube. We are going to move on now to our next presentation, which is going to be Ross. Ross is going to stay with us, and we are going to be looking at optics. So optics is the one of our new products that's been released in the last month, I do believe, which is something that's been a bit of a departure for us, because normally Boris FX has been about creating tools for film and TV and stuff that moves. Optics is an application that is looking at stills. So we've got people who are going to be able to explain that in a much greater detail for me as well, because not only do we have Ross here, we also have Marco Paolini. Hello, Marco. Marco is the product manager for optics, so he'll be able to give you a much better rundown about what optics is. So great to see you, Marco. And tell me a bit more about optics.
Well, optics, originally the idea in developing optics was to have a program that emulated or simulated optical camera filters. In addition, there's a number of lighting effects, lens flares. We try and simulate optical lab processes. There's a lot of color correction. So it's really a Swiss Army knife of different tools. And previously it was known as DFT, from Digital Film Tools. But the really big change with optics is that out of the 160 filters that are included, there's 75 Sapphire filters. So for the first time, Sapphire filters are available as a Photoshop Lightroom plugin, as well as a standalone. So the exact same plugins that you'd see in Sapphire, they're available as well. So we've kind of cherry-picked what we thought would be good for the Photoshop market. And, this is a start for us. We have a lot of really neat plans moving forward. And it's really exciting to have gotten that out. And, I'd love to hear what users think about it.
Fantastic. And we have Ross Shane, who has been a little, voice in a box for most of the stream now. He's going to actually be taking us through optics as visual effects for photographers. So Ross, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you guys see my screen?
Absolutely. Yeah. Looks
okay.
We
Great.
can see something. Hang on a second. We can't see. Can we see your screen? We can see someone's screen.
I'm showing you the Boris FX optics page right now.
Then we can absolutely see your screen.
Okay, excellent. I thought I would just kick it off with the page itself. It'll be fun to show you guys optics. Ben showed a little bit of the optics inside of Photoshop yesterday with thinking about color correction, and I'm going to sort of take it from a slightly different perspective. But I just want to show you here, I'm on the Boris FX web page, and this is the optics page. And, as Marco and Ben have already mentioned, optics it's supporting Photoshop, Lightroom, but it also comes with a standalone application, which is really nice. I know a lot of editors might be working in a facility which might not have Creative Cloud on their system. And, every editor, every VFX artist, there's always need for editing photos, whether it's color correction or touching up or just for look development. I personally use Photoshop all the time, so it's really nice to have that standalone option. I also wanted to mention here that in the website, there are 160 different filters, and you have an image gallery here, and these are the different kinds of filter types, categories, so color, diffusion and blurs, film lab, etc. I'm going to get into this, but I just wanted to point out that, if you're just browsing on the web, you want to check out if optics has a particular effect. Here's the light effects, for example, and I can look at all the different light effects quite a lot. There's the Sapphire light leak that's actually included, and you'll see that there is like a little before and after slider. There's some nice information about every effect. And there's also great documentation for this, for optics as well that Marco wrote. So just kind of wanted to show you that's where you find information about optics on the website. So I'm going to jump over to Photoshop. And here in Photoshop, I'm going to show you a couple different examples. I'm going to show you something like this, which happens to be a singer, rock and roll singer here, and we're going to use a little bit of optics to create some look development, kind of lighting and different stylization kind of looks. We'll also look at a little bit of, film noir kind of color correction, get into some more like lighting and rendering kind of effects. I'm also going to show you how I kind of might use optics for storyboarding. If I'm working with clients, earlier in my career, I used to work as a motion graphics artist, working with a lot of broadcast promos and show opens in New York City, and I would use Photoshop just to get looks and storyboard out a shot, or a title sequence. So rather than actually going into a flame session or After Effects, I might just kind of do quick mock-ups with stills, which is just a great way to work when you just want to present some creative ideas to your client. So I'll talk a little bit about how you can just use optics really, really quickly. Let's start with our first example. And I'm running inside of Adobe Photoshop, just to also mention, Lightroom, we can run in Lightroom or the standalone. The first thing that I'm going to do is on my layer here is I'm going to convert this to a smart object. Another thing that you could do is under filters, convert for smart filters. Essentially, by doing this, now I'm going to be able to use optics in a non-destructive way, which is going to be great. So that means that, I can make changes to my effect as a plugin and come back and relaunch that plugin at any time. So under filters, we have, it's really exciting for us. Boris FX has never had a Photoshop plugin before. So now we have a Boris FX Optics. So we're going to launch that, and you're going to see the interface here. The very first time you launch Optics, it's going to bring up the last thing that you did. So I'm just going to reset it. And this is sort of like the default view here. And I'm just going to walk you through the interface a little bit, because it's a very simple and I just love the interface, because it just allows you to be really creative. This is the shot that I'm working on, and you have a layer system over here on the right. Up above, you have your simple viewer, so I can zoom in and out. Of course, you could use your I and your O key, your F key to reset that. F4 is a nice one just to go to full screen. Go back to F2. Hold down the space bar just to pan around on your shot. We'll talk more about these like little comparison filter views in a second. So down here we have different tabs, and each of these tabs are categories for different effects. You have color correction, diffusions and blurs. You have the film lab, gradients and tints, image effects, lens effects, light effects. You'll see a lot of the Sapphire effects are inside of this category. Render effects, which are, kind of cool things like lightning or clouds, or adding a brand new element instead of a stock element, which gives you a lot more ability to edit that. You also have stylization, and you also have custom favorites that you can create your own list of favorites. Now, Ben went into a lot of very specific details about color correction, so I'm not going to go yesterday, which in that session will be online. So I'm not going to go too far into the color correction, but just essentially just click on a filter. So here's a black and white filter, and over here on the right-hand side of my screen are the presets. So I can click on any of these save presets, or right under here you switch to your parameters, and you have your parameters there. So let's look at our color correction effect. This is kind of a very standard, it's nice for those of us who are coming from video. It's a very, it's laid out like a colorist would use, where you have your master color correction, you have your shadow parameters, you have your highlight parameters here. And let's just switch over to our parameters here. And built into the color correction we're already splitting out the ranges there, and you can affect the ranges of those in the tabs as well. In the presets for this color correction, it's really fun. You have tons and tons of great presets, and I like this that Marco and the team, they've basically have emulated different famous color correction looks, color grades from famous films. This happens to be Alien. You can see it has a little bit of a green tint there, or Apocalypse Now, Ben-Hur, black and white. It's really fun, just a way to quickly get started. And if you apply a color correction, you can simply switch between your split view there, or you can bring up a little comparison before and after. Quite simple like that. You can take snapshots, all kinds of cool stuff. So lots of great tools for color correction. And as we go through the different kinds of color correction you have in the system, different artists like to color correct in different ways. The color correct parameters have lots and lots of different controls. Again, mentioning the gamma, contrast, hue, etc. Lots of controls. But we also have different ways to simplify this. We have a simple curve editor. Some editors would much rather use curves to kind of play with a gamma curve here. We have a develop, which is kind of neat. It really simplifies it to basically just your temperature, your color temperature. I like to kind of crank up the vibrance a little bit, contrast, brightness, and you can see just how reactive the software is for color correction. I'm not going to go through all the different color tabs here, but a nice one that I like to use is Kelvin, and you can look at the parameters, and I really like the way this is laid out, because you're kind of just going from like warm and just kind of click through. You start getting cooler, 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 all the way to way cool. But you get the idea. Different ways to do color correction is all here. You can match color correction. You have different, selective color correction, and that's all. Whether you're going for a look or just kind of getting the white balance and the tone all set, that's all there. So what I'll do is maybe just go back to that Kelvin and just make this just a little bit. Yeah, maybe just warm it up just a little bit. Okay, so now that I like that, I'm going to kind of.
Ross, while you're doing
go ahead,
that, I just think it's worth mentioning that the parameters that Ross has been showing, it's very modular. So when you're working with, say, the color correct, that color correct module is included, say, for instance, in film stocks, and the different glow modules, they're all sprinkled throughout the various filters in the set. So once you kind of get the idea of how they work in one of the filters, it's all applicable towards the others. So it again, there's a lot of building block of different filters.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of that. And Ben had a really nice way to think of making the recipe for color correction is first, getting everything balanced really right with the color tab, then maybe going to another tab. We'll skip blurs for now. We'll come back to that. But maybe I'll go into the gradients and tints, because you have some nice controls here for doing like a sort of a secondary pass of color correction. For example, here's a a colorized gradient where it's breaking up the shot into these 3 different gradients, and you'll see the different presets here, or a dual gradient, which is essentially just as simple as, you know, bleeding between these different colors, and, you know, I could obviously change these colors and change where the gradient is as well. And as Marco is saying, you know, some of these effects actually have quite a lot of controls in here. So I'm going to go to the film lab, because instead of, you know, using this dual gradient, maybe I'm going to go to my looks here, and here you're going to see a huge amount of presets, you know, some really beautiful presets, which are categorized black and white, color looks, etc. Right? So, you know, if I want to look at all the black and white looks, you know, I could look at something like the classic look, and then you'll see in the parameter system, like Marco is saying, you know, there's the color correction parameters, there's the diffusion, there's the color gradient. So essentially you can sort of think of some of these effects in optics are just sort of like Uber effects, where many of the parameter systems are all combined together into one nice effect here. So let's go back, and let's just kind of, I'll go back to that Kelvin and just kind of go back to where we were. What I want to do is kind of like make a new layer and continue working here. So I'm just going to click in our layers. I can make a new layer, and now I'm basically have added a second layer where I can continue to work. Let's look at our blurs and say I want to blur the background of this shot. So now I'm obviously blurring in very reactive. Hopefully you guys can see that in the stream, just how fast it is no matter what resolution you're working at. And you do have the ability in optics to work at different resolutions, because, you know, optics is fully resolution independent, and you can work at floating bit depth. So there are times, you know, if you're really stacking up a lot of effects, you might want to work in a proxy mode, especially if you're streaming online. But here I've just added a blur, right? And within optics, every layer has mats. So I could add a gradient mask. I could add a spot mask here, just like a colorist kind of has garbage masks. I could invert that mask, start playing with where the effect is actually happening. You can soften the edges, you know, sort of feather the edges of the mask, that kind of thing. So lots of masking in here. But what I really like is this feature called Easy Mask, which is really cool. So we're going to touch on Easy Mask, and then I get like a little, let's zoom in a little bit, a little brush. So what I'm going to do is tell Optics, the Easy Mask here, that we want to mask out the foreground here. Let's make this a little bigger, just do a kind of a rough mask. You don't have to be very precise. You can, there's a fill brush, there's all kinds of different ways to do this, but we'll just do it quick here like this. And then I'm going to do my outer mask. And you don't, again, you don't really have to be very precise. I'm just telling the software that this is the outer mask. And let's maybe get a little bit of his arm there. And then we're just going to process this right here. And when you do that, basically the Easy Mask is going to generate a mask on its own. And very quickly, you know, we can get a very nice mask. Tweak this. Let's just process that again. Okay, now if we look at our shot, let's turn off the mask. Well, oops, I'm blurring the inner side, not the outer of my shape, but that's very simple just to swap that. So now we're essentially blurring the background and not the foreground. Now I really love this kind of feature, this Easy Mask. You know, it has a lot of nice controls for feathered edges and things like that. Let's see, what I'm going to do now is kind of go in and add another effect. Now instead of blurring the background, I thought I would just kind of play around with a little bit of stylization. So what I mean by that is, you know, sometimes you just want to kind of take it up a notch. There's lots and lots of effects here in this stylization tab. And here's a fun one. Again, I just thought it would be fun to show some different kinds of stuff. So here I have something called Fly Eye Circles. Let's look at that for a second. you have some really cool ways to break up the shot. It's almost like a kaleidoscope that's combined with a circle effect. And if you go to your parameters, you can start playing with the Z distortion, and you can play with the rotation. You can do some cool things like that. I kind of thought that I would use this to kind of emulate, like say that the rock singer is in front of a big screen, that kind of thing. And maybe let's just play with this a little bit. Maybe kind of make it like that. He's inside of a screen with himself there. So lots of cool stylization tools in here, and if we have time, we can cover. This is where you're going to find things like paint, or let's add a new one right here, like add a new layer. Let's add borders, and then we have some different kind of Polaroid style borders. But what you're going to see is that very, very quickly you're going to be playing around in optics, and just like I think Ben and I both know that it's hard to stop sometimes, because you can just really find some very cool looks. So for example, maybe instead of the borders that's here at the top, I'm going to go now into my my looks, and let's make this a little bigger so you guys can sort of see that. And here you have just hundreds of great looks, which are combining color correction, they're combining grain, they're combining many of the parameters that are found here. And this is how I can start working and iterate tons of little quick looks, as you know, and save these out as I'm thinking about how I'm going to grade a shot, or maybe it's a episodic, or certainly promo editors are always looking to kind of really quickly create looks. You know, let's see, this push process one, that's kind of cool. Photocopy is kind of cool. But sometimes these looks do get, you know, they are intense, right? So every layer here in optics has the ability to bring down the opacity if you don't want to use the entire quality here. Just like Photoshop, you have transfer modes. So any of these kinds of looks can be dialed into your liking. Maybe kind of some fun Instagram kind of thing. The sunset look is kind of a nice one here. If there's a look that you like, you can just hit this little star button, and that becomes a favorite. So if I go to my favorites, I've just added that effect. And optics really just gives you tons and tons of control over saving presets that you like. You could even stack up these filters all as one shot, and you could save a setup. And saving a setup, then I could apply the entire optics setup to a different shot, and it will have all these layers and all the masks, everything that I've done to the effect. Last thing we'll show here, let's I'm not crazy about that look. Let's just go to something a little bit more subtle. Okay, and let's kind of just continue on here. Maybe I'm going to add another layer, and lots of really great effects. So I'm going to go into my light effect. We've talked a lot about lens flares today, so I think I'll stay away from lens flares at the moment. I'm going to go into light leaks, because I think light leaks is just kind of a fun way to just get a quick look on a shot. Here's just different kinds of leaks. And again, if I wanted to, I could say, hey, look, that's really cool, but my light leak is at the top of the stack. I'm going to drag up my matte here. And now we've applied our light leak to the back of our shot. But then, hey, maybe I like the look that I created, so I'm going to take the light leak layer, just bring this out a little bit, and you can swap the layers here. So I'll bring this underneath the look. And very quickly, we've created a very dramatic, different kind of style look. So you can just, guys, you can see how quickly it is and how fun it is to start really playing around with these looks. So again, we did our Kelvin, which is where we did our temperature adjustment. We did our Sapphire flying eye circles, which gave us this sort of like LCD look behind it. We used the easy mask to mask out the foreground, and then we applied the look at the top. So hopefully that's a a quick example that gets you guys kind of inspired. I'm gonna close this out, hit save, and then you're gonna see that we're gonna basically render the Photoshop, and back in Photoshop, there we go. We have our our shot now. So and it is a smart filter, so you can just double click and go right back to optics if you wanted to make any changes. So that's a quick example. The next thing to do is,
Ross, something to point out there is that the layer setup that Ross performed, in addition to the exact setup of the filters and masks, can be saved as a separate file and then loaded for another image. In addition, Photoshop actions are supported, so you can batch process multiple images with the exact same, is what we're calling a setup, which is multiple filters and masks. And then the standalone version of optics also will batch process one filter setup to either a single frame or multiple frames, even in a video sequence.
Thanks, Marco. Yeah, definitely the standalone is huge because of that batch processing, especially, a lot of times, maybe a documentary editor might be using stills, and they're going to do the sort of classic Ken Burns panning around, but then they have to process a bunch of those stills, and having the ability to batch those effects are very big. So I'm back in optics on this particular shot, and before we get into it, I just kind of mentioned some of Ben and I. We both, I think, agree that like the film lab is very, very powerful. Lots of really great effects. Whether you wanted to do film damage using Sapphire's film effect, very quickly be playing with the different looks. Film stocks. You have tons and tons of different film stocks, and these are broken up, so you can look at our faded film stocks as opposed to historical film stocks, motion picture film stocks, and you'll see all different kind of, even the brands of the different, there's the Eastman Kodak, particular different film stocks historically. And that's actually one of the big things about optics is that beyond the film stocks, it really is matching like the history of analog photography in film stocks, in lenses, all kinds of different filters that you can be applying. So what I'm going to do in this particular example is just go to a black and white, just maybe a kind of nice looking black and white example here. I'm going to show you another cool thing about optics is the gobos that are found in the lighting tab. I really love this, this feature myself. So here I'm in lights, and again you have like lots of different presets, different kinds of light filters. What we're going to do is apply the light effect, and this one here is really cool. You're going to see that there are just tons of different gobos, which are like different windows, or abstract ones up here, different organic ones. In fact, these are also filtered by, here's some different kinds of doors, for portraits or that kind of thing. But let's go back to our windows and not the bay windows. Let's go back to, let's see. We'll go back to just our simple shutters here. And then in our parameters, what I'm going to do is, I don't think I want it to blur that much. I'm going to make it a little bit blurrier. And I'm going to darken the shadow a little bit. And then the next thing I'm going to do, let's zoom out just a little bit, because I want this to look a little bit more like a film noir kind of perspective, kind of look. And then with my F key, let's zoom back out. And what we're going to do now is we're going to play with the displacement, which is kind of cool. You could sort of see that naturally the light effect has the ability to displace here. But maybe I want to create the illusion that this window separate the wall between the background and the foreground. So what we're going to do is, again, use our friend the easy mask. Again, we'll kind of do this really rough and quickly here, but I'll just say that this is my foreground. And I can make this brush a little bit smaller, get her fingers in there, this kind of thing. Whoop, let me undo that one. Or actually, we'll just
normally here for easy mask, it's you definitely want to cover. The more areas you cover, the better. It'll make it process faster, give you a better result.
Yep. So you could start using like the fill bucket here. You know, lots of different kinds of ways that you could do this quickly. What I like about this one is, you know, I could just even make this a bit smaller here and get her glasses in the shot. But let's just, you know, rough it out for now and just look at this mask here. Okay, that's probably fine for the purpose what I wanted to show you guys. So let's go back to our effect here, and we'll turn off the mask. And now you'll see we've isolated the shot just into here. Actually, let's clean it up one little bit more time. Like Mark was saying, maybe you need a little bit more. Let's go in here and get this area, that area, and that area, so we can kind of sell this effect just a little bit more. Okay, that's good enough for now. And then what we're going to do is essentially we're going to duplicate this layer. This is kind of just a nice trick. If you're using optics, haven't found this one, we're going to duplicate that layer. I can drag the effect to itself, and I can drag the mask to itself. Okay, and now on this one, what we're going to do is invert that one. So now I have two different instances of our lights. So I could go into our light here, and I could go to this parameter and say, hey, actually, let's make the scale a lot bigger. Then we can kind of, you'll see that we kind of have separated that kind of effect. I'll add another effect here maybe and go into our film lab and go into our looks here. Kind of quickly throw this into a 8mm film look. Very quickly we've gotten our noir looking, you know, film noir kind of look. Let's add a vignette. You have a search function, so any effect you can just add there at the bottom, search for an effect. So, and some of these Sapphire effects are great because, or many of the effects have these on-screen displays, sort of like we call them a HUD. You know, this being able to manipulate the on-screen tool of the effect, very nice, and that's something that you might not, you know, have in the regular Photoshop tools. So let's look at our before and after. Let's go to a bigger screen, or go to our split for that matter here. So very quickly, we could use optics to create some very cool, sophisticated looks. Obviously, I could play with those matte edges a little bit more, but you know, just for time, I think there's a couple things I want to show you guys. So that was a quick example of using optics to do like a stylized effect with the gobo in the light effects, which again, just so cool to have all these different kinds of lighting gobos to play with your shots there.
And Ross, the other thing you can do is if you want to create your own gobo, it can be loaded up. You just need to create it as either a JPEG or a PNG file. So if you have any custom, it can even be an image. Any image can be loaded as a gobo. So you're not limited to the gobos that we've created. You can make your own, or again, even an image. And it's very useful with that displacement to give it a really good natural look.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just there, just immediately, you know, just by playing around Discovery, now we're filling the whole shot with two different gobo effects. But yeah, it's just so much fun to play with this for graphic looks. And you know, I mentioned I used to do title design for TV shows back in the day, and just having the ability to quickly iterate and play and experiment, you know, it's just so much fun. Let's go back here, and we're going to go to another example here. Maybe this might be a little bit more like maybe I'm working on a promo. It's a reality TV promo, and what we're going to do is kind of do something like this, try to get kind of a more intense look, play up the flashlight, kind of play with some different looks. So again, we're going to load optics to this shot. While I'm loading that, are there any questions in the chat to address?
I've got a couple of little things just about how we do combining masks, if it's possible to combine masks. So say you've got an easy mask and then something else you want to sort of do.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, so let's for example here, you know, I already created this mask with the easy mask, just again a very rough mask. But what's kind of neat is that these masks can be repurposed again and again. But you can see actually that I actually don't even have an effect on this particular layer, so I could add almost any effect. You know, here's my, you know, we'll throw the blur effect in there and crank it up. You'll sort of see I've just blurred the background really quick, or maybe like a mist effect, the cool mist. Let's crank that up a little bit more. Or like actually let's use a fog, might be a little bit double fog, even more fog. I do love the way that like these presets, you know, they'll start just with a little bit and you just kind of be like, I want more, I want more, I want more. You know, rather than having to play with the sliders, I really appreciate that the presets give you this sort of, you know, takes you through the increases the amount of effect that's applied generally. So yeah, Ben, you have your effect here, which is a mask, right? And then on this particular layer, you can simply, you know, just add another mask. I could add a spotlight effect, and you'll see that these are combined within the same layer, right? So you can have, and Marco, I believe this is unlimited, right?
Yeah, you can keep going, and the masks can either be added, subtracted, or multiplied together. So you can just kind of keep adding them up. I know we've had a lot of requests to be able to output these masks to Photoshop, and yep. Just to let you know, we'll be adding that in a future update. But yeah, you can just keep on adding those masks. One thing I wanted to bring up, Ross, since you kind of jumped over here into the diffusion category, there's a lot of filters here that emulate the optical filter equivalents. So if any of you guys who shoot out there will know that filters can get crazy expensive, and then you're buying them in eighth, quarter, you know, mist 1, mist 2, you know, equivalents. So those filters have a particular look, and they'll change based on, you know, how telephoto your lens is. The great thing about adding these filters after the fact is you have ultimate control. You're not locked into a particular grade of that filter. And when you apply it digitally, if you're, you know, moving through the sequence, in this case for, you know, video work, the effect of the filter will be enhanced. It will be, you know, doubled, tripled, depending on how telephoto you are. So you can still get a really nice mist or softening effect, even with telephoto lenses, obviously by adding it later. Those filters are also incredibly expensive. Not to mention that many of the cameras, phones these days don't even have filter threads to be able to put those filters on while shooting. So obviously there's certain filters that are worthwhile to use while you're shooting. The vast majority of them can be all added later.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good point. You know, personally, I do not really shoot that much myself, so I can't personally appreciate how much it actually would cost to get all the camera gear. But it's a great point. You know, like photographers are, you know, they're investing in hardware, and then they get a new camera, and that, you know, some of that hardware might not even be compatible. Yeah, there's just so much fun stuff to play with in this diffusion and blur category. Here I'm in the what is this one called? Diffusion, which similar to the gobos, tons and tons of just really cool, just to get a little bit of that extra something, you know, that you might not have in your original shot, a little bit of lighting, that kind of thing. So the reason I wanted to show you this mask on this particular shot was I thought it would be fun just to play with some of the render categories, actually. So instead of the diffusion, we're going to jump over to the render category. Here is where we're going to add things like clouds. Let's invert this back. Clouds, you know, obviously that's heavy-handed, but all kinds of very, very interesting effects. Here's where you have your muzzle flash. You have, of course, you have your Luna effect, which is just great to have in your shot, because rather than having to look for stock footage of the moon, you have your moon here. Let's just move this up a little bit. Of course, you have you can set this to set the phasing of the moon. All kinds of cool stuff here. You have your night skies, which is going to give you just a little bit of star field. And for those astronomers in the house, you can actually set the night sky based on location, based on the time of day and year, and it actually has constellations in there. Some really, really cool stuff with there in this render effect category. I'm not going to show it in this example because I don't think we're going to have time, but this is also where you're going to start using lots of cool effects like lightning and things like that. This is a Sapphire Zap filter, which is widely used in feature films. And I also just make that point that it's great that the Sapphire is inside of optics, because when you're playing on your photo to create a look, you can easily match that particular look back when you're actually get into animating or moving this around or compositing. So it's just super great to have the actual, it's not its own kind of lightning filter, it's the Sapphire lightning filter. So that's kind of a neat thing. So the next thing I thought I would do is maybe let's add a little light effect. Let's go into, let's add our rays, good old rays. Let's add, you kind of give it a little bit of rays coming from his light, his flashlight. I don't know if you guys have seen the show Dark. Brian's going to be laughing, but a lot of us at Boris FX are seeing the show Dark, which is a cool Netflix sci-fi show, and there's lots of really cool flashlight scenes where really cool rays were coming off the flashlight, things like that. The lighting effects, the Sapphire lighting effects, have some really nice ability to play with parameters. For example, here's the amplitude and the atmosphere of the rays, so you can kind of start giving it a little bit of a smokiness, maybe a little bit heavy, but you get the idea. Just adding a little bit of smokiness in there. And maybe again, I want to dial this down a little bit, so having that ability to play with multiple masks on one layer. All very cool stuff. Let's kind of reduce, let's move our mask here to be over the rays, and we'll invert it. And then we're going to kind of get a little bit of rays, but we're not totally going to hose my the center position of the light. Of course, you can feather that out. And let's add another effect. Let's go back to, let's just go into our film lab now. And then once we get our general, we're happy with the stars. We're happy with the ray effect, which gives us a little bit of just more atmospheric kind of quality to the shot. Here's the before and after. We go back to our film lab then at this point we can really start playing with the fun looks, the sort of what was your icing on or your final spice, or whichever, however you want to.
Salt. This is my salt.
Yeah, this is your salt, which is okay, it's files. Okay, this is close encounters. Just kind of get an idea of the different kinds of looks, and just by playing with that look on top of the effects that you've done, just so really, really dramatic and fun stuff here. So
normally a lot of the things that you're doing, Ross, would, if you try to duplicate that in Photoshop, would require many steps, which you're able to achieve with just a couple button clicks.
Yeah, and I think that's really why I've been personally responding so much just to this interface. I just love how simple it is. I'm not getting bogged down by the interface, And yeah, you'd have to add quite a lot of different effects and really mess around with the masking inside of Photoshop to get the same look so quickly. And then, you know, there's certain things you just don't have in Photoshop, right? You don't have the depth of these light effects or the you know, the different kinds of renderer effects that you have here inside of Optics. So let's quit out of here.
Well, and I think also too with the introduction of all these Sapphire filters, specifically the ones that Rossi's been showing here in the render tab, I think it really opens up Optics to be used more as a design tool, where the previous iteration of this tool as DFT was more of just filter application. So, you know, movie posters, you know, album covers, you know, there's all kinds of great applications design-wise for this now.
Absolutely, and in fact, that's what I was going to show on this last shot. So let's go ahead and apply Optics one last time here, and we'll jump in here again. If you apply it, and you're going to see some of the effects of the last thing you did, you just hit the reset button up here. As soon as that catches up to me here. All right, so now we've reset this, and you know, US Open is on, so I thought I would just kind of show you some fun-looking effects to play around with on this particular shot. Of course, we can just go into our auto adjust very quickly. You have auto levels, auto color, auto contrast. Just want to quickly get a look here. You know, just correct the look a little bit. I love, you know, as someone who's used Sapphire and you know, Continuum for so long, I do love some of the subtlety of some of these effects, like the frost, the halo, mist. Very, very, really nice and subtle looks here. Again, you have that fog, or you have the double fog, but let's just leave it at standard right now. I was thinking, you guys, I don't know if Marcus saw this, but Ben saw Angus's presentation yesterday. He used warp transform, which is actually a cool effect in the Sapphire arsenal. And I thought I would show you a really neat use of the warp transform, thinking about design, you know, like a way, you know, if I'm working on style frames, but I kind of want to imply design. Let's go in here and just start playing with the this gives you just a simple transform, and we can rotate, and we can swivel in 3D. We can play with the perspective amount. So if I'm thinking about design, maybe I'm like, hey, I think it would be cool to create a film strip. Well, let's wrap let's tile the Y, and very quickly, you know, I could sort of start thinking about how is this going to look in motion. I just might want to give, like, you know, as a motion designer, you might give like the open would be like in this position, but that later on I'm also going to render out a frame in a slightly different position to show motion. You know, this is really, really cool. So let's just leave that there. And that's just a fun effect, is a Sapphire warp transform effect in the image category. Let's go to a look really quick. Like, again, let's just you know, apply some kind of, whoops, let me undo that. Of course, I do want to add another layer here. And let's go to a look, and let's go to like a glamour look. That's kind of cool. That's good enough for me right now. The next thing I do, I want to maybe kind of sell this film idea. I'm sorry, I quit out of there. Let me go back, hit the wrong button. Let me go back to Optics. I'm running on a Dell laptop, which...
Sorry, I was going to say, it's nice to see that because you're running this as a smart filter, you can always just pop right back in where you finished off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you do have like history, and you know, you have a lot of control in Optics. But yeah, that I just want to mention too, the speed I'm getting here. I'm running on a 2.5-year-old Dell Precision 7720 laptop. It has a NVIDIA P5000, I think, but I'm getting really nice performance here, working at like on 4K images. So yeah, what I wanted to do is hit this button, which is the add a new layer. And then what we're going to do is go to our stylize tab. And I thought I would just like give it a border. And actually, well, I want my border to kind of just give that little film strip look. So let's take my border and throw it underneath the warp transform. And then we've kind of separated the, pretty quickly I've been able to create a film strip look. That in Photoshop would actually take me, a lot longer than that. I would add the sprocket holes and, add different elements, of course. But let's add one more effect here at the top. And maybe I would then at this, how could it be a optics/Sapphire demo without adding our friend the glow? Probably one of the most famous effects, the Sapphire glow effect. Lots of really cool presets in here to get cool looks. We'll just play with this, maybe this dream sequence glow here. And then, again, you have your mask. So maybe I'm just roughing this out for my my client. So, I could even add a simple boom, let's invert that. Let's really soften the heck out of that. But this is the kind of way, the way...
Ross and S with Photoshop, every layer has a blend mode and an opacity. So you have that additional control over each layer to be able to kind of blend it in exactly the way you like.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, up here you have your layer modes. Every layer has opacity. It's quite easy to duplicate these layers, to combine these layers with the different transfer modes. Again, every layer has unlimited masks. So, really, I think that was just an example to show how I would use this tool if I'm thinking about presenting some different variations, long before I get into animating or things like that. I might just use optics to kind of get a cool look, just to kind of imply motion, and obviously apply different effects and titles and things like that for a title open or for a broadcast promo. So I think that, we're really excited about this product internally at Boris FX. So Marco, you guys did an awesome job. So yeah, that's my...
Sorry, Ross. If you're in the chat already, then Paul Miller is also in the chat as well. So as developer on optics, he is intimately involved and knowledgeable, like more knowledgeable than probably any one individual should be with this product. So it's just another reason to pop into chat, because you haven't seen this, Ross, because you've been doing this great presentation, but there's been some lovely sort of back and forth in the chat there.
Little fun fact here: when we initially started, development on this, it was started with the light filter. 20 years ago. So that was like the first filter we started with for Avid only, and then it has slowly grown into what it is today. So yeah, Paul was working nights and weekends, moonlighting at the time, and that was the start of it all.
Cool. I think that's my presentation. I mean, I'm happy to talk more about, take questions, or we could play. And Ben, you could tell me what your favorite effects are, whatever you guys want to do.
Well, I'm going to say when Marco was talking about filters, I found my filters. I found them. These are, because when I go shooting, obviously I used to shoot with a lot of glass filters in front of the lens. So out of all of these, I probably am using 3 of them now, and they're the ones that can't be easily replicated in software. So all the ones that were there to give me a nice look in front of the lens, they are now just I would say they're very expensive paperweights, but a glass filter is not going to make a very good paperweight. So it's just a very very expensive excuse for or something reminding me that maybe I should be a little bit smarter with my money sometimes.
Yeah, and there's also again other reasons, like if you have a really wide angle lens and you take one of those TIFF and ProMist filters and you look at it, you're going to see the actual mesh that's in the glass that's used to create the diffusion effect, and so we remove all that. The other thing, from a technical perspective, a lot of the colors that you find in the gels, the photographic filters, have all been created by meticulously looking at the spectral transmission curves and creating and converting those to RGB values. So, although it's not exactly like, say, a quarter blue gel, it's about as close as you can get. And I think that's the neat thing about it. So if you have like interest in cinematography and kind of the roots of filters, gobos, gels, it's kind of neat that the set really kind of brings all that into kind of a more modern, digital version of these things. Again, with all the customization as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a huge amount of flexibility that you gain by being, by doing this in post rather than locking yourself into a look when you're actually, shooting this stuff to begin with. Wherever there's going to be like a sort of creative color decision now, I would always do that sort of stuff in post. I would not put a tobacco filter over the front of my lens anymore. It's just that's a very sort of old-fashioned way of doing it, because you can get I was going to say as good an effect, you can get a better effect by doing it in post now anyway, because you've got just that much more control over the entire effect.
No, we have a number of cinematographers that bring these filters on set with them, digital filters, so that they can show the director instead of shooting with the glass filter, they'll show it on their computer saying, "This is what we're going to add in post." We can get the same effect without being walked into it. You can totally dial it in exactly the way you want. Those, for instance, those ProMist filters, instead of having 5 or 6 of them, we have a slider that can infinitely adjust to get it exactly right. Because you can't undo a diffusion filter later. If it's too heavy, too much wrinkle removal on an actress's face, you're just screwed, later.
And I've been in that exact same situation where stuff has been over filtered on set, and you're doing everything you can in post to now try and bring back some of that sharpness and detail that you were trying to kind of just soften out a little bit, on set itself. And it's like you're really, you can often be doubling or tripling the workload with, just automatically reaching for what you've done before rather than thinking about a different approach and a different way of doing things.
And aside from that, I think what I'm really excited about with optics are all the new visual effects based filters from Sapphire, the render filters, the lightning, the glows, muzzle flashes. That stuff is great, and to be able to kind of have that particle based filters, adding moons and star fields, it's really awesome. And when I used to do a lot of compositing, that night sky filter was a go-to filter to add the stars, and you can add it subtly. Yeah. The whole idea was to have invisible effects, so you can't tell.
To that point, Marco, it's interesting because I've been watching a lot of the Photoshop tutorials. Just kind of as we've embraced optics as a company, and looking at what's out there, and you see so many tutorials or Photoshop users who are grabbing images, stock images, grabbing different skies, different moons, different glows, different lens, light, lens flares, and then they edit and edit and edit. But having these as actual software, it gives ultimate ability to make creative decisions. So it's not like you're gonna, oh, I found this one lens flare, then I'm gonna play with it for 20 minutes just to get it to look right in my scene. You know, it's a much different approach, because you just have so much more control creatively that you don't get bogged down by just like making that element fit in. You know, spend that time, you spend the time being creative, which is really neat.
Well, and I think the other important thing to point out is that because we're working as a smart object in Photoshop, you're not locked in as a normal Photoshop filter where you instead of like soloing the filter on and off, you just bounce right back into the filter and dial that lightning back a little bit, or bring the lens flare a little bit brighter. Everything's live and it's non-destructive.
Yeah, that's
I can speak just from
absolutely important. Sorry, please, Ross. You're the presenter.
Yeah, just to say from my personal experience, you know, I wish I had this tool back in the day when when this was more of the focus of my creative work. You know, I would have loved to have this tool. Yeah,
I think it's the light category has been like really, like, out of all of the filters that are in optics. The ones that I go to the most for some of the creative looks are definitely the light categories. You've got all your light leaks, which are, again, sort of, you know, huge number of presets for you to start working with to try and get an idea of what you can do with it. And then, you know, tweaking those up yourself. You've got things like Aurora, which, you know, was originally there for doing kind of like Northern Lights type of work. But actually, it's a hugely flexible you know, generator, almost like a particle generator within optics. You can use it for, you know, very different creative ways.
It's true. Aurora and in Zap, and you know, some of these light filters that have the ability to almost draw with light in a sense, right? You can really use them in a way that they're not even particularly really designed for, and make your own really unique kind of look. So yeah, I agree that Aurora is really cool.
Yeah, and then my favorite one, and something that has been my secret sauce for a very long time, is actually the Film Lab category, and just all those film stocks. Like I'll find myself, even after, you know, doing a full grade on an image or on a commercial, I'll actually go back and then just bring in one of those film stocks and just like put it in, maybe at 20%, maybe at 25%, but it's there just to give it the extra little bit of twist, little extra bit of character. You know, something that is very difficult to sort of hand roll yourself, but you've just got this huge list of so many presets to find the direction that you want to go in.
And you know, those presets are a starting point. So if you want to modify those and have your own complete set, there's a lot of users out there that have a complete library of optics presets that they go to. So whether they've started out as a Kodak Ektachrome preset, they've got their version of it, and of course you can start from scratch with any preset. So film stocks is a great filter for that, because there's so many modules in it. You can really get sophisticated, complicated, very multi-layered looks in just one plugin. It's like having 10 different filters in one. You know, makes it very convenient.
Yeah, and sort of continuing on what my laboured metaphor was about using film stocks as salt. If you actually layer two different versions above itself, you can get something that is absolutely completely unique. You know, just mixing two things at, you know, 14% opacity, 18% opacity, and getting something that I don't know how you'd actually get it any other way. You know, you could obviously do it by hand, but you wouldn't do it by hand because you'd never, you know, you'd never stumble across that sort of magical recipe. I think I'm going to have to say thank you. I've just seen what the time is. Unfortunately, we're going to have to end this presentation now. Ross, that was fantastic. That was really great. And
thanks,
Marco. Thank you very much for sort of being here to answer questions as well.
No, it was great, Ross. Yeah. Really appreciated it.
Thanks. Well, it's it's a little pressure to be number one. I don't present that often, but it's a little pressure to be presenting for you two guys. So I appreciate it.
No, it
No,
looked
it's great stuff. We're coming up to my favorite bit now, which is giving away some prizes, and the winner of our 12 months of the Boris FX Suite is Mike Yearling. Thank you very much, Mike. Congratulations to you. You've won a 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite, which is everything that we make, including optics, which we've seen here, but also Sapphire, Continuum, Mocha Pro, and Silhouette. So congratulations, Mike, on that. We'll be contacting you after Virtual IBC with all the details there. And also congratulations to Michael Fang, who has won the Accusonus Era 4 Bundle Pro. So these are some wonderful audio plugins. They've got things like de-essing, noise removal, reverb removal, voice leveler, all the sort of effects that you really want to be using if you're working in video. So thank you very much to Accusonus for sponsoring our prize today, and thank you very much congratulations to Daniel Fang for winning that prize as well. We've still got lots of prizes to give away though, coming up in the rest of this day. We have got another 3 hours worth of virtual IBC, and you'll be able to win some more prizes from some of our special sponsors, including ActionVFX, Adobe, AMD, Avid, Dell, Foundry, Future Media Concepts, HitFilm, Intel, iZotope, NVIDIA, School of Motion, SGO, and Vegas Pro, and not least, we are giving away a Dell Precision 5750 laptop over the course of our virtual IBC. So this is going to be great. So to join in the competition, you have to go to borisfxlive.com, and you'll see how to enter there with full terms and conditions as well. And it's going to be a little box looking a little bit like that. Only 28 hours left. You can join and enter the competition once a day. So get your entry in today and tomorrow as well. If you don't happen to win anything, then everyone is a winner when you're joining us for our virtual IBC 2020, because we are having a 1-week sale. That's 25% off on all of our VFX products, including subscriptions, upgrades, and bundles. So whether you just want to upgrade or whether you just want to try optics out on a little monthly basis, you'll get 25% off of the subscription price, which is actually only $9 a month anyway. Or you can go for the yearly subscription and get that for 25% off too. So thanks very much to Ross and Marco. I believe Ross is actually sticking around now as a guest, because we're going to be rolling directly into our next presentation with the lovely Mary Poplin. Hello, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
Very fine, thank you very much. And how are you?
Oh, good.
Good. Okay, good. Yes, Mary is in LA, where things start to be or seem to be on fire still. Are things still on fire?
Definitely. Yes.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, it smells like actually somebody lit a skunk factory on fire. It's pretty pleasant. Very good.
I'm imagining this and now wishing I wasn't.
So bad.
I don't think we want to do that, but we're going to be doing stuff that is not to do with fires or skunk factories or a combination of them both. We're going to be having a look now at how we do set extension tricks with the Mocha Pro Mega Plate, and coming up after this, we're also going to be looking at some Continuum work with a Into the Spider-Verse inspired 3D title sequence with our director of motion graphics, John Dickinson. We're also going to be rounding off the day with an unprecedented live Q&A with some members of the Boris FX engineering team. We're going to get as many of the engineering team as we can fit into one box, and we're going to be having a nice chat with them. So please stick around for that. you really want to be joining in the chat if you're not already doing so. So you can do that by going to borisfxlive.com or by going to our YouTube channel, where you can also be chatting away there. And because we're live, Mary, Ross, and maybe me will be here to answer your questions as well as we can. Mary and Ross definitely will be able to answer your questions. I'll be able to talk a lot until you have forgotten what your question actually was. And with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Mary now. So, Mary, please set extensions with Mocha Pro. Take it away.
All right. Thank you. Let's just go ahead and share my screen. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about mega plates today and set extensions. So for those of you familiar with Mocha, we added this thing called mega plates to the last release and a half ago of Mocha. And it's a really cool tool that basically automates the process of creating a large stitch out of a shot based on a track. It uses the remove technology to create a single mega plate, So what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to make a mega plate from scratch. And then I'm going to show you what you can do to create sort of matte paintings on top of that. And then I'm going to show you a more complex mega plate and composite to deal with objects that are a little bit more difficult to remove. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to show you this shot. So this shot is a time lapse of a desert I found on Pexels. So if you want to go ahead and repeat this shot, you can find this shot on Pexels. In fact, you can find most of my IBC shots for all of my demos on Pexels. Now, what's cool about this is that this is a sort of interesting look with the clouds going over the top. But if I want to add a matte painting to this, I'm going to have to do some blending modes, and I'm going to have to think about how this is going to stretch across the scene. So I'm going to show you what we ended up with, which is this lovely render here. And we'll show you what the before looks like. So here's the before, and here's the after. All right. Now, I'm going to show you how to make this. To start with, what you want to do is you want to take your original footage and you want to track in Mocha. Now, I'm going to just duplicate this really quick, and I'm going to show you how to do this from scratch because it's more interesting that way. So let's grab Mocha Pro and let's drag and drop it right onto our timeline. If you want to use Mocha as a plugin instead of standalone, you can also go to Boris FX Mocha and find it here. And of course, this works the same way in all hosts that support the plugin, and it works the same in the standalone if you're using the standalone. Now, we're going to go ahead and hit Launch Mocha, which, if you're using the standalone, you have to create a new file. But anyway, we're going to hit Launch Mocha because I've actually stopped using the standalone and I'm only using the plugin from now on. And what we're going to do is we're going to track this scene. But what's interesting about this is we have a lot of motion in this shot from the clouds. So when we track this, we actually have to be pretty thoughtful about how we track it. So I'm just going to take a big shape and I'm going to put it across my mountains here. And the reason I do that is because they're in the scene the whole time. I could also use unlinked to track if I wanted to, but I don't with this shot because I want to grab the whole thing. We're going to track translation, scale, rotation, shear, and perspective. And the reason we're going to track perspective is because there is a little bit of perspective shift in these mountains and I want to make sure I grab it. I'm going to leave the minimum % of pixels used alone because I don't need to worry about that. And we're going to hit track backwards. As usual, we are going to leave it on large motion. Large motion is for most basic tracking that you do inside of Mocha. Small motion is for what we call sub-pixel motion, and manual track is for when you actually move the track manually. So we're not going to worry about that. So usually you just leave these settings alone. Same thing for luminance versus auto channel. Luminance is your RG and B channels combined, and auto channel selects different channels selectively based on what Mocha thinks is the better choice. You really don't want to use that unless your shot is super color corrected or crushed. So I tend to leave these on the default and then make sure that I'm tracking the areas that I need to track with the type of motion that I need to track, because like every single module in Mocha, this is built off the track and it has to be good in order, the track has to be good in order to get a good track. Now I do notice this is moving a little bit slow. So what we're going to do is we are just going to move over to this part of the mountains here, and we're going to hit track backwards. And what you're going to see is this is going to track a little bit faster. And the reason for that is because we're tracking less pixels. Because again, Mocha is a texture tracker. And what it does is we track all of the texture that's inside of this shape. And then our surface tool is what the track is actually doing. And you can see that the surface tool and the shape are moving the same. But if I were to unlink the surface tool from the track over and link to track, the surface tool and the shape would be doing something totally different. And sometimes that is the best call. Sometimes you do want to use unlink to track. I don't really want to use it in this shot. Now, the other thing you'll notice about this shot is that there are a lot of flickers in this shot. And the reason for that is because this is a time lapse. So it's a camera that's stuck on a tripod, and it takes a shot at a defined interval, okay? And that's what creates the clouds moving so quickly over time. But what that also does is, because we are shooting outside in the daylight, it creates a lot of flickers over the top of our image. And we need to think about that when we are going to create our matte painting. So we need to think about how we're going to blend that back in with the shot and what we're going to do to match the lighting over time. We could also try to remove the lighting using like a flicker fixer or something like that. But in this case, we're not going to. We're going to try to blend it back in with the top. But Continuum does have a flicker fixer that you could try to use to get out this sort of flicker in the image. Now we're almost done tracking, and you can see that perspective is shifting properly over time. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this scene, and you can see how fast we're tracking because we're tracking with GPUs. It's still a long shot. What we're going to do when this is done tracking is we're going to take the shape and we're going to move the shape out to the edges of where we want our megaplate to be. So what megaplates do is megaplates are basically doing what you would normally do with a corner pin stabilization, and then painting in objects in like a paint program to flatten out your image, something like Nuke, or you can even use After Effects for this, or where you would take a bunch of different frames throughout the shot and you would put them into Photoshop and you would try to auto pano them together, but the chances of that auto pano actually matching the motion of your shot is pretty slim. We're going to show you how to build this based off the track. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to jump somewhere into the middle of the shot. The reason I do that is because I want to make sure that when I'm creating my megaplate, that I am creating my megaplate from the middle and not either end. That's going to make the lens distortion over time less noticeable, because when you are blending in a bunch of frames over time, there is lens distortion in every single frame. The closer you get to the edges, the more that lens distortion is apparent. So we're going to take our shape here, and I'm going to just go ahead and use the Uber key. Actually, let's delete all our keyframes. We're just going to delete all our keyframes, and I'm going to pull this shape out. And I want this shape to cover the entire area that I need to create my clean plate in. So we're just going to drag this very large here. We're going to make sure that we're on auto key so that we make a keyframe, and let's pan through. All right, so that shape is too big on this edge. You can see it's folding in on itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to just move this a little bit left, and we'll move this a little bit right. There we go. Because perspective shift is happening, even though we have corrected for some perspective drift, we want to make sure, that our shape isn't folding in on itself. Okay, so that looks really nice. That covers my entire area. I can see that my shot is contained within this shape. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn our mats off here. I'm going to turn my overlay off here, and we're going to jump back to the middle of the shot. Any middle part of the shot will work. And we're going to go over to our Megaplates tab. In our Megaplates tab, what we're going to do is we're going to use the same settings that we use for something like a remove. So we're going to check how many frames before and how many frames after we're looking at. We can increase a step if we want to. If we want this to render faster, we can use an auto step. And what that will do is that will look at a predetermined amount of frames that Mocha thinks is a good idea to save itself on time for rendering. We can also use a blending mode if we have a lot of lighting changes over time, and the Megaplate will try to take those into account when it's creating its Megaplate. We can also use blend to try to blend frames together for the same Megaplate. But now that we have our track and our shape defined, we're saying build out our Megaplate in this shape, and we're going to hit render current frame. And this is GPU accelerated. So what it's going to do is it's going to look at 401 frames before and after, and it's going to use an auto step, and then it's going to build out my plate based on the track. just like that. So here is my mega plate. All right. And now the sky is pretty unusable because the sky is moving really, really rapidly. And I can see we have a little bit of lighting changes down here that I'd want to try to account for. But because we're just going to paint on this part of our shot here, I'm not going to worry too much about it. We're going to hit Create Mega Plate. And what this will do is this will have us save our mega plate anywhere that we want to. So I'll say Mega Plate Input 196, and we'll save it. And what we can do, I'll just hit Save and Close on Mocha. Actually, I'm going to show you one more thing before I do that. On the same frame that we created our mega plate, we're going to jump over to our surface tool and turn that back on. And then I'm going to use this align surface tool right here to expand this surface tool to the edges of my, my screen. Now, the reason I do that is because I want to apply motion to this mega plate over time. So I'm going to make sure that when I use this mega plate that I project it properly back over my shot. So we're going to hit Save and Close. Okay. And now I can bring my mega plate in. So I can just, come over here and we can go to our desktop and we can go to our webinar and we can just bring in a mega plate right here into our shot. All right. So here's my mega plate. And I can take my footage and my Mocha track and I can say, hey, in my Mocha interface, I want to create my tracking data. But before we apply our tracking data, we need to do something to our mega plate. So we can see our mega plate. Excuse me. We should be able to see our mega plate. Yeah, we can. So here's our mega plate. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to Layer, Pre-Compose. And what we're going to do for After Effects is, unlike what we normally do when we pre-compose Mocha objects for Mocha inside of After Effects, we usually go to move all attributes into the new composition. For mega plates, we actually want to leave all attributes into the composition because it is larger than the comp. Okay, and we're going to just hit OK. And now we're going to toggle our switches and modes, and we're going to click this little button here, which is a collapse transformations button. And what that does is this continually rasterizes an image so that when we apply our corner pin, it's not going to shrink our object or cause any resolution problems. So collapse transformations, and of course we have to pre-compose with leaving all the attributes into the new composition. In my plugin interface, I say, hey, I want to create tracking data and I want to create it from the track that I made. I want to apply a corner pin. I'm going to choose a power pin and I'm going to export my option to my mega plate. And we hit Apply Export. And now my mega plate is applied over my shot. So what I can do is I can start to create a matte painting inside of this mega plate. Now, I'm not going to really create a matte painting from scratch here for you, but what we can do is we can put an object over the top of this, and I'll show you what that ends up looking like. So let's hide these. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you our matte painting that we've made. So we have our original mega plate that we created, and I created it on a different frame, so it looks a little bit different. So here's my original mega plate. And what we're going to do is we're going to put some images over the top of this. What I did is I just composited a whole bunch of pictures that I found of cave dwellings and cliff dwellings and didn't actually paint a matte painting. A lot of times with matte paintings, you layer reference with actual brush strokes and blending modes until you get something you want, or you paint it all from scratch if you have the time and the budget for it. And so what we do with this is, because this is moving in our comp, but not moving in this pre-comp, we can add whatever we want here. We could add text, we can add suns, we can add all kinds of stuff. So when we go back to our project, what we end up with is, excuse me, there we go. So what we end up with is a painting that we can put over the top. And what we can do is we can use blending modes or masking to put this back over. We can also do things like composite in, a sand crawler if we want to, or two suns, or, whatever you want to composite in here, you can. I just want to show you that there's a lot of options that you can use to paint this in. And then what you can do is you can add color correction over the top of this, and you can mask everything out if you like. In this case, what we would want to do is we want to mask this out. Let's go back to our matte painting here for a second. Here we go. And I'm going to turn off this background because that's where we're getting a lot of our problems from. Because you can see with our matte painting, we actually alpha'd this out. So let's go back to our basic matte painting. There we go. And you can see we end up with something that looks like this. So to get things like the sun in, I just made a new pre-comp and applied the tracking data the same way. Same size, same everything. We just used the matte painting and then made a new pre-comp and then put the suns in. Same thing for the sand crawler because I'm a giant nerd. But I just want to show you there's a lot of stuff that you can do with this, and you're not really limited to one thing at a time. Everything can be live. The nice thing about this is it saves a lot of that preload time. So here's our original, and here's our render. Do we have any questions or comments about the basic workflow for creating a super basic one-layer matte painting using the Megaplate tools?
That's looking really good, Mary. There was just one thing. If you could, well, once that's rendered up, if you could just have a little look at the Megaplate, just the full-size Megaplate, if that's possible.
Absolutely. Full-size Megaplate.
There we go.
Boom, boom.
Yep, with that. Yeah, could you explain why it's looking sort of a little bit distorted? Why we're seeing things why we're not seeing just a regular rectangle? You can zoom out.
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
bit just to see the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a good question. Okay, so the reason why we're seeing a distortion, okay, is because we are actually taking that corner pin data that we tracked, and you would also see this if you were doing this by hand, by the way. Unless you were doing translation only, in which case you wouldn't, but most people don't do it that way because you want it to align into a flat plate. The reason that it looks distorted is because what we are doing is we are applying what is essentially an undistortion based on the tracking data. And because the tracking data moves in perspective, as that perspective changes, because obviously, even though we are panning, the mountain perspective is changing because it's going away from the camera, all right, because we're not so far away from it that it's flat. We're getting this distortion as that perspective data is applied in reverse and then held still and blended into a bunch of other plates. Does that make sense?
It does. So basically, what the corner pin is doing is it's matching the camera movement back to the original movement of the camera and doing that undistort on the Megaplate.
Exactly. Yeah, it's basically like it's like pinning it into place, but pinning it into place with the motion the same way you would see it in the stabilized module, or if you did reverse stabilization. And Perfect. Why that's important is because when you apply that corner pin, you want that to move properly in perspective and for the track to match back up. Because otherwise, what you would have to do is you'd have to do what we did in the past, where we create a matte painting. We project it onto 3D geometry. We try to match that 3D geometry to the basic motion of the shot. We fudge it a little bit and hope nobody notices, and base it along with, things like translation tracks. So this is much more camera accurate.
Hey, Mary, a couple other questions just came into the chat. Someone's asking, what are your tips or best practice advice when creating a Megaplate?
Okay, best practices. As I had mentioned earlier, you definitely want to start in the middle and whenever possible. Okay, and the reason for that is because you will get less distortion at the edges. The other thing that you need to think about is if you have any occlusions, you need to go ahead and mask those out, and I'm going to show you in a minute what that's going to look like in a more complex example. If you are tracking, make sure that you are tracking the detail that's actually present in the shot. So like if you're tracking an object that's super far away, translation, scale, and rotation are fine, no problem. But if you are tracking something that is medium to close up and the camera is moving, you're going to want to track perspective too, just to make sure that you're tracking the motion that is present in the shot. You also want to make sure that that track is rock solid. You cannot fudge the track, okay? So if your track is even drifting a little bit, go ahead and jump over to the Adjust Track tab and fix that before you track. Because this is such a simple example, we are not seeing any Adjust Track necessary, but keep in mind that you may have to do that to get a rock solid track in order to get a rock solid result, just like any other module in Mocha.
Cool.
Anything else?
Definitely good advice. Yeah, no, it's good advice. Another question is, someone's asking, what is so special about the Megaplate, or why would you want to use it? And I think you've answered it, but maybe describing a little bit more about how that you can paint, you might want to clone from pixels that wouldn't actually be on screen normally.
Yeah, so I can show you too. Also, one more tip I want to point out to the thing that I forgot in the original, which is you want to make sure that shape is, you know how I made the shape large enough to encompass the entirety of what the plate would look like? That's important because it uses remove technology. That shape has to be large enough to create the plate in the first place. Let's jump over to Photoshop for a second, and I'm going to show you why you care about a mega plate. Let's say I needed to do like some complex paint work here. Let's say I needed to fix, for instance, some of this lighting problem on the ground. Or I wanted to get rid of the flicker entirely and keep the sky, for example, but get rid of the flicker on the ground because it's distracting. I could use a mega plate to do that without even creating a very fancy matte painting. But if I took a sample the same way Mocha is doing and built my own clean plate, A, I would have to spend time doing that. And B, I would maybe try to do paint work. But what we're going to do instead is we're just going to paint this every time. So what I can do is I can come in here and I can just clone this detail in, for example. And what we can do is we can get rid of these lines. And then what I could do is I could, bring this back into my shot. But it's also that when you're creating a matte painting or something like this, you want to be able to see the whole object so that when you're creating your plate, you know what it's all going to look like before you try to just composite little tiny elements into your shot based off of tracks. Also, a lot of times in pre-production, before you start working on the shot or even while you're in production and post-production, directors have a lot of opinions. I don't know if you noticed. They have a lot of opinions. They like to see stuff first, and whatever you can show them to visualize how this is going to look, the easier you can get shots done on time. But even if I want to just change this, what I can do is I can come into my shot and I can, for instance, come in here and, clone, excuse me. Let's make a new layer here and all layers, perfect. We can clone new detail in wherever we want it. So this would not necessarily be on screen is why I care. So whenever you create matte paintings, you want as much detail as possible. That's the long and short of it. And you want to have as much control as possible. Being able to visualize the whole thing really helps with that. I hope that's probably a more succinct answer.
Yeah, no, I think that that makes a lot of sense. Being able to visualize all the pixels, all the areas that are going to come into the shot, even though they're not really they might not be on screen at one particular frame, but as an artist, being able to work like that, I think the way you described it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's show you a more complex example than this. This is just, I want you guys to understand the technique before I go into a shot that takes a little bit longer and don't necessarily want you to have to wonder what the heck, how that happened, right? Because when we talk about techniques, we want to talk about the basics first and then the cool stuff you can do with it, right? And I'm always interested to see the way our users use stuff, like I mentioned in a talk we did yesterday. The basic techniques then get applied in ways that are super interesting, and we love to see the way you work. And I'm going to show you some of the ways I work. So for this shot, I wanted to do something kind of silly and a little bit surreal. I think this is the balloon festival in New Mexico that happens in Albuquerque. It looks like it to me, but I don't know if that's necessarily what it is. But the cool thing about this shot is I wanted to make it a little bit surreal. So I turned everybody into jellyfish. All the balloons are now jellyfish. And to create a comp like this, what you need to do is you got to paint out all those balloons. And I didn't want to hand paint out all those balloons frame by frame for every shot. That kind of stinks. So what I did instead is I made a clean plate, like a mega plate, right? Which is what we would call, a plate. And I painted the balloons out of that, and let's talk a little bit about this workflow. We also obviously had to do a lot more roto in this shot than we did in the original. So let's talk about how to make this shot. So the first thing that we're going to do to create this sort of shot, and don't be fooled by how like deceptively simple this looks. There's actually a lot of layers in our matte painting comp, and that's where our complexity comes in. So first things first, let's talk a little bit about our mocha shot here. Which one? Yeah, this one. Okay. All right. So let's launch mocha. Just like this. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we would make this shot. Now, I'm going to take this shot and I'm going to duplicate this layer really quick, and I'm going to save out this mocha file. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to export this project as a, let's call this mega plate create. Okay. And I'm not going to re-roto this because that's just, we don't have time to show you how to re-roto this, but I'll show you the basics. Let's turn that off. And let's take our shot and let's duplicate it and delete mocha and delete our masks. And I'm going to show you how to do this from scratch using the mocha file, but we have already baked that cake for you and I'm not going to make you sit through it. So let's take Mocha Pro and drag it and drop it onto our layer here. Let's hit Launch Mocha. All right. And inside of Launch Mocha, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this load. Come on, After Effects, you can do it. Thank you. And we're going to merge our project. And so we're going to take our Mega Plate Create project and load it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete some of these layers. What we want to keep is we want to keep the car layer, we want to keep the foreground layer, midground layer, and our background, and our woman garbage mat. And we're going to delete all the rest of these layers. So when we made our mega plate, what we did is we used these layers to create our mega plate. Let's actually get rid of that too. All right. So we've got a couple of things that we need to think about in this shot, and I'm just simplifying it down to show you how I created this. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to track that background. And like in order to track this background in particular, I'll show you what I did. The first thing I did is I went over here and I drew a tiny shape. All right. And we're going to call this BG track example. Okay. So for my background track, I went over to link to track and I selected none. And then we only tracked translation, scale, and rotation. In fact, we can even get away with just tracking translation on this shot. Here's why. When we track something like this, the thing that we need to think about is that there's not a lot of parallax happening in this shot. And one of the reasons that there is not a lot of parallax happening in this shot is because that background is so far away. And the further away from your eye an object gets, the more it flattens out. That's part of perspective. That's part of how eyes see. It's also why 3D looks okay, you know, when there's no depth in the background and there's lots of depth in the foreground. Okay. It's just the way that, you know, binocular vision works. Okay. Now, because of that, that means that we don't have to really worry about perspective when we track this. So once I was done with that, what we did is we went ahead and took our shape. We made our shape large enough to encompass that movement, just like we did with our previous megaplate. So what we ended up doing was having this lovely background shape that covers the entire area that we're trying to cover with our track. Okay, and I just created my megaplate on the first frame. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over into our megaplate tab. And on frame 0, we're going to hit, well, frame 1, we're going to render our current frame. And what Mocha will do is Mocha will plug through this based on the track, and it will try to create me a clean plate based on that data. Now, I don't care about what's behind this ground because it doesn't matter. So this is what Mocha has created for me, a big, long plate. There's a lot of lighting changes happening. There's a lot of vignette here, so we're going to get some stepping over here in the sky. We don't care about that because we're going to paint right over the top of it. It doesn't matter. Okay, now, we have a problem here. I want to make a plate, but this giant car is in the way, and this person is in the way. So what we can do is we can make sure that we roto the car. And let's go back to our selected layer here. So we have a roto of the ground and a roto of the car. To create this roto of the car, I took our very handy magnetic spline tool and just let it follow the car, okay? And then I created a track based off of that. Now, we don't have to use that, okay? But I liked it for this track, okay? So there's our car roto, and I just expanded it out, and our woman. Now, notice how far outside of the edges I am from the objects that I'm trying to get out of the shot. That is the same principle that we use when we're doing removes. We want to make sure that there are enough edge pixels that are completely uncontaminated by things like blur, flyaway hairs, motion, whatever, clothes, anything that's like, getting in the way of our background. Because what we do is we use these background pixels to create a plate. Okay, so what we're going to do is in our mega plates, because we've created our mega plate here, and I'm just going to re-render it really quick. What we want to do is we want to remove these foreground objects. Let's turn our mats off here. Okay, so we're going to select our layers here, and we're going to say, hey, remove the foreground based on those shapes. And excuse me, I'll just turn those all on. And here we are, and we're saying remove foreground. And so what it'll do is we select our layers that we want to remove. Mocha will think about it, and it will take out this car and this person as best as it can based on the information it has. Now, if we don't give it enough information, it can't render everything out. So what we have to do is we have to replace that information. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to end up painting a lot of this out. So let's go ahead and show you what that looks like. So inside of our matte painting over here, we're going to double click our matte painting, and I'm going to just hide all of this mess. And let's show you a little bit about what we ended up with. So with our mega plate that we created, we ended up with removing most of the car and most of the woman by going a little bit further down the shot in order to create this. Okay, so you want to just basically give Mocha as much information as possible to remove it. Now, Mocha cannot remove the rest of this car because it does not know what's behind it. Okay, so what I can do is I can paint this out, and you can either paint this out in Photoshop if you like, so you can create something that looks like this, or you can use Silhouette Paint inside of After Effects or Nuke or whatever compositing program you're using. And in this case, what that would look like is I would come in here and I would start painting this out using my clone tools. Now, inside of the Silhouette tools, what we can do is we can select clone, or we can just select colors. And the nice thing about colors, let me show you really quick, is you can right click to select colors. So for things like the sky, we can just paint these out really quick. I mean, just super fast based on color selection. And let's just make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Or we can start painting out things like the car based on our clone tools, just like this. And the nice thing about clone tools is we can move to output instead of foreground. And so now when we paint over, we're painting over what's visible and painted over already. So that gets really handy because it allows us to fill in data from places we've already painted. So I definitely recommend that as well. So there's many techniques that you can use. I always say there's just more than one way to do something, right? Like as the saying goes, there is more than one way to skin a cat. There is more than one way to clean a mega plate. Okay, so make sure that when you are painting your shot, that you are being thoughtful about what you're doing and that you are using the right tools for the job. Everything is about the right tools for the job. Okay, so I'm not going to go through and paint this completely while you're watching because honestly, that's probably about like watching paint dry. But suffice to say, you can use all of the tools inside of the Silhouette package that you would use to normally paint on objects. So for instance, you can use things like the blemish tool to fix blur and grain problems, to, hide any sort of small objects that you can just get rid of really quickly. just like this, and fix the striations in the sky, da 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 da. Okay, there's a lot of stuff you can do with this. So don't be shy about using these tools. And let's just for the purposes of showing you how this looks, let's get at least these balloons out of the sky so that we can show you what this will look like back in the scene. And let's just blend these out. Blend, blend, blend. I love the blemish tool. It is like the ultimate cheater tool, because what it is a blur and a grain together, and it ends up hiding a lot of stuff about your shot if you're trying to get rid of stuff. There we go, just like that. All right, it's basically like the heal tool in Photoshop. All right, and you can also come in here and use the detail brush for the same. So if I wanted to clone in detail, I could while keeping the same lighting. Pretty cool. All right, so that is silhouette and painting on a flat plate. So now if we save this and we close it, what we can do is we can go ahead and hold the frame and paint back to our timeline really, really quickly. So that's silhouette paint, just painting live on a plate inside of your comp. And what's cool about that is you can just change it at any time, and it's just automatically updated in whatever you're doing, because we're plugin based. Everything is live and non-destructive, and I love the non-destructive aspect of this. If you painted something in Photoshop, for example, that's destructive. Those pixels are there. They're not changing, okay? You can't change them over time. They don't animate. You can't do anything with them. It's just a flat image. So in some ways, silhouette paint can be really cool to use for this type of thing, especially if you want to animate in a moving sky. You can use that as a separate layer instead of silhouette, and that's a separate source is what it would be. And you can paint in like moving clouds in the sky if you needed to, or you can comp them in. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to comp back over this. How are we on time, and do we have specific questions?
Yeah,
we're doing pretty well on time.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. We keep talking over each other. So, Mary, someone actually just threw in a question in the chat, which is, I think that because Mocha and Silhouette have a lot of overlapping features, I think that sometimes it can be confusing for a user who's only used one of those tools for a long time, and now that we've acquired Silhouette and we're all working together, for users to understand the differences. So this user said, what was how they worded it? It said, what can't Mocha do that you need Silhouette for? So I know the answer to that, but I'll let you take that one.
Yeah. Roto paint for one thing. So you notice that I had clone tools available instead of the Silhouette tools. So Silhouette can do rotoscoping, and it even has its own planar tracker and a Mocha planar tracker. We work together. We actually answered this question yesterday too, because this is a question we get asked a lot. The difference between Silhouette and Mocha is that they both do totally different things, right? Silhouette is for like hand painting, and it does have automated hand painting, but it's like based on tracks, and there's a lot of manual work, and it's for finessing really high-end shots that would take a lot of tedious work. Whereas Mocha is more of an automation tool, right? Like it's based on a track. It is for rotoscoping and for tracking. And yeah, you can use Silhouette for rotoscoping and painting, but they are different packages meant for different things. So you can't do a mega plate in Silhouette without stabilizing your shot and building it out with paint and working on something like that, and it's still going to be like at the size of the shot if you're using the plugin. You can also use Silhouette as kind of like a compositing tool, and you can kind of use Mocha that way too. So there's some similarities, but in general, the difference is roto paint and more manual adjustments. Mocha is really more for things like automatic removes, automatic stabilizations, with a little bit of finessing work on your end to get things perfect. So, and if you have anything to add to that, Ross, please do.
Well, maybe it would, if you don't mind bringing up your web browser, Mary, and just we can point the viewers to the compare Mocha Silhouette chart. I think that's actually a really nice, useful resource for users. That's found under the Boris website. at borisfx.com under the Mocha section, you'll find this compare Mocha chart, which might be useful.
Yeah. Give me 1 second to find that. There we go.
As you're doing that, I'll just mention that to be clear that we have 2 versions of Silhouette available. We have Silhouette as a standalone application, which is a full-blown compositing, paint, tracking, rotoscoping. It's an OFX host, so you can run Sapphire plugins inside of Silhouette. So yeah, the full-blown Silhouette is quite powerful. And then Silhouette Paint, which is a lighter version, that's basically the paint features from full Silhouette as a plugin. So
right.
yeah, this is kind of a useful chart. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, yeah, for example, like you're saying, like the standalone is a node-based compositor that you can use for painting, tracking, and everything together. It's a little bit more of a robust compositor than modules, for example. That being said, the paint plugin is for paint. That's what it's for. Mocha's not for paint.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Mocha has object removal tools, which are super, super handy. But when you need to create clean plates, generate clean areas out of nothing, then, or if you have a logo on a shirt and that shirt does not exist anywhere in time without that logo, then yes, you do need to do some manual paint. And that's one of the reasons why we create the Silhouette plugin.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I was using it instead of Mocha, because Mocha can't do Roto paint. I was using it to take the balloons out. So you can see that there's no tracking involved in this paint. It's just Roto paint. That's all it is. So that's not like just Roto paint as to minimize it. Like that's just, it's what it's doing. It's doing Roto paint. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit about compositing as well. So one of the things that you have to do, especially when you're dealing with directors, is make multiple versions of things. So, let's say that you wanted a more purple sky in this. You could add that right into the pre-comp. And the nice thing about this is if you jump back to your original comp, it's actually going to be right in there. So if I go back to my surreal comp, you can see that my matte painting has been populated right back into here, okay? And it's moving properly. And if I jump back into my matte painting, I can start adding stuff to it. Like if I wanted to add like a crazy galaxy sky, I could. If I wanted to add like these jellyfish back in position, I could. And the jellyfish are just stabilized pre-comps. I stabilized them in Mocha and isolated them with Roto, and I'm blending them back over the top with a lighten mode. It's extremely basic compositing here. And what you can do is you can even duplicate these. So if I feel like I want more of these layers, I can go ahead and duplicate this and move it over just like this. All right. And now I've got my whole sky populated with these like surreal floating jellyfish, and you can see that they're animating here. Well, whenever After Effects catches up to me, let's go to quarter res. You can see that they're animating over time. Okay, and because we're tracking that back in, my comp is completely live, and I can add things like a Sapphire Aurora into it. I can add all these elements into my matte painting that are animated and live. And now when I go back to my more complex composite, everything is populated back in and moving properly over time. So I can add in the foreground with some really complex Roto. What we did with this is we just did some Mocha Roto. For those of you that have done Mocha Roto before, you will know that basically you make a track and then you link everything to tracks. So in this case, car body is linked to the track that is car. Same thing for the back bumper, same thing for the front bumper. And then what we've done is we've added keyframes over time. You can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keyframes, and everything else is driven by the track. Okay. And the reason that's handy is that allows us to save time on rotoscoping. Yes, you can also rotoscope in Silhouette. It's going to depend on what you want to do and what you're most comfortable in. That's fine, but Silhouette Paint will not necessarily apply the Roto back for you, whereas Mocha will, because Silhouette's meant to be a paint package, not a replacement Roto package. So we can apply all these roto shapes back into our shot using Mocha. So what we've done is we've gone to create AE masks. And what that's done is that has made AE masks for us based on our Mocha shapes that we made in Mocha. And what's cool about that is that allows us to have a little bit more speed in our After Effects comps. Same thing for Nuke comps. When you apply the matte, which you can do, you can apply it as a black and white mask right here or as a RGB mask. When you apply the mask, it's applied as a plugin. It actually takes a little bit more computation time. And I like to save render time whenever possible. So unless I need motion blur and unless I need per point edge feathering, I tend to apply the shapes as native shapes to whatever host I'm in, unless that host does not allow native shapes, in which case for things like Avid, Mocha allows you to apply a mask where you wouldn't normally be able to apply a mask. So that's something to think about when you're using the plugin. And then from there, we just add a little color correct over the top, and we end up with our final comp. So excuse me, there's our... Let's turn that off. There we go. So here's our final comp. We've added some color correction over the top. And that's what that ends up looking like. So here's our original, just like this. And it's, it's a little funny. But I wanted to make something surreal for once. And we end up with this sort of very fun jellyfish comp. And I'm happy to answer questions about how this is done, or if you have any more specific questions about how the more complex megaplate breaks down, but it looks like we're running out of time as well.
That's really, really cool, Mary. It's great actually to see people using megaplates with stuff that's actually animating over the top of it, because a lot of the time when we've been doing megaplate demos, it's usually been just the static megaplates like we saw in the first example, where we're kind of layering stuff on top. It's really useful, and I think very inspiring to show people the fact that once you've got this big plate as a pre-comp, you can then just start plonking in any kind of animated elements or elements in motion, and those will react live down into your comp.
Yeah, and according to the track, which is really useful. It's kind of the thing that brings matte paintings to life. A lot of times matte paintings can look really dead. So if you notice when you're watching films, although a lot of people don't notice that they're looking at matte paintings, if you notice with matte paintings in film, they're always adding something like a smoke element to a campfire in the background, or birds flying through, or reflections on the water. They're always adding something to try to give it a little bit of life. And whatever you can do to bring life to your matte painting, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, the number of shooting stars you see is quite out of keeping with the number of shooting stars you would actually see. No, that's wonderful. I do have another couple of questions that came in from chat, and like some of these you might have answered a little bit already, but one of them is about the lens distortion, what a sort of lens distortion workflow might be if you've got an element that's got a little bit more visible lens distortion in the original.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to actually switch back to screen sharing for that, and the reason is because we actually have a lens module inside of Mocha. So let's go ahead and stop this. If you have really visible lens distortion, what you can do is inside of Mocha, before you start doing any work, is you can try to undistort your footage. So if you go over here to your lens tab, what you can do is you can say, hey, locate lines. And what Mocha is going to try to do is it's going to try to find every straight line it can in the shot. And then you can use those straight lines to try to do a lens solve. So in this case, we're going to hit in for new line, and we're going to trace some of the obvious lines in our shot that are straight, that we know are straight. Okay. So in for new line, right? And in for new line, in for new line, and in for new line. Okay, and we're going to try to make a distortion map based off of that line. Now, the closer that you can get to the middle of the shot, a quarter way through the shot, and the edge of the shot, the more accurate your lens solve is going to be. If you have a grid to solve from, if your DP actually shot a grid for you, like that's the holy grail. that would be something that you would then load in as an input, right? A calibration clip. And you could use that. And then once you're done, you can calibrate for a lens. So in this case, this would probably be a 1 parameter lens distortion. I have never distorted this, so let's see. Yeah, that's not accurate. Because we're dealing with curves on a car and not straight lines, we're not going to get an accurate solve for this shot. But what you can see is that it will try to calculate the curves based on the information that you give it. And the important part is that the information you give it has to be good and has to be straight in organic lines. All right?
Yeah, no, that's great. That's what we needed. The fact that there is, ways of handling lens distortion directly within Mocha before you take the mega plate out. That's very, very, very handy.
Yeah, I would do an undistort
out
pass.
Of time though. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds like a very, very good idea. We've got too many questions, but unfortunately, we have to get on to giving away free stuff. But I want to say thank you very much, Mary. That was wonderful. I mean, we could easily have done, a lot more time on mega plates. It's just great to see like some of the different examples that you've come up with to blend together the mega plates plus the Roto plus the paint stuff, the silhouette paint stuff. It's really, really interesting and nice, greatly put together presentation. Speechless again.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, don't forget Sapphire. We threw Sapphire in there too.
And Sapphire, of course. Yeah, I mean that's the lovely thing about having so many products under the Boris FX umbrella is that you can just mix and match so many different things together.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Yeah. Great. Well, let's give away some stuff, shall we? I'm going to see for the first time. Ooh. Congratulations, we have 12 months of Mistika Boutique going to to Raffle Lackey. Well done. Thank you very much to SGO for sponsoring a 12-month subscription of Mistika Boutique. Not saying I'm jealous of that, but well done to you, Raphael. And we also have Marta Kudner, who has won 12 months of the subscription of the Boris FX Suite. So that's everything that we create. So we've got Mocha Pro that you've seen here, also Silhouette, which we also saw here, Sapphire, we might have seen that here as well, Continuum and Optics. And for those of you who didn't win a prize, don't fear, you still have the chance of entering our prize competition. If you go to borisfxlive.com, you can see full terms and conditions and enter there. You can enter once a day, and we still have some great prizes to give away. If you didn't win anything today, you are still a winner because we have a 25% off everything promo going on at the moment. This is going to end this Friday on the 11th of September, and that counts for everything. So whether you want to renew your subscriptions, new permanent licenses, or renewals of licenses and bundles, you can get it all for 25% off until Friday, 11th of September. Well, thanks very much, Mary, and thanks very much, Ross. In fact, Ross, you are staying with us again. You are taking on co-hosting duties one more time, which is good. I don't have to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's right.
It's too tough saying goodbye. It's too tough. So I'm glad you're here for the full term. No, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not allowed. We're going to be moving on. We're in the last two presentations of the day today. Coming up next, we have a Continuum presentation where our director of motion graphics, John Dickinson, is going to be showing you how to get a Into the Spider-Verse inspired composition, like title composition using Title Studio and Continuum. And then coming up for the final hour of the day, we have a very, very special live Q&A roundtable discussion, to give it its proper term, with some members of the Boris FX engineering team. This is going to be fascinating stuff. I don't think we've ever done this before, so it's going to be your chance to ask questions to the Boris FX engineering team. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. But that's coming up in an hour's time. Right now, we are going to be moving on to John Dickinson's presentation with Continuum and motion graphics. John will be joining us from Australia, but he won't be joining us live for this presentation, but we will be monitoring the chat still. So get all your questions into chat at borisfxlive.com or with the YouTube chat as well. So if you're following along on YouTube, you can chat away there as well. But without any further ado, let's have a little look at John Dickinson and enter into the Continuum.
Hello and welcome back. In this session, I'm going to walk you through my Into the Continuum animation, which I created using Boris FX Continuum Complete and After Effects. So let's jump in. Now, we've recently released a new 5-part tutorial series in which I break down this Into the Continuum look, which was inspired by Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. And today is really just a walkthrough, like a cut-down walkthrough, to introduce you to the project, focus on some key areas. And if you'd like to learn more, then definitely check out the 5-part series. And that really is an extended deep dive. For example, I show step by step how to create the 3D title in Title Studio. And you'll also be able to grab the project file and also some of the presets, including the particle illusion preset and the Title Studio preset. Okay, so let me just close this. And let's start at the 3D text. So here's a quick pre-render. So the 3D text was created using Title Studio, and you can see it flies in, and the movement has been created, or the fly-in has been created using the After Effects camera. And as the text flies in, you can see it starts dark, and then it kind of switches on, and it's jiggling around. And then at the end, it zooms out again. And that's also created using the After Effects camera. And you can also see it's on this kind of seamless cyc, which was also created in Title Studio. So let's just close that one up. And we'll dig down into the project. Just going to press the Tab key and navigate with my right arrow key back to this comp here into the Continuum TS. So this is where I created the Title Studio text, and you can see I've got a proxy enabled. I'm going to leave that enabled, come down to this layer here. You can see there's an After Effects camera in here as well, and you can see I have BCC Title Studio applied to that layer. Click on my effect controls and come up and click Launch UI, and that will open up the Title Studio interface. Just pop that on this screen. So as I mentioned in tutorial 1, I actually break down this look completely, step by step. But what you're basically seeing here is, let me just turn these off. You're seeing 3 different versions of this Into the Continuum text. There's the first one here, which is this sort of dark version. Just holding down my space bar and my left mouse button to get the hand grabber tool. So there's this fairly dark version, and there's a version above that. You can see it starts a little bit later. I've just offset that by a few frames. And that one is a slightly brighter version, and it's pushed back a little bit on Z, so it gives this kind of double bevel look. Doesn't matter really though, because that's going to be covered up again by a third version, and this is this top version here, and this is the brighter version at the sides and the front, so that completely covers the dark version. So what I was going for here was a kind of look where the text is kind of in darkness, and then we have this intermediate reveal of this version here, and it kind of looked like neon, and then very quickly after that we have the full version, so that then the text is fully illuminated. So I wanted it to kind of look like the text is sort of turning on, and by the end of that animation, or the end of that reveal, we get that look. Let me just roll out there a bit with my mouse wheel. So to create that type on look, I've actually used the type on settings in Title Studio. So let's just come down and click on this level here, and you can see up here in the controls, there's a type on option. So I've used the type on option, and I've used it for the, well, I haven't used it for the bottom version, but I have used it for the middle version and the top version, so they're typing on. And you'll notice also that the text is jiggling. And that's also up here. It's actually named jitter in Title Studio, and that's making the text sort of jump around, and that's auto-animated. I haven't had to actually add any keyframes. So these particular settings, things like type on and jitter, are really useful in Title Studio for creating really quick animations of this style. Now at the bottom here, I have an imported Cinema 4D model that ships with Title Studio. This is just a seamless cyc created in Cinema 4D. You'll notice in here that it's actually turned off. I did set it up in this Title Studio project with all the lights, and then I split the project into 2 separate layers in After Effects so I could affect the text independently of the background. So I'm just going to turn that off for now. So I'll just cancel that. And I won't save the settings. And I will mention again that I do walk through that step by step, exactly how to create that in tutorial 1 of the Into the Continuum tutorial series. Now you'll see also in this project that there's an After Effects camera. I'm just going to press the U key, and there's a couple of keyframes. So I've animated the Z position so that the camera pulls out, and just a little push in between this keyframe here and this keyframe here. So the camera pulls back and then pushes in gently, so we get that kind of living hold rather than the text just stationary. So we're pushing in gently, and then we get to this point here and we zoom out. And if we just have a look at the value graph, you can see that's how the curves were done. So zoom in and then slow down. Well, I shouldn't say zoom in, the text is zooming in, but the camera's pulling out and slowing down. Little push, and then easing in, and then picking up speed at the end. So it's nice to be able to use the After Effects camera with Title Studio. Let's take a look at that again. So we've got that nice jiggle in there, and the text is typing on, and flying in, then flying out. So that's the most important part of the whole setup, this particular 3D text. Everything else that's created in here is embellishing that text. All right, so let's just close that one. And now I'm going to come into main. Once I had that set up, then I spent a bit of time enhancing the 3D scene. Let's come back to the project. I might just set my window up so I can see my menus here, and come back to project. There we go. Now I can see my menu, and just double click this render. So we just saw the basic version without any enhancement, but this is the version that I've enhanced. You can see I've got this sort of halftone pattern on the background. The Into the Continuum text has got a nice glow on it, and it might be a little bit tricky to see, but as the text turns on, as we get the brighter letters, the actual background appears to be illuminated as well, and that's a little hack that I created, which I'll show you. And you can see that we have these great particles, these little sparks coming out, and they're shooting out, and they're falling down, and they're hitting the seamless cyc and bouncing with some really nice reflections. And that's created using particle illusion. And we also have this reflection in the floor. Let's take a look at how that was built. So I'm going to turn a few layers off. So there's my seamless cyc. Remember I mentioned that I split that out into a separate file. If I just select it, you can see that it does have the BCC Title Studio effect. And I've also just increased the contrast slightly to make that a little bit more contrasty. And you may notice that it's pretty clear here, but you may notice it even more on the screencast, that we've got a lot of banding here. And banding's never a good look. Obviously, you can change that. You can control that to some degree by using 16-bit. 32-bit doesn't make much difference if 16-bit won't. You can add some noise. But I thought a really nice way to control that was to actually use the BCC halftone effect. You can see I've got this above that. And the soft light blend mode. Let me just turn that on. And that definitely gets rid of that banding. Well, almost 100%. And come back to my effect controls. And you can see that is the BCC halftone effect. I love halftone. I'm a real sucker for it. And when I saw the Into the Spider-Verse titles, I immediately fell in love because it's got that beautiful halftone and that, that comic book look. And that's why I created this homage to it, I guess, because I loved it so much. I wanted to see what I could create using the Continuum toolset. Now, one thing I have done with the halftone effect is I've made it 3D because I haven't applied the halftone effect to the seamless cyc in Title Studio. I've applied it outside in After Effects, but I needed it to sort of animate with the camera. And you can see there's another camera in here. And notice how the camera is linked to the into the Continuum TS, the text comp. It's linked via an expression. So if I make any changes in the text comp, then they would update in here. So that's a nice way to be able to link up cameras throughout your project. And I explain that in a little more detail in tutorial 2. So my seamless cyc is using the same camera and my halftone effect is using the same camera. So you can see it looks like the halftone effect is actually applied to the background. It's close enough. You can notice above that I have this black solid. I've called it Cyc Darkener because I really wanted it to be quite dark at the beginning of the look, and I could have played around with lights and that sort of thing, but I don't know how many times in After Effects I've just used a solid to fake lights, and it's just so effective. So I've just used a nice black solid there and added a couple of opacity keyframes that we start in darkness. Let me just turn the text on. Where is it? Let's see. I think it's this layer here. So there's the text. You can see without that Cyc Darkener, it's quite bright, but I really wanted this to be quite dark. And as it turned on, to start to sort of brighten up the background. So that looks a lot more like neon light now. But with that darkener off, just not quite as much. I mean, you do see more halftone, which is nice, but I just wanted it nice and dark. All right, so above that, we have this layer here. And this is my fake illumination layer. You can see, if I just turn that on, notice how that's actually brightening up the background a little bit. Let me just turn these off and also turn this one off, or unsolo it. And for this I've used BCC Gaussian Blur. I do have curves, but it appears that I've turned that off. So if I just come to an area where we can see it like that, and just bring that blur right down, you can see I really maxed out the blur like that. What I was going for here was a look where, as the letters turned on, they appeared to illuminate the scene a little bit. It's a really, really fake, hacky, global illumination look. So let's just bring those back on again. And just check out my opacity. My opacity is 100. Come back to this text and just turn this on and off again. So you can see how it's actually brightening up the background. So obviously it's a duplicate of the Title Studio text. So as this gets brighter, then the blurred version gets brighter as well. So it looks like it's lighting up the background. And it's much more obvious when we start to get to these sections here. You really start to see it in the areas where we put the treatment on the text. You can see there, look at that pink on the background there. If I turn this layer off, that's what we have. But that nice big Gaussian blur, BCC Gaussian blur, really brightens up the background. So super hacky but effective way to make that look as if it's affecting the seamless cyc. Let's just come back because we don't want to get too far into that just yet. Come back to here. And also the reflection is a bit of a fake as well. I've used BCC reflection and just done a nice soft reflection in the floor. Title Studio isn't ray traced, so I wasn't able to do effective ray traced reflections in the floor, but it's just as easy to do that directly in After Effects using BCC reflection. You can see it's actually inside a pre-comp. So if I double click that and just select it, there's my text, there's my reflection using BCC reflection. And I explain this in a little more detail in tutorial number 2 of the series. Really great, useful effect for adding quick reflections into things. And the reason I've pre-composed it is because, just pressing Shift Escape there to come back to that comp, it's because I needed to mask it out. I only wanted to see the reflection. I didn't want to see the continuum text and the reflection. I wanted the mask individually or separately from the reflection. And you can see I've only got an opacity of 10%. I think it was important to have a reflection because that really grounds that in the scene. There's no shadow, but the reflection is probably enough to make that really feel like it's, you know, part of the 3D scene. Only subtle, but very useful. Okay, so let's keep going. The other main layers in here are the sparks and the spark reflection. So I was going to turn the sparks on. Now I created the sparks using BCC Particle Illusion. I'm just going to double click that comp and just do a quick RAM preview here. You can see it's really quick. I get a couple of bright hotspots and a few sparks shooting out, and they appear to bounce on an invisible floor. You can see I do have transparency there if I just toggle the transparency grid. Notice how this is the into the continuum TS layer. If I come up to the particle illusion effect and just come onto composite style and just choose direct classic. So I've applied the particle illusion effect to the into the continuum text. And there is a free standalone version of particle illusion, but this is one of the benefits of using the Continuum plugin version. I can apply particle illusion to a source layer and position my particles, and then I can either leave that source layer turned on if I was, say, comping the particles into the scene, or I can turn that off and I can comp the particles individually in another composition, which is what I've done. Let's just quickly launch particle illusion. Just open up on my other screen. I'm just going to bring that across, and I'm working at 1920 by 1080 here, so it's a smaller area. Okay, so just roll my mouse wheel there. I might just come in here up to the view menu and change my load layout to edit. Now I can see my timeline. So if I just play that back, it's nice and responsive. Remember, I've done a pre-render of the into the continuum text as well, which is really a good idea when you're working in After Effects. If you're working with these maybe render heavy layers, just pre-render them first, especially if you need to use them, you know, downstream where you're doing things like compositing particles. So if I just drag the time indicator here, you can see the emitters in the scene here. If I just drag that, you can see at a certain point the particles burst out. And I wanted to sort of time that where you can see on the E, for example, if I just roll in to there, you can see on the E, it happens when the first layer of 3D text turns on because this was, my thinking was this was kind of like neon light, and you get that sort of classic spark from neon. So the light turns on, it's a little bit of a dodgy light, spark pops out. And I did just animate the position, the XY position of the emitter, just to sort of stick to that point of the E, so that it didn't emit the particles and then have the hotspot just floating in space. I wanted the hotspot just to follow that along. And I do show how this is all done in tutorial 2 of the series. And the same here. As the O second part of the 3D text turns on, you get that spark, and sparks fall down, and they hit a deflector. And the way I was able to get the deflector to appear as if it's falling on a plane is to increase the thickness of the deflector. So really quite effective. So definitely check out tutorial 2 for more information on that. And also the download includes this emitter and also the particle illusion project file. All right, so I'm just going to cancel that. Now, of course, these particles fall onto the seamless cyc, and of course we do have a reflection. So if the text is casting a reflection, then you'd expect the particles to cast a reflection. And I wasn't able to use BCC reflection because it didn't allow me to cast the reflections correctly, because it's not a 3D reflection. BCC reflection only gives me a 2D reflection. So to fake that, I've actually used BCC directional blur. Let's just turn on the spark reflection. So this is just a duplicate of the sparks layer. And I've used BCC directional blur just to add a little directional blurred version underneath the sparks. If I'd have used something like BCC reflection, I would have had, a certain plane that would have been the reflection plane, and the reflection wouldn't have sat under all of the particles. Some of them would be sitting away from the particles, and I explained this in tutorial 2. But what a difference that makes when there's a little bit of a reflection on there, just to ground those particles. So it really makes it feel as if the particles are bouncing off that seamless floor or seamless cyc. And as far as the text itself, I've just used a little bit of BCC fast film glow and some After Effects curves, an old favorite, just to enhance that a little bit. Very nice. So let's just come back to the project file again, or the project window. And I'm just going to double click that again. And let's have a look at that again. So all in all, that's a really good result, considering that that's not a a ray trace 3D scene, and this particular version of the particles isn't 3D particles. Okay, so let's just close that one. And next, let's take a look at the graphical treatment that I created. Just checking the clock, we've got about 15 minutes to go, so we've got to move fairly fast. Now, the treatment, or the graphical treatment, is where all of the sort of Into the Spider-Verse inspired looks were happening, or are happening. And obviously there's a fair bit going on here, but as I mentioned, if you check out the title series, or if you check out the 5-part series, this is covered in a lot more detail in tutorials 3 and 4. So full tutorials on how I developed this treatment. So just moving through it fairly quickly, I might just look at this render first. Take a look at this render. So text flies in, and then everything goes crazy. So I'm just going to roll that out and take a look. So at a certain point, we get all of this really nice graphical treatment. So using shape layers, BCC halftone, Adobe stock, a whole different range of BCC effects, and some more particle illusion particles. So a lot going on, and it took a little bit of time to create this. You know, I had to set keyframes and do previews and shift the keyframes and until I was happy with the look that I wanted, or happy with the look that I got. So have a quick walk through. So we have the Continuum text. You can see it is on a transparent background because I split out that seamless cyc. And just rolling my mouse wheel in here. So we have these zigzag lines, and these are created using After Effects shape layers. I'll show exactly how to create these particular paths and how I animated these. One thing to note is that it's using the new taper feature in After Effects, which is really nice. So I've got these tapered ends here. And these are animated using hold keyframes. So when I hit another hold keyframe, you can see they change slightly. And the effects that I've used include things like fractal noise, BCC halftone, and BCC misalignment. So that's the boring old grey version. Used a bit of fractal noise to get a little bit of variance in the luminance. And then using halftone really enhances that. That's BCC halftone. And then BCC misalignment to get those RGB channels to separate. Really nice how the BCC set of plugins has such a huge range of effects. There's generally something in there to do whatever I need. So some zigzag lines, and you can see the text is being treated at this point. Obviously I did a lot of splitting of layers here. You can see the Into the Continuum text has been split a whole bunch of different times in here. And here's the version here. So take the effects off. There's our base version, but with a little bit of halftone to make that black and white. And that's really got that Spider-Man noir kind of look, hasn't it? That black and white comic book look. And a little bit of prism in there. So BCC prism is a little bit like BCC misalignment. BCC prism's more of a chromatic aberration style effect where I can blend between the channels. Really nice treatment of that. And you can see it's nice and responsive. And I sprinkle out a whole bunch of adjustment layers too, just as little sort of transitional effects. So you can see we go from here to here, and there's a little prism adjustment layer there, just to pull that text into its different channels. And then it sort of jumps into that one. So this little section lasts for a bit, and then we come back to this particular look. And this look is using BCC halftone and BCC misalignment. Let me just turn that off. So once again, halftone, slightly modified, and then BCC misalignment. And notice I got all these ink splotches in here as well. The text is actually pre-composed. In here I've got the Title Studio text, and I've also got this font cycle layer, which we'll look at in a moment. But you can see here, this layer here is some Adobe stock ink splotches. Adobe stock was really useful for this. I liked how I was able to jump onto Adobe stock and then find a file that I wanted, and it automatically loaded into my library, and then I could apply it straight away. It's a nice little feature of Adobe stock. And you can see here, if I just turn off the mask, choose none, that's a really big file of ink splotches, and they're all vector. So I was able to turn that mask back on and just grab my pan behind tool, anchor point tool, and I was able to just basically, let's see if I can do this. I think I need to be in the comp window. Able to click and drag behind the mask and just audition different splotches, which was really nice. And that's why they call that the pan behind tool. So that's inside the pre-comp. And if I just press Shift Escape, that should take me back to the main comp. And you can see it just adds that nice little bit of grunginess, which I did see a little bit of that in the Into the Spider-Verse titles. So we start there, and then we go to there, and then we build to there. So that sort of building sort of thing was quite a theme in this kind of look. Okay, so then we get to this spot here, and once again, into the Continuum text, which has been split off. And you can see for this one, I've used BCC Artist Poster and Halftone. So Artist Poster give me this nice pink graphical treatment. And BCC Halftone on top of that gave me this kind of comic book, sort of almost clown style look, isn't it? And I'll just unsolo that. And you can see also that I've used the subtract blend mode. So that's actually turned that green. And then we jump forward a couple of frames and we hit some more shape layers. Shape layers came in really handy for this. You can see I've created a star, and I walked through exactly how I created this in tutorial 3 of the series. And you can see I've applied BCC halftone to that. If we just press the U key, there's a few hold keyframes. So when we hit the next one, it gets a bit bigger. Next one a bit bigger again, and then a bit smaller. And I was just clicking and dragging on points just to change those. If we turn the other ones on, there's one on top of that, and there's a couple more up here. And this was really directly inspired by what I saw in the Into the Spider-Verse titles. Notice how this tan-looking one, or this pale yellow one, is actually being cut out by the other ones. Let's just find that one. That is the stroked one. I think it's this one here. You can see I've actually used the set matte effect for that. Just turn that off, turn that on again. So I've used set matte, and I've used bang number 1 as the matte. So that's sort of, using bang number 1 to cut that out. And that gives this kind of nice kind of fractured look. So shape layers definitely came in really handy there. And I've applied various Boris FX effects. I think to one of them I applied, where is it? I think it's this one here. Yeah, BCC scan lines. You can see it's got the scan lines there. And bang. Just gave that a bit of graphical treatment. And of course the text has been treated as well. Just turn these on. So if we have a look here, I've used BCC Artist Poster and Halftone, given that a really nice treatment. Artist Poster is great for actually changing the look of the 3D text without having to go in and do anything in Title Studio. It's almost like retexturing it. BCC Halftone. And there's also a drop shadow behind that, just to sort of pull that out. Notice how the drop shadow is not being cast on the background. That's because I've used the Preserve Transparency checkbox. So I've got the drop shadow here. And the drop shadow is After Effects drop shadow set to shadow only. So we don't see the actual text. And that's also set to Preserve Transparency, just to cut that out based on any of the layers below. So if I turn that off, you can see we get that. And that is not a very good look on the cyc because it tends to flatten out this 3D scene. I wanted this all to sit in front of the 3D cyc, and anything that gets cast onto the 3D cyc, any shadow, tends to make the thing look flat. So I love this particular technique for having the shadows work on these foreground elements. And of course, if these are in the foreground, then they wouldn't be casting a drop shadow on the background. Let's just keep moving on. I really like that whole section. I think that came out really nicely. And just forgot this one here. This really actually makes this look even better. So this is again is the Continuum text. No graphical treatment, but just the set matte effect again. If I turn that off, we have that. But with the set matte effect, once again using the bang, in this case bang number 3. So this is fracturing it again. So we had the fracturing on the pale yellow bang shape layer. And now we've got a slightly different fracture on the untreated text with a drop shadow as well. So the result is really interesting. You've got a lot of depth in here without actually making any of these layers 3D layers. And if we turn on the seamless cyc, actually no, well, that's set back in the main comp. We'll look at that in a moment. Come back to FX. Yeah, so definitely for me, this was kind of like one of the star individual frames of this look. All right, so let's keep going. This whole next section from about here, this point to this point, is kind of a build. So we start, if I just turn these layers on, we do have this small section in here where the bangs turn off and we hit this Adobe stock, which is just some ink drops. And I've actually animated let's see if I'm on the right layer here. This one here. I've actually animated the drips just using some masks to make it look as if those are dripping. Let's see if I can just solo this one. So you can see here. So it's just a slight animation using masks just to make that appear as if that is wet dripping paint. I've just filled that with a color. They're actually black vector files. And I talk about that in more detail in tutorial 3. And above that we have the text again with the drop shadow and a couple of adjustment layers, halftone and prism. And then we jump into this section here, which is the build. So here I've got After Effects shape layers. This one here is, let's see, ring. And this is literally a ring in After Effects as a shape layer. And you can see I've got, once again, the fractal noise effect applied, BCC halftone, BCC grunge, which is really nice. And you can see with BCC grunge, I've used one of the built-in textures. In this case, it's Ralph Steadman ink splatter. And to apply that, I've used the multiply blend mode. If I just turn that to normal, you can see we actually see the texture, but I only wanted the ink splat. So BCC grunge was a nice way to be able to add a bit of extra grunge without having to go out and find any stock images. And below that, we have BCC video glitch. It's a real continuum fest in this, isn't it? I've used so many continuum effects. So video glitch, just to give that a little bit of jumpiness. And we also have this sort of scribble, this vector scribble here. And some ink splotches. You can really go to town with looks like this. I think one of the difficult things is adding too much, knowing when you've added too much and then stripping that away. So here's the Adobe stock again, the ink splotches. And let's just turn these on. So there's my text. And I mentioned before that I use kind of this font cycling look. Come into my text. So this font cycle is a slightly different approach to the text. We have the 3D text, which is throughout the whole thing, but I wanted to take advantage of a bunch of different fonts. And these are all Adobe fonts from Adobe Typekit. So I just auditioned a bunch of different fonts. You can see there's a live After Effects text layers and just sequence them inside this composition. Just preview this so that we get them sort of cycling through like that. So that's a really fun, easy way to add some graphical treatment. Notice this one has actually got a 3D extrusion, and that's because I've actually used the Cinema 4D renderer in this comp. And I've added a little bit of extrusion, just like this. Really nice way. You don't have to have, big fat Cinema 4D heavy to render scenes. You can add a little bit of nice extrusion to text and have it preview really quickly with some low render settings to take advantage of that 3D setting. So quite a fun little easy to create font cycle sequence there. And you can see some of them have BCC halftone. But back in the FX comp, notice how it's actually been split up. You can see one section of the font cycle sequence, and you can also see another section of it at a different time. And that's because I've used BCC time displacement. So BCC time displacement allows me to use a map layer, and once again I've used bang, and and I've offset the displacement amount and the reference level to see the font cycle sequence at two different states in time, but using a map layer, which is really nice. You get that really nice fractured look. And I just skipped over it, but notice how we start at this red ring, and then we come to a blue ring, slightly different scribble, slightly different ink drop. We've got the text being introduced. And then we get to this level here, and we've got the ring increasing in size again, and once again, different larger scribble, different ink drop. So we get this kind of build, and there's also a particle illusion animation behind that. That's included with the download. So at this stage, let's just come back to the project and take a look at this again. We're up to here. It happens really quickly. I mean, there's a lot of work for only really, a few seconds of animation. So once I got to this stage, then the next thing was to, because if you remember in number 1, the animation zooms out at the end. So I wanted it to be, I wanted the text to be in its original state when it zooms out. So I had to think of a way to re-reveal the original text. And I could have just flashed it back on, but I liked the whole ink drip kind of thing that was going on in there, the ink splotch kind of thing. So I just sort of ran with that. We come back to the main comp, and let's see, I've got something turned on there I shouldn't have, probably. I might just open up number 4 and take a look at that first. So it's this bit here. So there's the bit we just looked at. And if you're interested to know how I did these ripples, these 3D ripples, that's covered in tutorial 5 of the 5-part series. But notice how the ink drops, or the ink, or the goo, I should say, starts at the top and then dribbles down, and then a couple of big drops come off, and then they hit the seamless cyc, make some splats, and then we zoom out. That's a really nice organic way to re-reveal that text. Just take a quick look at that. Okay, so we just come towards the end of this composition. Here we are here. So the drip reveal was super easy to create. Did that in a pre-comp using, once again, some Adobe stock, just some vector drips. And you can see I've animated the position. So a couple of position keyframes, using that as a matte. And there's the text, so it just reveals the text like that. Bloop. Just come back into this glass comp. The glassiness, or the gooiness, was created using CC Glass. And I use a couple of different applications of that. CC Glass is great for this kind of thing. Just turn that on and off. You can see that gives that kind of a nice gloopy, sort of puffed out look. I actually use an adjustment layer with the CC Glass applied a second time, because when I was playing around with it, I noticed when I applied it twice, I got an even puffier look. Take a look at the O. Look how the O really puffs out. And I didn't seem to be able to get that look by applying CC Glass twice to the same layer. So that's just why I've got it twice in there. Gives that a nice gloopy look. And I wanted to have some kind of interaction between this gloopiness and the seamless cyc. So I decided to do a few drips back in the main comp. So if we come back to, let's see, text, notice also that the gloopiness is dripping over a different style of Continuum text. I wanted to take advantage of some more Continuum effects, and you can see in here I've got BCC charcoal sketch, give me this really nice black and red look. And a few frames later, as we're getting these drips, it's almost like the text is getting its final chance just to go crazy and change its styles before it returns back to its original look. And we've already seen this. We've got BCC halftone and grunge, and then more and more is being covered. And we've got matte choker, which I only use matte choker just to hide a few of these pins that 3D Pinart or Pinart 3D was creating. BCC Pinart 3D. Just turn that on. So that was making a few extra pins than I needed. They were kind of peeking out from outside. So I just used matte choker first to choke that down. And then BCC tritone. And still getting covered up. And then just a little last hurrah using BCC wooden planks. Just, of course, because we want some wood in there. Just adds a little bit of variety, a little bit of, hey, what was that? And then they get covered up. And then the text flies out. Now back in the main comp, just turn that off for a moment. And let's take a look at our drips. So the drips are created using After Effects shape layers. You can see here. And I've used the CCC glass effect, and it's actually quite effective. You can see CC glass really was good for making them look like they actually had some volume to them. Let's see which one I have selected. I think it's this one here. Like that. Look at that. Look at the difference. 2D, 3D. So CCC glass, or CC glass, I should say. One thing I will note here is or will point out, is that I actually have these dripping from behind the text. You can see here I've layered them behind because it's actually quite, I think, more effective to have them coming from behind because it feels as if the ooze is dripping in front and behind. So dripping there, and then they come down, and just as they hit, and they're all offset slightly in time, but just as they hit, we cut to 3 different Adobe stock splats, which I've rotated in 3D, and also applied the CC glass effect. So we get that nice effective kind of bloop. And of course, because they're 3D, they're reacting to the same camera as everything else. That's 3D. And I break that down in quite a lot of detail in tutorial 5 in the series. And it's only about, 4 seconds long, but I think really effective. Done a little animation on the Boris FX logo at the end as well, but I also explain a little bit about that in tutorial 5. So hopefully that's piqued your interest. Definitely take a look at the 5-part series because I think you'll get a lot out of that. But for now, thanks for watching. I'm going to hand back over to the team.
Thank you so much, John. That is, it's wonderful. John is an absolute master of mograph. So all those little tricks he managed to pack into 45 minutes. There's just so much to unpack there. As he said a couple of times, there are the full versions of those tutorials up on our website. Let me have a little. Let me show you what that is doing. There we go. So yeah, if you go to the Boris FX training, we have a huge amount of training resources available. Where you can search by product, by feature, or by host as well. So there's a ton of stuff that we have here, and there's more stuff being added every week. We do have the Into the Continuum series here. It's a 5-part series. John's done really well to break this up into kind of logical sections. So they're about half an hour each. I got into the habit of just spending half an hour with John during my lunchtime, and it was I learned so much from these. You can also come and see all of the videos at the YouTube channel as well, where we have everything available directly on YouTube, including playlists of our our favorites plus any of our series that we have. So there's a lot of training material available on our website already. So it's great to also see, you know, what the reaction was in the chat as well. Unfortunately, John wasn't able to join us live here today, but he will be here live tomorrow. So we're going to be doing a slightly different schedule tomorrow, and he will be here joining us for the last section tomorrow. So the time zones between Europe, the US, and Australia, you know, link up for just a very, very short amount of time. We're able to grab him at that time as well. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to give away a few prizes. And for those people who haven't, oh, hang on, here we go. We've got the names coming straight up. Here we go. Evan Barros, you have won a free class at School of Motion. This is an amazing prize. So thanks so much to School of Motion. They're doing some of the best training out there online at the moment. So well done, Evan. We also have got a 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite heading over to Alex Gittelman as well. Congratulations, Alec. The Boris FX Suite is everything that we produce. So that is going to be Continuum that you've just seen. Also Sapphire, Mocha Pro, Silhouette, and Optics. So well done, Alex. That's truly a fantastic prize. If you didn't manage to win anything, no fear, because we are still running a 25% off everything sale, which is our virtual IBC sale. And that is 25% off new licenses, off renewals, and off of the subscriptions. Whether you want to just be looking at a single product, maybe Continuum, or just a unit of out of Continuum as well, you can do that as well. But we also have 25% off bundles. So if you're feeling a bit fancy, you can grab everything there. 25% off. And there is still time, of course, to join in the competitions. So if you haven't done now, go to borisfxlive.com and you can enter the competition there to win some of our amazing prizes. We've been giving away a ton of prizes today. We gave away a load yesterday as well. And over the course of our virtual IBC, we will have given away over $40,000 worth of prizes, including a Dell Precision 5750 laptop, which is absolutely gorgeous laptop, plus a full license of Nuke. And we have also given away today Mistika Boutique. So thanks very much to SGO. We've given away Vegas Pro. So thank you very much to them. School of Motion, we've just seen. Accusonus, we have also given away their plugins as well. iZotope, HitFilm, fantastic. ActionVFX, Adobe, AMD, Avid, Intel, Dell. We've just been, you know, overwhelmed with fantastic support from our partners out there. So we're also going to now make our transition to the final presentation of the day, and this is something a little bit different than what we've been doing for the rest of the day. So we're actually going to be hosting a live Q&A with some of the Boris FX engineers. So this is you know, unprecedented. We haven't tried this before. It's going to be amazing to hear what some of these, you know, leaders, some of the most talented people around in the industry actually have to say about what they're doing right now and where they sort of feel that the industry is going. And to help out with this, we obviously have Ross Shane, the Chief Product Officer, joining us back. Hello, Ross.
Ben, good to see you again.
It's been a while.
This is going to be a excuse me. This is going to be a fun session. Like you say, it's something we've never done before. You know, having our engineers live, and we certainly are pushing the limits to our live stream capabilities and experience as well. So it's going to be fun.
It's going to be very interesting. I mean, this is unprecedented. This out of the ones on the presentations on the list. This has been very, very high up on my must see. And I'm lucky to actually be here right in the room with it. So, well, as in the room as anyone is. So, shall we have a look at our first guest? Is someone who is very near and dear to Boris FX. It is actually the CEO and founder, Boris Yamitski. Hello, Boris.
Hey, hi, Ben. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
All right, great.
How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, very nice to be here. Very interesting format, and definitely a big change from our usual IBC and ABC graph trips.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Coming up next, we have John Paul Smith, who is the CEO of Imagineer. So he's in with Mocha. Hello, JP. Oh, we have delays there.
Is that better?
That is a lot better, yes.
Super. Well, hi everyone. Great to be here.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, JP, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I run the Mocha team over in the UK. So we've been working on Mocha and its predecessor technologies now for close to 20 years. Starting out with Mochi, with the first iteration of the planar tracker, and then continuing to today. So I was involved as a programmer right from the beginning there, and now look after the Mocha team.
Fantastic. Well, we've also got our lead developer on Sapphire, Larissa Supnick. Hello, Larissa. Can you hear me?
Hello, Ben. Yes, I can hear you.
We have Larissa here. Fantastic. And how are you today?
Pretty good. It's a little warmer here than I'd like, but is what it is.
Yes, quite. Okay. Coming up from the Continuum side, we have lead developer Jason Clement. Hello, Jason.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. We found you in the white void. That is the,
yes, indeed. Well, it's the dungeon here, my basement. So, hiding the detritus you'll see behind the white wall.
Oh, it's very good. It's very good. Set dressing is 80% of all product development, I hear.
Yeah, I need some painters to come in and spruce it up a little bit.
And finally, we have lead developer of optics and silhouette. He's been in the chat for some of today. Paul Miller. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Wonderful to see you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just about. There's a slight delay, but we can hear you all right.
Yeah, it was working before.
Oh, now we're good. Now we're good. That's perfect.
Great. Okay.
Fantastic. And doing most of the heavy lifting is, Ross, who is going to be leading and hosting our presentation, our Q&A today. I'll be on the chat, so if you have questions for this team, then please get them in at borisfxlive.com or on our YouTube chat. And with that, I'm going to hand you over to Ross. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Well, I think because we have a bunch of us online at the same time, I think everyone knows with the Zoom calls, it can be difficult to manage. So I'm just going to try to moderate the conversation a little bit, and I'll be kicking around some questions to each of you. So, well, why don't we start with the man himself, Boris? Boris, I think people would really love to know, how you got into computer programming and sort of a little bit about your history, maybe, where you came from, where you went to school, how you got into this industry, and if you had any specific influences that helped you get into the industry, that would be really interesting.
Sure. How much time do we have?
Yeah.
I know it's only 1 hour. So I started programming in high school, and I was back in the early 70s, back in Russia. So the programming was actually done on a piece of paper in machine code, and you write all your machine instructions, and you have a set of instructions next to you. And you write everything down, and at the end of the class, you just hand it over, and a week later, and it will be run at the university in the computing center on a large IBM-like machine, and then about a week later, they'll come back to you, and they'll give you your result of your program with a grade. So that was my first programming experience. Few years fast forward, in college, I had a much more advanced environment, which consisted of a bunch of pins with holes. It's kind of like a precursor to a punch card. So you would write a program on a piece of paper, and then you assemble your program in a matrix-like surface of the machine with those pins. And of course, at the end of the assignment, you have to take apart your program. So you have to take out all the pins and put them back in where they belong. So very tedious work, and you can only imagine, those of you who program, you can only imagine the debugging process. So there was no debugging process, and I remember at the exam, I was asked, what's the principle of architecture of this computer? And I was so annoyed with it, so I answered that, well, yeah, there's a wire to the back room, and there was a guy in the back room with abacus who would sit and just add up all the numbers and send me the result. That didn't fly very well with the professors. But anyway, so first computing experience back in the early 70s were kind of fun. And when I saw a first deck of punch cards, that was a game changer for me. You can actually write your program on a punch card and store it forever. You can put it on your shelf and own it for life. And that actually, it's a very fundamental experience of computer programming. You write something and you can have it for life. So anyway, many years fast forward, I think, I'd love to tell you how I started in the visual effects industry and then editing. I was actually one of the lucky first engineers on the Media 100 team that actually introduced a successful Media 100 product into the market, NAB 1993. We were proudly playing back NTSC video from SCSI drives on a Macintosh computer to much applause of the audience without dropping frames. Our nearest competitor, Avid, was actually dropping frames and playing only single fields. For those of you who still know what fields and frames are. So that was my kind of first foray into video and programming and graphical programming for on the computers. Prior to that, I came from the newspaper publishing companies that were building those big newspaper publishing and desktop publishing programs in the 80s. And then when I saw in the 90s this emergence of the desktop video editing and potentially in the future visual effects creation on the computer, that was very exciting because I remember 10 years earlier how big of a revolution that was on the desktop. Like when the first Macintosh, 1984, Macintosh Plus came out, and I owned the very first one, and I just remember all that excitement and how big a difference in the world this made, and that actually what attracted me to analyze and graphics and visual effects. And on the Media 100 team, I was responsible for the visual effects package. Try to guess that. And ever since, I was in this fantastic, amazing space with fantastic, amazing users, customers who create unbelievable visual effects. I was just watching what John Dickinson was doing in the previous section, and I was truly amazed. Have I actually myself participated in creation of this program? I was pinching myself. Very exciting.
That's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's really neat to see all these faces, and all these, all of us here at the same time, because I think together, or all of you here on the call today have really participated in sort of the growth of the nonlinear editing and visual effects industry. So that's really, really cool. I thought I would kick it over to Paul Miller for a second, because Paul also has a really deep and rich history in visual effects. I mean, Paul, how did you get into the industry? What brought you to programming?
I kind of took to programming as a kid way early on. Back before there were home computers, I ended up at my school. They got a TRS-80, and nobody knew how to use it, and they told this kid, to go play with it. So that's my first access to a computer. Eventually, I started having my own home computer, and then that kind of eventually led to the Amiga computer, which I kind of took off on. I did a lot of audio and music and video and custom development for graphics. It was just a perfect computer for that. As a matter of fact, I bought my Amiga in 1986, and I was saving up money for it, and I didn't know C, so I started learning C because I knew the Amiga was programmed with C, and there was these ROM kernel manuals, which is big, thick books that taught you how to program the kernel for it. And so I bought those first. And so by the time I actually could afford the Amiga, I already knew sort of how to program it. So it led me to a job that I took in Wisconsin at a company called ASDG in 1992, writing software for the Amiga. But when I arrived in Wisconsin, they had in the corner sitting here this SGI R3000 box. It's a big, expensive purple box in the corner. And I did one little program over the winter of 92. And then they pointed the SGI and said, learn that. So I had never done Unix, had never done Motif. So I took the next couple months and learned all about Unix and Motif and programming the SGI. And by NAB, which is the April of 93, I had written version 1 of Elastic Reality, which became the industry standard morphing and warping software for easily a decade after that. So sort of accidentally, I fell into literally the very beginnings of visual effects on computers. It was right around that time where the first movie was completely digitally processed all the way through on a Cineon system, completely digitally, and I just accidentally fell into it. So I started writing. I did Elastic Reality. I did a lightning generator called LFX, which is used quite a bit in television shows. I wrote a wire removal program called No Strings Attached, which was probably one of the most expensive visual effects tools ever written that almost nobody used, but they sold a lot of them to insurance companies because it could be used to paint out scratches and problems with films if there were any problems. That was kind of neat. They were acquired by Avid Technology and started doing 3D titling, and then hooked up with my previous partners at Digital Film Tools, and we started working on what became eventually Optics today, and also Elastic Reality, Silhouette, which came out in 2005, which is well known as rotoscoping and paint, and it's still going today. So that's sort of the short of it, I guess.
Yeah, Paul, I remember you mentioning SGI. I think we met in the mid '90s at Avid, and I was sort of new to SGI myself when you were. I remember SIGGRAPH where you showed up and said, "Hey, I've created this titling system." And I think you called it Stone Dog at the time, but that actually
so
for
Stone
those
Dog,
yeah,
that was the code name. But the original sort of in-house name was Titan. It was kind of a silly name. But yeah, we had that running on Windows machines, and I somehow eventually acquired a infinite reality workstation that I had done on my desk, which I was able to work on the SGI version for that.
And for those who are listening, what Stone Dog actually became was Marquee, which was the part of the title studio system in Avid for quite a long time, and it was really groundbreaking at the time. Just the how fast it was, very impressive stuff. Well, let's kick it over now to Larissa. Larissa, how about yourself? And as I would love to know. How you got to the industry, but maybe throw in like another question. Like, do you remember the first project that you ever coded yourself?
First project I ever coded myself would have been logo. At school, we would program Lego robots, and we would program them to go through mazes and stuff. And I just thought that was awesome. I don't remember what grade that was anymore. So that was probably my first full project. I did logo and basic as a kid, and then, you know, was more serious when I got to school. I did virtual reality in college, and then wasn't quite sure. Well, I wanted to work on Star Wars in special effects, and I was crushed that the prequels came out while I was still in school, so I was too young to go work on them. But I went off to college. I did virtual reality and graphics and stuff there, and then I went to grad school and did user interface design and more virtual reality there, and worked at various places while I was there. And then one of my friends pointed me to, or coworker, I guess, pointed me to what was Gen Arts at the time, because he knew Gary Oberbrunner, and said, this is what you want to do. Go talk to them. So I talked to Gary, and that's how I got where I was. So that, been here ever since on Sapphire.
Very cool. At least you made that connection to Star Wars, because the Sapphire and the Gen Arts tools were used on, have been used on so many ILM projects over the years. And how long have you been working with the Sapphire team?
I started on Sapphire in 2008, so about 12 years.
And do you personally, I know you sort of manage the team, do you personally have engineering specialty?
On the effects side, I tend to do the splashy effects. So I did Night Sky and Aurora and Pixel Sort. I've done a large percentage of Zap, but Carl did the original Zap. So I've done all the updates to Zap since then. So there's that. But I go everywhere. I do the lens flare updates. When we update the lens flare, I update the UI. When we update the UI, I update licensing. I everything.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we'll definitely come back to you. Just want to make sure we get everyone a chance to kind of make a quick introduction. I'll send it down to Jason. And Jason from the Continuum team, how about yourself? How did you get into programming and then make your way into visual effects?
Yeah, so I guess unlike everybody else so far here, I didn't start out programming as a kid. I was late to that game. I was out of college already with a physics degree, and back running cows with my parents, stringing barbed wire fences, wondering what to do next. And one of my good friends from college called, and back during the .com bubble days of the late 90s, said, "Oh, my company's desperate for people." I didn't know how to program at all. I knew nothing, but I had the math and physics background, and that was all they cared about. So that was IceFX. I started, I don't know if anybody out there remembers the old IceFX boards back. I think we were on Adobe After Effects version 3 when we were starting out there. And I learned the programming pieces kind of on the fly there. They taught me as we went. So and from there, started a company with a friend. We sold a bit of software to another company and kind of were ingested by them. And it was graphics related at first, but then started turning into kind of a mobile company, which just wasn't as much fun. And I saw that Boris had acquired the Final Effects Suite and what was IceFX. So I sent him a note, and 14 years later, here I am still working with Boris. So in the end, I jumped back into the same code I'd been working on from day one when I first started out.
That's very cool. And as far as like on the Continuum team, I mean, Continuum is certainly a very wide product. I'm kind of curious as to, which parts of Continuum do you feel like the closest to, or do you sort of specialize in?
Yeah,
beyond of course, managing the team.
Yeah, I spend probably half my time just kind of helping make sure everybody is pointed in the right direction. But when I can actually do the programming myself, I spend most of my time on the glue underneath the scenes, kind of helping tie the pieces together. So when Mocha came along, I did the integration with Mocha to pull that into Continuum. And when we hooked up with the Primat technology, I integrated Primat into the Primat Studio filter. So yeah, most of my time recently has been spent on the kind of glue underneath, as well as the glue that it takes to hook up to all the various hosts we work in. That's one thing slightly strange about the business, is it's not just about writing an effect, but then you need to make it work in Avid and Adobe and Resolve and Vegas and everything down the line. And that takes a lot of your time as a programmer, just that integration like that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's something that we're going to talk about in a little bit, about the hosts, and at some point, we can kind of open it up a little bit more and turn this into a little bit more of a discussion. Let's just get down to JP, though. JP, probably the person at Boris FX that I personally know the best. I think we've shared many experiences at trade shows, so I'm missing hanging out with you at this IBC in Amsterdam. But JP, tell me about tell us about yourself. How about
sure,
for you?
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to when I first started programming or doing things with computers, we had computers around in the house pretty much from my earliest memories, doing silly little things in BASIC on the Sinclair ZX81, maybe a machine that no one else here has ever heard of, and Amstrads, that kind of thing, all the 8-bit micros of the 1980s. And then really throughout school, it was, doing things with computers, all kind of random pieces, but a lot of it around audio. And audio and music was probably my biggest interest throughout that time. And then when I went to university, Imperial College, studying computing and electronics, a lot of the projects I did then were about audio. So things like building a spectrum analyzer and automated beat mixing software and this kind of thing. So it was a bit of an accident for me that I ended up working in visual effects. One of the founders of Imagineer was on the same course as I was at university, and he left after 3 years, and I carried on and did a 4th year. And at the end of that, he gave me a call and said, "We've started a company doing visual effects software. Would you like to come and join us?" And that was 2001, when they were still, at that time, working on the first version of Moki, a standalone product. And my first job was to turn that into a plugin for Flame. So it was quite interesting that, I think it was probably 2 or 3 months from when I started, and then we were at IBC 2001 on the discrete logic booth at the time, demoing it on Flame, which was very exciting. Sort of startup days. And then, since then, it's been quite a meandering journey for Imagineer. We went away from plugins and, ended up making Mocha as really sort of the distillation of all the different bits of technology that we worked on, focusing back around the planar tracker. And throughout that time, I worked on a lot of the core infrastructure parts of the software. So not really writing the tracker or necessarily effects, but all the glue, a bit similar to what Jason was talking about, all the glue that holds it all together and gives you a product that you can sell, basically. So then I carried on working on that kind of thing till about 2009, when we had a big downsizing in the company and lots of people moving around. And then I took over running things in the UK, and then we were acquired by Boris in, when was that now, 2015. And since then, really, I've mainly focused on managing the team, and especially that interface between the Mocha team and the rest of the company, and we're helping to make sure the technology we develop in Mocha works with all of the other packages in the company. Mocha's now in Continuum and Sapphire, and it's ended up in all the different products that we make. So there's that interfacing part of it is really interesting for me.
Yeah, it might be a good time to talk a little bit about engineering specialties and what it's like to manage teams of engineers, because, Boris FX, we have a lot of different engineers, and, some of them have specialties, some of them don't, some are more generalists. So I guess I'll kick up to Boris. How do you feel about working with engineers? Are you looking for engineers who are specialize in one particular area, or are you looking for people who can kind of work across different larger scopes, that kind of thing? And also, I'd love to. I think people would love to know a little bit more about the computer languages that we're using internally.
Oh, okay. So yeah, first of all, to answer your first question, Ross, I really like to give people the projects that I think or they think they will enjoy. I mean, that's the most important, because that's where people succeed and that's where they work hardest. Although it's not always possible, of course. Whether we look for specialists or generalists, yeah, it's always nice to find a specialist if you have a work job at hand. But at the same time, typically what I know throughout my life, programming myself and managing programmers, is essentially programming is learning programming is not hard. There's no such thing as learning programming. You just have to learn how to think logically and how to express your thoughts in a formal way, and then the mechanics of programming are just silly language rules, and we use a lot of C++ mostly, some Python, which I actually personally don't even know so well. So to me, it's the mental organization and mental capacity of a programmer that is so much more important than a particular skill, because any skill can be acquired within weeks to just a few months time frame. But I'll tell you, I usually when I look at people's desks, I always think, okay, that must be what's in their mind too. So that's one indication of how person is likely to succeed or likely to conduct a project or programming or product.
You mean how clean their desk is? Is that what you refer to?
Yeah, how well organized. It doesn't have to be clean. You can have a lot of things in it, but if they're in order, that I'll tell you this: I've seen so many desks in my life and so many computer code, and there is a pretty good correspondence.
That might be something interesting to kind of segue into. Maybe Jason or JP or Larissa have some, what's it like to collaborate with engineers and actually keep everyone in line in a sense that, I know you guys talk a lot about documenting things internally so that when another engineer picks up this project, that they know what's going on. Can you talk to that? And feel free, whoever wants to answer that question.
Well, I guess I'll say something to that then. I mean, as far as documentation goes, the best type of documentation is code that you can just read and understand. And one of the key things for maintainability of software. So a lot of what we do is we're writing something and then we're still working on that same code base many years later. And Mocha is a great example of this. There's code in Mocha that was written 20 years ago that we're still using today. And so it's really important to write maintainable code that you can continue to understand and evolve without having to throw it all away because the person who wrote it left the company and you can't understand what it says, what it does anymore. So yeah, a lot of that collaboration is making sure that people do things in a way that everyone else in the team understands. And we have one good tool for that is code review. That's something that we do at Boris FX. Whenever anybody makes a change in any of the code bases for any of the products, it gets reviewed by other people in the team. So that second set of eyes is looking at the code and can spot things like, well, straightforward stuff, but also maintainability issues. Someone's taken a shortcut that is going to cause them problems down the line. And yeah, that kind of tool is very helpful for collaboration. I guess, Paul, it must be very different for you working as you've mostly done by yourself on these kinds of things. Have you found it starting to collaborate with a bigger team?
I think it's been great. It's refreshing. It's been about 20 years since I've worked with other programmers directly. So, but so far it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful just to have other engineers to talk to. I'd have to talk to my other partners who aren't programmers and be like, I'm having this problem, and they just nod and look at me, and then eventually I would figure it out. But now I can talk to real people that know what they're doing, and again, everyone's been very supportive. We've all, I think, worked very well together. It's just sort of a natural fit. Yeah. But I still have to work on my documentation.
At Boris FX, that the employees tend to be there for a very long time. It's not like you hear about some of these Silicon Valley companies where people are hopping in and out of companies every year. Most of the staff is consistent over time. And in the first 10 years I was with Boris, it was almost the same crew that whole time. And then when we met up with the Mocha team in 2015, and then the Sapphire team, and now the Silhouette team, it totally opened my eyes to how many different ways there were to do things. And it's been so much fun to shake things up and realize that there's best practices, ideas over here that I didn't even know about. It's so that the expanded company has just it's been really enriching in terms of the quality of what we do, I think, because we're able to learn from each other. So.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I would add to this company is very unique in the sense that it's a conglomeration of several groups of engineers who knew about each other for a very long time, and now had a chance to work together and actually look on each other's code and learn from each other much closer than obviously they were able to before. While they were at different companies at times, competing on the market at times. Yeah, so that is a very interesting aspect, which maybe not everyone on the programming or technical marketplace is familiar with that kind of situation.
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting too, from my perspective, working with all of you guys for the last couple of years. Ultimately, what's happening is the customers are benefiting by this mergers and acquisitions that we've done, taking these teams, because we've been able to kind of take the very best of all these different tools and it really explore how they work together. Which for me is, I see my role as sort of the ultimate end user. So it's really exciting to interact with our customer base. That actually brings up a question, and maybe I'll ask Larissa this, which is how important is it for you to understand how the customers use our tools? And maybe you can sort of explain a little bit about how features come into the team and how you kind of figure out what's next.
Good question. It is very important, obviously, to know what customers want. Like, there's not a lot of purpose in me going and spending anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months writing a new effect only to have everybody be like, I didn't need that. So right now, most of my input comes through Brian, Alan, Ben, Brownlee, and John Dickinson, many of which have been customers at various points of their life. But Brian also goes out and talks to customers at trade shows when we're, not stuck in our houses. And so, he will either hear about effects from customers when he interacts with them, or sometimes, we will come up with an effect idea and he will go talk to customers that he thinks might be interested in it and be like, is this useful to you? What would you need it to do? That kind of stuff. And that we get a giant pile, and we'll sit there and be like, this one will take us a couple of weeks to do, this one will take us a couple of months to do, and we'll sort of weigh how much time we have on a release versus how many customers we think will like something and how much time it will take to do. And obviously we have our forums with lots of beta users on it, and we get a lot of great feedback that way.
Yeah, I've really encouraged everyone who's viewing these live streams to check out our forums, because I know all of you are actually active on the forums. I know Paul and Jason, JP, I mean, they're very active in the product forums. So that's yeah, Brian's showing the forums on screen right now. We really encourage all our users to log into these forums, because you're not only interacting with our team, but you're also interacting with other users around the world. So, sometimes you might ask has anyone seen this, or kind of brainstorm an idea, and it's just a great way to interact with the community that goes beyond just our team. So let's kind of talk a little bit about this. Jason, you mentioned the hosts, and let's just kind of open that up a bit. I mean, as a company, we support quite a lot of hosts. I think probably more than any other plugin manufacturer out there. We're not specializing in just Adobe or just Avid or just Nuke, or for that matter. So how do you go about supporting all these hosts?
It depends on the task at hand. There are some. So each host has different capabilities and different sets of APIs. There's a lot of overlap, but in many cases they're not all the same. So After Effects has a 3D camera integration back with the host. So does Nuke, but say Premiere does not, and Resolve does not. So when you're planning features, you're often trying to juggle something that can work everywhere, hopefully. And if not, is it still a sensible feature, even if it can only work in a certain subset of hosts? When we're approaching a new effect, often it begins just one particular host, usually the one that launches the fastest. Programming is about iteration, really. You make a change and you check it, and you make a change and you check it, and the faster you can iterate like that, the faster you can get things done. So often we'll be working on the host that launches the fastest for that initial prototyping stage, and then it's a matter of going and doing the due diligence and making sure that it works the same in Avid as it does in AE, and it works on an AMD GPU the same as NVIDIA, and that it's the same on Mac as the same on Windows, and that it's going to work on the new Mac OS that's coming around the corner, and all those details that take up a lot of the programmer's time.
Yeah, it's interesting, because not only are we developing software that runs inside of hosts, but some of JP and Paul, we're also supporting native data for tracking and for Roto, and and Jason mentioned camera formats. It's like there's quite a lot of juggling. How is that prioritized?
Prioritized? That's a good question. I don't know. We're at the stage in the company now where we're making really major releases every 6 months. So we have to be able to pursue longer term projects that are bigger than 6 month time frames, and those will be cooking along on the back burner at the same time as people are focused much more short term on what is being delivered in these next releases. So the prioritization there really comes from our product managers, or from my perspective. I can answer questions about what we can do and how long it'll take, but what really matters is our product managers who own that connection to the customer and can define what really matters to our users. So finding the places where we can make a big impact for users that are also technologically feasible in a reasonable time frame. That's where we prioritize.
Well, this might be a sort of interesting tee off this question, which is OFX. OFX is a open framework for plugins that a lot of our host partners do support. From most recently Autodesk added it to Flame, and Blackmagic and Nuke, and then there's also Magix Vegas Pro and HitFilm. Is OpenFX as open as one would think, who's not a programmer? And how does OpenFX work for us? Takers on that one?
Paul, why don't you take that? You know OFX from both sides, as the host and as the plugin.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're kind of in an interesting or unique position because we've got a host. Actually, we have two hosts now, Silhouette and Optics itself, although we use that for a different reason. But and then also we have the plugins that plug into it. I think OFX is as open as you suggest. Being part of the OFX committee that develops features and comes up with things, this very active group in there. The pace of development of new features is rather slow because there's so many hosts with so many of their own inherent capabilities. A developer might come along and say, I would really like this new feature added, but maybe only a handful of hosts or only one can really, offer that feature. So there is some extent a little delay there, but features that make sense are pretty readily adopted, I would say, by some hosts, and then it goes through iterations. The goal is to have at least one plugin developer and one host vendor come together and add a feature, and then if it works, then it gets adopted. And it's a very well-designed API, I think. I really enjoy writing both ends of it myself.
Cool. JP, do you have anything you wanted to add about OFX?
Yeah, I think the great thing about OFX is it gets any questions about how the API is supposed to work out of the way most of the time. And yeah, you can start to support a new host very quickly when it supports OFX. And certainly it's actually a common question we get at trade shows. We'll be meeting a potential new host vendor. For example, somebody who's starting out developing an editor, or they already have an editor and it doesn't support plugins, and they're interested in integrating some of our technology into their application. And the first thing we would always say to them is, well, if you support OFX, then that's the easiest way to get into actually supporting our plugins. And really, I think the complexity comes sometimes where different hosts and different plugins, for that matter, use different parts of it. It's quite a big specification, and often when a new host decides they want to support OFX, they will take a particular plugin and they will try and load it and then implement everything that particular plugin needs. So then when you come along with a different plugin that's written against OFX, it might use something slightly different and the host hasn't implemented that yet. So it crashes or doesn't work, and Mocha is actually a good example of that, because Mocha demands things like opening up a window, accessing frames at different times in the video, lots of more kind of analysis operations rather than a simpler effect that might take an image in and put an image out. So we often found that there were hosts. I mean, it's better now, but certainly when we started making Mocha for OFX, there were hosts where trying to fetch a frame at another point in time either didn't work at all or was severely limited. So that's something that I would say is a challenge with OFX, is that really somewhat inconsistent implementation of the standard. Besides, the other thing about writing plugins in general is just that when your code is running inside someone else's application, you don't necessarily, there can be side effects. So something that the host application does has an effect on your plugin, or vice versa, that you were not expecting. And that, those can be some of the most challenging things to debug in my experience. But yeah, overall, OFX is extremely positive, and definitely it's really sped up the ability for it to support new hosts.
Great. Well, there's a lot more we want to get to, and I think we also want to talk a little bit about the future, and you guys share some thoughts about the future. But before we do that, I thought that maybe we would just hear a little bit from the viewers in the chat. So Ben, if you're there, do you want to pose a couple questions?
I am here. We've got actually quite a lot of stuff. The chat's been buzzing. I mean, there's a lot of like just love being sent your way. Like it's like seeing the Avengers, like everyone just assembled into the one place, which is great. And there's a lot of old hands talking about products past and tech of the past, which is really interesting. But I mean. And one of the really lovely comments, it's not so much a question as it's a comment, and it says you don't realize how many careers you've created with your amazing plugins and software. So very grateful for the geniuses behind Sapphire and Boris. So I mean, I think that's a lot of people's sentiments, is that they're seeing the people here who have helped to make their careers, by producing the tools that they've been behind. And I'm also exactly one of those people. My career has been built on Boris, Mocha, and Silhouette, and now everything is just all within this one company. I think the only question that I've got that is probably not, that isn't talking about the future. I mean, it's talking about, are there sort of ideas for branching out into industries that aren't just VFX? So things like video forensics, image restoration, technologies for those sort of sections, restoration, digitization, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I could
actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, JP. No, I was going to say that. There's the delay for you in the chat.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that actually, it's pretty amazing that across all these products, how wide the customer base uses the tools. So even though we're developing tools for generally the entertainment industry, we call it the media and entertainment industry, the tools are used quite widely. I mean, in government and in forensics, in all kinds of different areas already. But that it might actually open it up to some questions as we talk about the future. But JP, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention a similar kind of thing, that we often, 99% of the queries we get are people doing visual effects or video editing. But on the Mocha side, we've had a number of situations where someone will approach us and say, I've seen your demo, I've seen you tracking these things. Can you help me to solve this completely unrelated problem? And I remember one guy who was analyzing ultra high speed X-rays of fuel injectors for vehicles using Mocha to track motion of like the nozzle of the injector, I think it was. And somebody recently who he was using it for civil engineering, and he was trying to analyze motion of bridges, and he was flying a drone. He'd fly a drone out in the middle of the river with a camera on it and watch the center of the bridge and then track the motion of that relative to the drone, which I haven't actually seen any of the video for it, but we helped him quite a lot with this work. So yeah, people have come up with some really interesting alternative uses, especially for the tracking, and I'm sure that's the case with some of the other things, especially in Continuum. I would have thought some of the image restoration tools will have been used for lots of things besides what they were originally intended for.
Yeah, JP, what about this customer that we recently visited that was using, I think, Silhouette for rotoscoping medical photographs for training surgeons? Basically, it's I understood it somewhat replaces the physical, cutting and opening up bodies. I don't know. It was actually very inspiring for me to see that, to talk to this team and see how. But it's a general educational market where, especially nowadays a lot of education is online, virtual, and video editing products and compositing products are increasingly used to produce programming and produce courses. So that's another. It is sort of a part adjacent to the media and entertainment market. And
Yeah,
of course. Go ahead.
No, so absolutely. I mean, obviously, video is everywhere right now. We all have video in our pockets with the cell phones, and certainly with COVID and everything happening, video has just become a necessary part of our lives as we're all working remote, and it's really it's part of every industry right now. Boris, you just mentioned something which maybe is a good segue to talk about future kind of things, and I thought we'll just kind of kick around a couple of quick ideas about some topics that are sort of buzzworthy topics. We'll start with this one, which is cloud deployment of applications and virtual machines. We've seen a lot of customers, especially in COVID, who have moved, they can't go into their offices and work on fast computers, and so they're working remotely. So curious as to your own thoughts as to supporting the cloud industry as our customers sort of move to that kind of model.
This is clearly the direction of the future, in a sense that a lot of the resources, computing resources and systems, they could be shared, they could be virtualized, they could be more cloud-based and not focused, not concentrated on one location, and that's what customers are looking to do. Of course, there are technical challenges here, the bandwidth, the security issues are typically forefront in deploying those technologies, but that's where the whole world is moving.
Yeah, and for us internally, I mean, licensing, I know, Larissa, you've done a lot of the work on supporting, RLM in the company. Any thoughts about supporting the VM machines?
Sapphire, as far as, or more generally, RLM seems to install just fine on the virtual machines. The tricks get to be when people want to spin them up and shut them down very quickly. But I think that those are all solvable problems. The licensing is not my biggest concern. There's more graphics cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's a really interesting thing to think about, which is when you're working on the cloud, it's distributed rendering, and our software does take advantage of graphics cards for rendering, and whether the quality is going to be the same depending on what service you use or that kind of thing. What's the take on that? Or headless rendering?
Sapphire works fairly well with headless rendering, but when that's for background renders once the person's all done. But does your VM and remote desktop setup allow access to the graphics driver for even rendering our Flare Editor UI, which the UI itself does use some OpenGL, which does require some sort of graphics card to back it. And we each VM solution has slightly different caveats on the driver, and trying to navigate all of those different setups is going to be the challenge, I think.
And how about, go ahead, JP.
Yeah, we've seen similar challenges, I think, getting Mocha working in the cloud, and many customers are now using it in that kind of setup. But one of the biggest problems is just like getting pixels on the screen over whatever remote connection it is. Some of the remote desktop technology, the more basic stuff, just is not viable for this kind of software. So there, it's about educating people to make sure that they're using Teradici or something like that, and provided they're using those solutions, basically works pretty well at this point.
And a lot of our tools, are based on very, very finite, refined on-screen tools where we're dragging around pixels that could be 4K or higher, and our customers are working on feature films. So I don't know, Paul, what do you think? How about working in something like rotoscoping or paint on a cloud system? Is that something that our customers are going to be doing?
Yeah, they're already doing it, and you're right. It's fiddly work. And when the pandemic hit and companies started having to work from home, there was a brief window where they were asking us about how to speed it up and things like that. And our first question was, well, what cloud platform delivery system are you using? And eventually, all those problems went away, and they've been using it for months. And I haven't heard of any bad problems with it recently. I think it works pretty well. Like JP said, though, it just depends on the service that you're using.
Yeah, I think a lot of our customers actually are working in cloud deployments right now, all across the world, really. So it's definitely quite interesting time. As far as GPU goes, a lot of our software does take advantage of GPU. And the industry is rapidly changing with new GPU cards coming out all the time. Lots of pressure or lots of interest in real-time rendering. I don't know if someone wants to take a stab at this. What's as a company, what are we doing with GPU?
It's going to vary from product to product a lot.
Yeah, but traditionally, Boris FX and like all the products and companies that joined Boris FX have been very, very interested in faster processing on the graphics cards. And let's understand that graphics cards are basically an afterthought. First, there was a computer with very simple input-output, and then more flashy graphics user interfaces and images came about, and then computer architects, they kind of like jammed another set of processors on the side to help out with displaying all this fancy graphics. So that created this kind of like symbiosis or synergy between what's called the central processing unit, CPU, and the graphics unit, or GPU. And that's the world we still live in. And it's a very challenging setup, because you always have to move images from CPU to GPU, from GPU to CPU over the system bus. And that really creates a lot of latency and a lot of headache for the programmers who have to deal with this. So this is why I'm very excited about what Apple's doing now with Apple Silicon, where it's going to be more what's called computer-on-a-chip architecture, where like everything is multiple processors, large number of processors live on the same silicon chip, and that latency hopefully will be avoided in the future. So basically we're going to be with what we would think is GPU, memory will actually be a common memory, and we'll be able to easily and fastly access it. So it is interesting to see where the world is going and how it's transforming. But currently, Boris FX products support OpenGL, OpenCL, any other open two-letter acronym that we can think of. CUDA, which is NVIDIA language, NVIDIA compiler, and we are very actively looking into Metal, working on Metal, because Metal seems to be the future of Apple multi-processing strategy or GPU strategy, and it will be definitely will be part of Apple Silicon, so the new generation processors. So in the future, that problem could be solved for us. It's very exciting, actually, to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, always, supporting new developments and trying to, be one step ahead of the industry is certainly an ongoing challenge for a technology company like ourselves. What does the team think of advancements in AI and machine learning? And there's obviously a lot of interest in this area in the entertainment industry.
JP, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, JP, go for it.
Sure. Yeah, certainly looking at it from a computer vision perspective, the whole AI, machine learning revolution has just completely changed computer vision. So computer vision, for anyone who's not familiar, this is the idea of computer software that can use cameras to understand its environment. And motion tracking is part of computer vision, so it's a computer vision technology. And yeah, that whole field really felt like it had slowed down until about 10 or so years ago, maybe a little bit less, when we started to see development of deep learning and starting to solve problems that people had been trying to solve with traditional approaches for a very long time and never got anywhere. So we're now at a point where quite a few of those sorts of problems are starting to be really quite well solved by the research community. And we're starting to get to the point where it's becoming interesting to look at deploying those sorts of technologies in our own software. So it's certainly something I'm very interested in, looking for opportunities to take that machine learning research and apply it to the problems that our users have. I think one of the big challenges, though, is to make sure that we build things that are not a black box. It needs to be assistive technology for an artist, not something where you throw images in at one end and maybe it gets it right, maybe it doesn't, and if it doesn't, you've got no way to influence that. And certainly some of the things I've seen so far, really they're a bit like that. Very limited in terms of control or ability to say get a result that is maybe 90% of the way there, but then to do that last 10% of refinement that actually makes it usable. So yeah, anything we do, I think that will be the biggest challenge, will be to make something that's really under the control of the artists and it's an assistant rather than just a black box that works or not.
Yeah, that's actually a big challenge and a big problem, because machine learning in general is not user or operator assisted very much. It's not user controllable. And that is if we're talking about deep learning. It's like machine learning itself existed for a very long time. And then in the 80s, where I actually was going to school, there was, neural networks already existed, but they were not deemed practical because the computers were not fast enough or not powerful enough to deal with any inferences, any results or even training in reasonable time, and reasonable time meaning many months. So it's very hard to develop a system where the end result of your work will only be apparent many months later. So, but then what happened recently is it's not so much the understanding of neural network advanced, although it has, is the computing power increased dramatically, especially the multi-processing graphics cards, such as NVIDIA cards, and applying trading of models and inferring results on test sets have become much more practical. But basically, it always boils down to creating a training set, and that is, kind of like set of inputs and set of potential outputs, or favorable outputs, and putting them through this complicated piece of software and training what's called a model, which is basically a set of weights and a set of some rules about nodes. And then see, trying the results, testing the results. And then if you don't like it, then you change the training set or you change the rules of your model. It's a lot of this is experimentation. And I do have some friends in, computational complexity circles and people who do, math and computer science, as science. And they all argue that they actually don't understand why deep learning works as well as it does. So it's basically the biggest surprise of our times that it's pretty amazing sometimes to see the results of machine learning, like even simple things. Yeah, you put in a picture of banana, it tells you it's banana. How does it know? Right? And it's very hard to make this mental connection from, all right, yeah, there's like 1,000 images of bananas and they all have those yellow pixels in certain order. And then, yeah, you tell the machine, okay, this is the banana. But then another image would have those yellow pixels in totally unrelated different spots. So very, very interesting. And it's definitely changing the way a lot of the industries, including media and entertainment, including visual effects, is going to be affected by machine learning in the future. We're very much in the experimentation stage, and I always worry how artists will accept that, or how artists will react to that, where what they think is their God-given ability to create something beautiful or something even right is done by a dumb machine, a computer. So that's definitely something to something that's interesting to see in the future, how that will evolve. But from our product perspective, yes, we're very interested in actually very actively following all the developments in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also echo what JP was saying, which is I think that because our customers are, they make their livelihood with our tools. So we just have to, we're certainly really interested in employing the machine learning AI techniques into our tools, but ultimately we want to make sure that we're not developing black box tools where the artist can't make that final say, because you don't want to paint yourself into a corner on a particular shot or project and then have to start all over because there's not really the tool is not exposed to the user. So that's definitely a really important concern, is the usability of any tool that we develop. Well, guys, we're winding down on time here, and I thought it would just be fun to ask a couple of silly questions or fun questions, quick ones. I'll kick it around really quickly, but let's say, Larissa, what tool or effect are you most proud of that you've worked on in Sapphire over the years?
I think Zap is my favorite, even though Carl did the initial implementation and I, added things, like I added the splines and stuff to it. It still reminds me of Star Wars. So it's my favorite.
Oh, that's awesome. And Jason, for you, there's certainly a lot of younger people, tune into these sessions. And is there any advice that you would give to someone who's trying to get into this industry? Yeah.
Well, there's some really cheap ways in the door. You can get started training-wise with an astounding amount of material we offer, and of course everybody else offers, and we have very cheap entry points into the software with the new monthly subscriptions we have. So it's really about a matter of just getting started, of doing it, and if you can find someone to apprentice with, someone to throw ideas around with, or someone to work collaboratively with, it's a great way to be able to share that kind of information that you need to build those skills.
Cool. Hey, Paul, I'll ask you a question. If you had no limits, what project would you work on? What would, if you could make any kind of product, any kind of software, any kind of programming project, what would you actually work on?
Oh boy,
it's a big
you
one.
threw me a wrench there. It is a big one. I like the "what are you proud of" best one better, but
well, please.
Boy, I don't know. I love writing software. I've written VFX software for a long time, but I've written other stuff too. And but I think I would like to just boy, this is tough. I'd like to keep working on Silhouette as long as possible. I think it's been my favorite thing I've ever done, and I think it's got plenty of opportunities for expansion, and I would just want to just keep working on it.
Well, you have a lot to be proud there on the Silhouette, Paul. I mean, this tool has been used on probably every nominated visual effects film for Academy Awards and Best Visual Effects for 10 years or more, right? And so you certainly have a lot to be proud of there. It's such a great tool.
Yep.
JP, what kind of music have you been? Yeah, here's a question for JP. JP, what music have you been listening to the most during COVID?
My children
gets the easy
singing. The songs from Hamilton.
I went through the Hamilton phase with my daughter a couple of years ago too. It's fun stuff. And Boris, I'll kick this last one back to you. How do you see the industry changing? In the next couple of years, and how is Boris FX going to prepare for this?
That's a very open-ended question.
True.
Yeah, definitely the industry is growing, and the media and entertainment industry is growing and is becoming much more sophisticated and complex, and much more also consumer-oriented. So, what I started watching movies, when I was a kid, and I realized now all these movies that I watched were basically the creation of one person. It was the director who created the movie, and the actors sort of played their roles and said their lines. But now I see that it's a much more collaborative and much more industrialized process. You see, like every frame of the video that we watch today on Netflix is being very heavily processed. There's nothing that comes out of the camera, literally nothing. And the old time entertainment, basically you see what the camera recorded on celluloid, and it was just spliced up, and there you go, and you consume it. So in that sense, it kind of gives me good sense that our products are very, very much relevant and necessary in this process. And it gives me that sense that our customers will always find employment and will always bring home paychecks because their work is increasingly in demand. It's just a natural process of media and entertainment evolution and development. That's I'm as broad strokes as I can put it, probably.
Yeah, I'll take that as a good answer. I think with Netflix and the nature of content these days, everything is so graphically oriented, compositing, visual effects, and everything that we're looking at. Beyond that, it's not even looking, we see visual effects on Instagram and everywhere. So yeah, no, it's very interesting time to be in this industry.
Plus the color, plus you mentioned compositing, plus the conforming to different formats, plus cleaning, restoration, improving, just goes on and on. Okay. And that's why I see the mission of our company. That's what we do for our customers.
Well, guys, I thank you all for your time and joining on this call. I think that people are quite interested in the chat. Ben, you've been manning the chat there.
Yeah, it's been popping off the whole thing. People are very, very enthusiastic. There's been so much love coming through the chat. It's been amazing.
And we need to send that love back out to them too, because
absolutely.
we get to help you make art for a living. I don't have to sit and program insurance software. This is really fun stuff. So, and we owe that to you as well.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. I've got one last, and this is a big and very important question for Boris. Who created the falling sheep transition in the Amiga video toaster? Is that something you can answer? You can't. No, not you.
I have no idea.
But we do know who created the first cube transition for Avid, right?
Yeah.
I have created the first video cube. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I would say first, computer-based video cube. There were video cube transitions on switchers and FX boxes before me. Sony, Panasonic, Grass Valley, Kaleidoscope, all those devices. The video cube was the basic staple. What was interesting is that those video cubes were not actually perfect cubes because they were transformed by the aspect ratio, so they were not square.
Yes. No, that's wonderful. There's so much history, in this live stream. It's absolutely fantastic, and I could personally just sit and listen to these stories for hours and hours on end, and that's kind of what I like IBC to be. That's part of what all the trade shows are for me, is to get together with people and just chat over beers or over a cocktail and stuff. And this isn't the same, but this is as close we're going to get. And I think this is the most the development talent that's been in one room at any time that I've ever seen at Boris FX. So this is wonderful. It's been a great opportunity here.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I want to add there are some more people in the company who are not here on the screen, but who were basically founding team members of Avid, Media 100, Elastic Reality, ICE, Imagineer Mocha, Media Illusion. The list goes on and on. And many of them are actually part of our company, and I'm so happy and so proud to have them on board. And this gives me the assurance that we will create many more great products, no less great than the products that came before.
Absolutely. And I've just been told that we have some of those other team members in the chat as well. So unfortunately, because of technical reasons, we couldn't get more people in this box. I would love to have someone there, and I'd love to have someone there, but unfortunately, due to technical limitations, we're kind of stuck with just the huge pool of talent. It really is an embarrassment of kittens, as they say. But thank you very much, everyone. We unfortunately have to say goodbye to Virtual IBC 2020, but not before we give away some prizes. So I'm going to say goodbye to Boris, goodbye to JP, goodbye to Larissa, goodbye to Jason, goodbye to Paul, and goodbye to Ross as well. Thank you so much for being here for this presentation. And Ross, thank you very much for being here for the whole day. I am going to be sending the ship home now. So goodbye, everyone. So let's give away some stuff. I'm as excited as everyone else is here. Okay, we have got excellent. We've got a full version of HitFilm Pro going to Cast and Bloom. Thank you very much to FX Home for sponsoring that license. Well done, Carsten. We have also got an Adobe Video World Pass going over to Jessica Welsh. Congratulations, Jessica. Thanks very much to FMC, Future Media Conferences there. That's truly an amazing prize you've got there, Jessica. Well done. We have also got a $200 online credit for ActionVFX, winging its way over to Laura Reynolds. These guys, if you want to blow something up, but keep all of your fingers, ActionVFX is definitely the way to do it. Some of the fantastic compositing stock footage that you have there for explosions, splatters, and water going whoosh. It's great stuff. Congratulations also to Yves Dubé, who has won iZotope RX8. Thank you also very much, iZotope, for sponsoring that license. That is some audio restoration stuff. We have been using RX8 liberally throughout the course of this of these last couple of days. So thank you very much, iZotope. And we have got one more 12-month subscription to Boris FX Suite, winging its way over to Choco Neone. Well done to you. That is a 12-month subscription of everything that Boris FX has, including Sapphire, Continuum, Mocha Pro, Silhouette, and Optics. So well done for that. If you didn't win, don't worry. You have still got a day to enter. We aren't finished with Virtual IBC yet. So head on over to borisfxlive.com and enter the competition again and join us again, of course, tomorrow. And if you didn't win, you are still a winner with our 25% off 1 week sale on all of VFX products. This sale ends on Friday. So you better be quick. And this is for everything. This is going to be for new licenses, new subscriptions, upgrades, and also bundles. So you don't have to limit yourself to just one product. You can start to bundle that stuff together as well. So head on over to borisfx.com and find out the conditions on that one too. Yep, like I said, we are very, very happy to have so many wonderful sponsors who are helping us out with the virtual IBC 2020. We have got a lot more things to give away tomorrow, including a Dell Precision 5750 laptop going to one lucky person. We have also got other stuff from our other sponsors, including Adobe, ActionVFX, Accusonus, HitFilm, iZotope, Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, Future Media Concepts, SGO, Vegas Pro, School of Motion, Avid, Dell, and the Foundry. Yes, we are going to be giving away a full version of Nuke tomorrow. So join us tomorrow. We have a full packed schedule. And we are going to be starting with Not Me for a change. We're actually starting with one of our a customer presentation about making motion graphics sizzles with Sapphire. And this is going to be Robert coming in from Germany. Phoning in from Germany. And then we are going to be moving on to a little bit of Vegas with some transitions from Sapphire and Continuum with Boris FX's own product specialist, Vincent Morieli. And we are going to be having the wonderful Mary Poplin come back in with motion tracking for editors with Continuum. So I wonder if she's going to be breaking out Mocha in there. And then we're going to be going along with another one of our customer presentations, Advanced Beauty Work in Flame and Nuke with Mocha Pro and Silhouette Paint. You can't miss that. Christophe is a genius, fantastic work. So that's going to be a non-stop ride of information and entertainment with Christophe there. Then we are going to have me talking at you for a whole hour with Ben's secret sauce with Sapphire Builder. So I'm going to be taking you through how you can speed up your work by cheating everything in Sapphire Builder. And we are going to be rounding out the day with another presentation from John Dickinson. And this time he is going to be 100% live, telling you all about his top Boris FX plugins that you just can't live without. So this is going to be a very rare occurrence that we can actually sit and chat with John while he's presenting live. So this is going to be amazing stuff. It's been such a good last couple of days, filled with lots of information, lots of fun. We're going to roll it on for one more day at the Boris FX Virtual IBC 2020, and I will see you there. Bye-bye for now.